Yall, like I don't know if necessarily, despite what they're shouting,
no names, by the way. Realize no names, by the way.
I'm being careful about naming anybody or any organization.
No names,
right? But I doubt they're actually practicing this even in privacy, right? Like I doubt when you were involved in certain things, you saw that happening. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I can't argue with your doubt. I'm telling you what I personally know. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know that I don't know how to respond to someone saying I doubt that. I'm telling you what I literally heard. I'm telling you the videos you can pull up about them teaching this. I'm telling you the facts behind.
Oh no. I'm not talking about the teachings. We're all aware of the teachings. I'm saying practicing it. I'm talking about I doubt you saw anybody practicing that.
Okay,
whether
so
it was in public or private. I doubt you saw it.
Again, like if you go to, in fact, it's something called Kingdom of Yah. Have you heard of Kingdom of Yah from Dimona, Israel?
Yes.
All right.
I'm not gonna say names. But yes,
okay.
Yes.
Cool. So I'm not gonna say names either, but there are people there that have been alleged. They have been.
Hey, yo, hold on. This nigga Truist is on everything. Like, that is crazy. You be knowing all of
I was
this.
sitting here thinking the same fucking thing. How the hell are you even aware and informed on this also? So now, but go ahead. We'll talk about that another time. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you are aware that they have been. Some people have been arrested. They have been alleged to have been marrying off young girls to the elders of those community in Dimona, right? You familiar with that?
Allegedly, I've heard. Allegedly.
Okay. So that shows that this is something that's come in practice, because the same thing happens in their centers here in Atlanta and in Chicago. That's one camp. Then you also have GMS. They also have those same allegations against them, as some of those have been prosecuted and convicted as well. Then you have the House of David, where you have Nazi Yashuvel, which is the prominent leader of that particular camp, that also was convicted and done the same thing. I saw people saying, "Hey man, when she comes of age, get her ready for me." Like I literally was part of that. I was in there, not like as a bystander. I was on the council of fucking elders. You know what I'm saying? I understand that I know why people was doing certain things, because they
ain't even that old to be on the council of elders, so you know that shit a cult. That's crazy.
That's fact. But like,
are we live, Brad? Yeah, we're live now.
Oh yeah, be careful, Kaya.
Yeah, I'm
saying, just no names. No names. That's all. Just no names.
Now I'm gonna fall back on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Kyle, I hear you, and I get what you said. You're not wrong at all.
Well, you ready to work today?
But but the title is Freestyle Friday, so maybe I don't know if Haskell's still here or anybody in here. If y'all got smoke and y'all want to have a conversation, do that, or pick something that maybe we haven't Paul's touched on, and then we can get into that, because I don't necessarily have a topic, but I want to get some time in before.
I got a little smoke. It's not crazy smoke, but I got a question for Cuban. And I think Chef might want to get on this. So
yeah, let's get that motherfucker.
Okay, so y'all about to jump Cuban. Go ahead.
This whole Shias ain't Muslims. They ain't real Muslims, son. Right? You see what the Shias is doing right now, right? And you see what all the Sunni nations are doing right now, right? So my question to you is, who's defending the faith? Who's defending the people of the faith right now during Ramadan? Is it the Sunnis or it's the Shias?
Cuban, you mind turning your camera on if you can?
Huh?
Or are you doing something where you can't?
Talking to me?
Between.
Okay, when you can turn your camera on, go ahead, because I like to actually, when you talking and shit, I like to kind of see your responses to shit. But go ahead.
Why? You like to see my
Because no,
You
the reason
looking
why is
so
because
irritated.
you say because there are people on this planet that say more. Mujasi know what I'm talking about. The people that say more with their face and their expression sometimes than the words that come out of their mouth. So that, and you're one of them. So you could be saying something, but your
You speak
expression,
so peacefully,
yeah,
but when you got your camera on, we know that you're irritated.
yeah, you could be as calm as fuck, but your face would be like, I'm gonna kill Truist if I ever meet him in real life. That type shit.
give me all right, let me double check something and I'll be back.
All right. Well, if it's after 12:30, I'm gonna be in the barber chair, so I'll be back at 1 after that.
Truist, what is the Iranians doing?
To me, it looked like they the only ones standing up during Ramadan. They the only ones defending the faith. To me, I might not necessarily agree with everything they do, but I'm saying in terms of the conversation of who's Muslim and who's not, they the only ones that's standing up and not selling out for the Western dollar.
You know that there are people still actually, as the missiles are dropping, it was very powerful, right? I don't know how much respect I got for the Quran or Islam or nothing. I'm not aware enough, but I got total respect. There was like 500 people, and they all gathered in like public part of Iran, and you can hear the missiles dropping and exploding shit. And they were actually doing their prayer. Some of them were flinching. They weren't, I don't think it's a perfect thing. But the fact that they were still honoring that, I thought that was impressive. I thought that was
Yeah, they fearless.
I
They
ain't
they
got
know
that kind of
they,
heart.
they know ultimately they're not. I'm not gonna say they're not gonna win, but I'm gonna say they're not gonna get the result they want.
Brass principles definitely mean a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, like wouldn't you like you are you I don't know how religious you are. I know, but I'm saying like ain't that that's impressive though. Like
Yeah.
you down for that cause to that level. It's ICBMs flying over your damn head, and you're literally like still like hey, we could reschedule this.
I took something completely different from that. I seen a couple of videos. The nigga was walking down the street. The bomb was just falling out of the sky. He just walking casually. I'm like, man, I don't know what you done seen in your life, but
okay.
you done seen some shit.
I got it. The shit that scared me is like Tuesday to them.
Exactly, bro. That shit like,
I can
like, oh well, I'm just gonna go grab his orange juice. Like, what the fuck?
I was about to say go grab this bacon, egg, and cheese. Me too.
He's a wild boy for that.
It's just like you don't realize it, but like grab breakfast. When you said breakfast, I'm like bacon, egg, and cheese. But yeah, I'm saying, I just thought that was, and I don't know exactly what they're currently doing. I'm curious to see what Cuban or whatever y'all about to iron out. But I know there's been a lot of good threats while we waiting on Cuban to come in regards to this war. I know y'all saw Kim Jong-un. He came out yesterday and he said if one North Korean gets harmed, no American will be safe. So I don't know what his capabilities are. I know he's very entertaining, but the other people are starting to get involved.
Stay his ass out the fucking way. Why the hell would any North Koreans be over there any fucking way?
Now he said no. He confirmed that they are. He said there's North Koreans over there.
How many? Like one?
I don't know, but that's it. Listen, don't know. Go look it up.
I know, I believe you, but I'm telling him, well, get them motherfuckers out the way. What the hell are they over there for? It's almost like he's looking for an excuse.
At that
Yeah, he
point,
won a reason, but I don't even. I be calling
I
him
like
bluff.
them
I don't
type
think he
people.
like
I like them type of people. Match Israel and United States energy. You feel me? Yeah, just touch one of mine. You feel me?
He said, y'all can sort out whatever shit y'all got going, but if one of mine get touched, it's gonna be a problem.
And he don't even like his people. He fucks them up.
He definitely don't
For
care.
real.
They're definitely pawns. They're definitely pawns if this was a chessboard. They're definitely pawns. But he said something. I know that yesterday Iran kind of switched its stance based on the new leadership. The new leadership was kind of backing off. And based on new leadership, now they're saying, we good. Go ahead, keep dropping. But you say keep dropping bombs, but we want you to put boots on the ground. That's what we want you to do. Put boots on the ground, and then we'll know you kind of serious type shit. This is entertaining, bro. And the whole time we over here trying to the stuff that y'all don't even see. Just go look and see at the resolutions that got passed and got shut down yesterday. And you'll see right now, our government has no clue that we're even at war. The shit that we're voting on right now, I know y'all watched the 9 Democrats that publicly were saying that we're crazy to even be at war, literally vote to continue this war. The Republicans yesterday they voted, I think it was like 353 to 47 or some kind of wild number to not release any sexual harassment files in and around regarding the government. So the government is overwhelmingly, I'll get the actual information, but they're overwhelmingly opposed to releasing any form of sexual harassment that they actually got
Hey,
caught.
Brad. Hey, Brad. That's why it's crazy. They act like dude out here by himself, like he out here just like he the lone gunman by himself. That motherfucker got so much support from both sides. I don't understand. I don't understand how they.
For this war, the people might
Of
not want
course.
it. Yeah, for the people might not want it, but the government ain't saying that they don't want it. The government
Because they
definitely
lying
wants
in their pockets. They lying in their pockets.
Yeah. But yeah, this is interesting. For the first time yesterday, they mentioned they may put boots on the ground. I think that would be the worst possible thing that could happen. But basically, the worst possible things that could happen have been happening like Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. So at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if somehow they're about to start convincing people to send their kids to somehow fight 85 million people and control a mountainous landmass that's impossible to control.
It shows you that our illusion of democracy, you know what I mean? It's an illusion, right? Our government basically is oligarchy. The top ups can do whatever they want, and it don't matter what the sentiments of the people is. You feel me? They in Congress doing what the fuck they want to do. They want the government to do what the fuck they want to do. They're not following the wishes of the fucking people. The people saying we don't want the war. They saying they don't give a fuck. You feel me? Like they don't give a fuck about what the American people want. You dig what I'm saying? So all this voting shit, and what do we vote for if this is going to be the sentiment of the people that we send to government? Like they don't listen to us. They don't care.
Yeah. And not only that, they can promote one thing and completely do another. Trump whole shit was he was the anti-war guy, and like look at him. He like the first nigga to get it popping. Like he don't care.
So how does our vote actually count?
Careful with that, Chef. Be careful with that, Chef.
If you're asking a question for conversation or you believe the words coming out your mouth, but voting is always going to be important.
Listen, okay, maybe it's important, but how effective is it? Like if that's our only regress that we have, and the people that we vote in the office, once they get there, they can do whatever the fuck they want. Like, how do we fix that part?
No, I think,
You feel me?
yeah, I get
2
that.
years to vote them out. Like, but they got a whole war going on. How do we fix that?
Gotta use our vote.
Yeah, I think there's parts of that goes to the logic conversation y'all was having earlier. There's parts of our civic duty that this particular generation isn't using. But I think, like, for example, I see we have the ability to do it. But the last major time I saw it was George Floyd. We don't have the ability for some reason, along with your vote, voting is just an action. That's an act per se. The action would be boycotting. The action would be protesting. The action would be if you're complaining about corporations and the billionaires, then you hit them where it hurts financially. So that would be, if you really got an issue with GMC, then and it's an actual issue. That's why you'll hear me say a lot of times, Chef, I don't think motherfuckers is actually upset. Because I don't see I see a lot of the talk and I see a lot of the rhetoric, but I don't see a motherfucker willing to lose a night of sleep over it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't see people really caring enough. I hear some kind of public outrage or outcry, but in all actuality, I got this feeling like they don't.
Well, let's do the historical thing that logic don't like, right? There were other wars that the American public was against, and the government kept going.
They were completely. They were against the Iraq war. We stayed there for 20 years,
and they kept going. So I'm saying, when does the people wishes get took into account? If they feel as though we smarter than y'all, and y'all agree that we smarter than y'all, and we know what's best for y'all and the world, we kind of accept that to a certain degree. We kind of accept that, and they take advantage of that. You dig what I'm saying? And I think in situations like this, we need to realize we're just like Iran, right? We're not too different from those countries that we claim we have all of the freedoms and shit over. At the end of the day, our government do what the fuck they want to do, just like their governments do what the fuck they want to do. And it don't matter about the people. And I think sometimes we like to live on that hill of thinking that our democracy is better. You dig what I'm saying? But when you look at situations like this, our government does what the fuck they want to do, like any other government. Yeah, I mean, without regards for the people.
There's a certain segment of the population, though, just so we're clear on the Iran, there's a certain segment of the population that does want to go to war with Iran. A large segment. Maybe not the majority, but there's a large, yes, there is.
Oh my God.
Bro, there's a large
portion, but this has been on the table.
No, I don't mean majority. I'm saying there's a certain segment that does have an issue with the treatment of the women. Now, if we're just saying majority, I get it. But when you're saying the people, even based on the government is actually split on how they want to deal with this. They're not in lockstep with each other. Even the government's not in lockstep from different constituencies all over the place.
Brad,
Israel.
No. Okay, so you understand back in the day.
Please tell me something that ain't Israel. In this case.
I'm about to. Just be patient.
Okay.
All right. So you understand back in the day, the Iranian Empire was these are where the original Persian people that practiced Zoroastrianism and everything came from, right? And historically, prior to I think it was 1952, I believe it was. This is when Iran was coming to power, and they wanted to implement democracy back then. What the West did, the West said, "No, we can't have Iran having a stronger political organization. Political center that we have." So they actually they destroyed their entire army and infrastructure, and they put in the Islamic extremists in the power. We did this. The West did this, and now that the West put these Islamic extremists in the power, these I believe they're Sufi, into political power. Now that power has shifted and they can't control these motherfuckers.
Yeah,
And
no,
now
that's right, Kyle. You're right.
you gotta know the context
But
of
that,
this
but that
shit.
happens every time, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean that's most
Yeah,
regime
that's not
changes
like
we get
that's
that
not
happen.
groundbreaking news. Like we tend to put
No,
people
but
in
that is at the
power,
crux of it, though, for
and
sure.
then they get at the crux of it is Israel. We would not be dropping bombs on Iran without Israel.
Yeah, well,
The only reason we are even doing this or even forced. Remember, Trump ain't the first person that's been tasked with what should we do about Iran. Everybody else was just smart enough not to do it, and all of those people were being pushed by Netanyahu. Obama, Biden, Trump before this time, they all were having a conversation about invading Iran. Everybody else just had the good enough sense not to do it.
no, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But what I'm saying is look at the historical context and follow that path. So we know that we put those people in the power, these Islamists into power, right? And then we also put in that same, like 4 years earlier, we put Israel in that spot. And then we started to expand Israel's area, and Israel has decided that they want to go to war with these people because they want access to all these different things and taking their land and shit like that. And so we as a Christian nation, because of our theological constraints, we are backing Israel because we believe in, like MAGA is 100% about white Christian nationalism. We believe that we are tied to their struggle. So we see Israel being free as the freedom for America as well. So now we're financially and militarily backing their dumbness in that area in a situation where they put the people, we cause our own problem, basically. We put the motherfuckers in power that are against the fucking Jews. Now we back the Jews and we're attacking the people that we put in the power. This is a complete situation that we caused.
No, not necessarily, because if you go back even to the 70s, we've tried to actually work it out with them. And even in trying to work it out with them, one of the things that go back to the hostage crisis.
You gotta go back free what I'm saying though, Brad. Like
but I'm saying like I'm going. So how far back are you going?
I'm talking. I think it was 1952 when they changed their regime. Let's look up when did the Persian regime get eliminated?
Yeah.
Like look at when that happened because it was completely different. This is
What year did you say? Because only thing I can think of the issue that we that messed up our relationship with them was the hostage crisis in '79.
No,
so what happened in 1952?
We fucking murdered their fucking whole regime. We murdered their entire government.
You said this happened in 1952?
I think it's 52, but let's look up when.
Who was? Give me something so I can look it up. Like who was the person or who was the president?
I don't know that nigga. Let me look it up. Let me find it right.
Yeah. Because I know in '79 they had those hostages for like 400 something days.
I thought that was under Eisenhower or something like that.
Yeah, I know our modern, if we're looking at like what's happening that's affecting today, I know that that's been an issue for a very long time because they always bring it up. Because we were an ally with them in the 70s. That's why when you go back to 52, I know in 79, the early set,
that was the
whole 70s, Iran was an ally of ours. Not just an ally, like a major ally of ours. And then I think in the 70s, they had some kind of revolution with one of them damn Khomeinis. And when they had that revolution, they held Americans hostage for like a year and some change. And then that always, from that point forward, that's like a starting point I would go to. But I want to know about
Jackson get the hostages.
He had something to do with it.
I think Jesse went over there and got the hostages.
Shout out to Jesse.
I mean, if he did, shout to Jesse, but I know he did that, but I don't know if that was in '79.
I think that was during Nixon, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken, I think that was during Nixon time, if I remember correctly.
Now I got to look up Jesse.
Oh,
I found a picture of my uncle and Jesse at a fraternity event. I just found somebody just sent me that picture yesterday.
Yeah, it was 1953. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. I mean, what, you was close. I mean, I don't expect you to know this shit off the top of your head. That's why I'm saying I got to go look it up because I don't know what you're talking about. Because if we were major, that means, but we must have gotten past that, Kyle. Because in the 70s, we were major allies of Iran.
Yeah, that's when they started breaking off and stopped being.
Yeah, they started hanging with Hezbollah and all them niggas then.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's called Operation Boot. That's when we booted out their fucking power because they was going toward democracy, and we like, nah, fuck that shit. We're gonna put these motherfucking Islamic people that we can control in the power, and we put them in the power, and they were like, fuck y'all, we rolling with our own people.
I think that's always the issue of us trying to put people that are ideologically the opposite of us, thinking that we can control them. That's why that also that's Operation Bootstrap. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah. And so like prior to that, they had women's rights, they had all these fucking amazing civil rights that we didn't even have in America yet. And they was like, fuck that, they're making us look bad. We're gonna put the force of oppression of these motherfuckers, so that now our democracy seems like the focal point of the whole world. And they put the Islamic extremists in the power. They connected with other Islamic extremists. They had the oil money now in Iran to start funding these other little groups around them. And now they said, you know what, we got something, we don't need y'all no more.
Yeah, they was funding
niggas
in Gaza and all that.
You're not talking about
niggas.
You talking about Operation Ajax. That's not, Bootstrap was in Puerto Rico. I'm saying like, nah. No, look up Operation Ajax.
No, it ain't. I thought it was called Boot though. Hold on.
Nah, because Operation Boot was the British part. Our part was Ajax, the CIA part.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I know. They were and then they became one, right? Because they got rid of Mossadegh or Mossadegh, whatever.
Muhammad something.
Yeah, a lot of people fled over here.
But yeah, no, that
America
ain't
during that time.
But yeah, nah, that's because remember, once we put the Shah in the 50s, we were cool with them from the 50s to damn near the 80s. So that ain't the beginning, because the beginning is 79. And Jesse did have something to do with it. That's crazy. But the beginning of it is the Islamic Revolution in 79. That's the modern part. But I know what you're talking about. That definitely happened. But we had 20 plus years of peace after that. Because once the Shah
we sanctioned the fuck out there after that.
Because what happened was he nationalized their oil. And that's what pissed us off, because he nationalized the oil and blocked us out. I think the oil part, Kyle, see if you can walk with me, right?
Oh, I know.
So China came out yesterday, and I'm starting to put together an idea. I was thinking almost of doing a show on it, but I don't like doing the conspiracy shit. But if you look at our actions with Venezuela first, right? If you go backwards and look what we did with Maduro and their oil, and then now you go forward and look at Greenland, and then go forward and look at what we're doing with Iran now. Do you know that between Iran and Venezuela, that's like 60+% of the oil?
Venezuela needs Iran to process that oil or some shit like that.
No, but I'm saying, I'm going to China though. That between them two places, they got a relationship that between import and export is about 60+% of the oil that they use. So I think while we focused on Venezuela and focused on Iran, this is just I don't know if it's a conspiracy, because it's a fact, but it's a thought that the strategy might be actually to get at China this way.
Not a conspiracy at all.
I think this is like an indirect way.
It is.
It's a direct, because that's like 70. Iran and Venezuela is like 70% of China's oil. 70%, bro. If we somehow clamp down on Iran and clamp down on Venezuela, China gonna have to figure some shit out.
Remember though, Brad.
That's just a thought.
Remember where that other percentage come from? It come from Nigeria.
Hey,
what's the thing shortly there?
Huh?
Go ahead.
And the other percentages come from a high percentage come from Nigeria, west coast of Africa. And remember, we was about to go and invade them, but then we got distracted by Iran. And so, like, if Iran goes bad, then we got to cut off Nigeria next.
Yeah, but I mean, think about that. Ain't that some slick shit though? I hope I don't get killed for it. But you see my way of thinking on that? I know it's a little spooky, but if you do the numbers, if we can cut off, if without ever doing anything to China, cut off 70% of their damn pipeline.
Yep.
In and out, pause.
Yeah.
Without ever actually.
Nah, you spot on with that, Brass. That ain't no conspiracy. That's pretty accurate.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I like to look. I like to sometimes sit back and look at this shit. But y'all
I didn't even know
up
Venezuela was using Iran to process their oil like that. I didn't even know that. That's
70
recent.
China. Yeah, between them two places, because they came out in the Financial Times yesterday, and they were talking about China looking to secure new deals. And they're going to be working with people they're not normally used to. So I'm like, why would you do that? And then a guy was talking, and he was talking about Iran's relationship to Venezuela. So I went and looked that shit up, and I just did like a quick percentage.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a fucking minute. 70% is just between the two places we attacked in the past month?
I didn't even know there was an interconnection like that. I read recently.
And you take that shit right to China. They know if we don't know.
That makes sense why we hit Venezuela, because I never understood that completely, honestly. But now I see the play.
That would be crazy. And if all I'm gonna know is that if we hit Nigeria, pause on Friday, by next Friday, then I'm gonna know we just trying to just get rid of China altogether. So, but that's that. I'll get out the way. Kyle, you gotta come on here so we got some political conversations, bro. You got to. You have to, bro. These the kinds I like to have, because it's more than just like, did you see the
more in depth?
Yeah, did you see the hearings yesterday?
Get a little more in depth, for sure.
I saw the hearings yesterday. I get it.
And they fired old girl yesterday. I was shocked. Actually, the nigga they replacing him with might be worse.
No, he is worse, but he don't have no power. He's worse, but they also, when they hired him back, they brought a committee that's gonna make.
What's my man Mark Wayne? Something. What's his name?
Yeah.
I forgot.
They gave he's a short nigga. If you ever see him too, he's a short motherfucker. He looks dwarfish almost. But they're also bringing in a committee to monitor any of the decisions going forward. I don't know how she thought that she would be able to give $143 million to a company that was incorporated 8 days before that, with no website, no headquarters,
no address,
and not even hide the fact that it's the same ad company that worked on her campaign when she was the governor. It's moving forward. But go ahead, Cuban. I'm gonna get out your way. Cuban, I see by the way, we'll be in Cuba. America is making its world tour. So from what I'm hearing, we'll be in Cuba before the end of the year. So I don't know how you feel about that, but that's basically where this is. I think that's where we're headed. I think Cuba's next.
And I'm looking at the news right now, and Trump just told Iran that he will not accept no deal unless they unconditionally surrender to the United States.
Yeah, he wants Iran. That's why I think we're gonna end up boots on the ground, Kyle, because that doesn't happen with just, they'll die first. They'll blow themselves up before they Iran. That's another show. Kyle, come back, we'll do that show. But go ahead, Cuban, and let's get out the way. True has said he has getting a haircut, so.
Yeah, I'm about to walk in the barbershop. I should be back in like 40 minutes. I don't know if Chef here, if he could, because I know Chef had the same position.
Shouts to Vayasa in the chat. I'm trying to send you something on this Discord. I think y'all possibly be able to good discussion. I was able to send a Chef right. Okay, I'll check it out. I don't have a lot of I'll check it today, but I got multiple logins. Let me just double check which one it went to. Shout to Vans. A lot of Iranians are glad Khomeini is gone. Vyasa, howdy niggas. I agree with you. For some reason, Donnie shouts to the #1 mod on YouTube. He says, I think this is, what is this? HTP SNB DWA FBA ADOS.
Sound like Metal Netter.
Yeah, this nigga's reading Metal Netter.
That was Mad Metal Netter. That was Mad Metal Netter.
Oh, okay. Shouts to you, Donnie. Donnie's a funny nigga. Hey, shouts to one of the our most loyal viewers, bro, Ricardo. Peace to the panel from a rainy UK. I think the whole world is raining right now. It's pouring rain in here right now. I don't know if it's raining where Mujasi at or it's just being Minnesota in the background, but it looked like Minnesota in the background. Ricardo says, mighty Hebrew pedophile, polite pedophile, Shaka Amos pedophile. The conscious community is full of
Damn.
Hey, shouts to you, Ricardo. Apparently, you don't have the same fear Reggie and them do that these people will somehow come and get you one day. Courtney Robert John, he got to be Jamaican. Shia Muslims really believe in martyrdom. Yeah, I would agree. But I don't know if Chef, you're there to have that conversation, or does somebody else have a topic that they want to bring up, or they got some smoke for somebody in the Discord calling each other out? Y'all want to put somebody in the hot seat?
I'm still not finished with Logic and who was that? Kyle and who else was talking about the usefulness of knowing our history. That's always gonna be a
You goddamn right, Chef. You goddamn right.
I didn't know this was a thing. What's going on? I know Logic.
You heard what they said.
No, I wasn't here. What was the Kyle thing?
Oh, they were talking about, that we need to be more practical as far as finding solutions, and saying that, knowing the history and stuff is just getting in our way, basically. And I think you got to be able to talk.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you making arguments that I'm not making.
Yeah, I don't know the Kyle.
I do that. But Kyle, I do.
Me and Kyle did a show on fraternities from 1900s. I know he don't believe that shit.
Well, why was he talking crazy earlier? So
I wasn't here. What was he saying? That's what I'm asking. I wasn't here. No, I'm just saying, we did a show on the fraternal Greek organizations. That's the early 1900s.
I was there for the show. I'm with you. So why was he talking crazy earlier?
So what was you saying that made them think that, bro?
Hey, they just use triggering language, Chef. They say shit like stuck in the past and shit like that. They say shit like that, Chef.
Hey, Tuck, I wouldn't put it past Kyle, though, because he has dropped probably the bar of the entire Discord shows we've ever done. When we was talking about not Donald Trump, we was talking about Ibrahim, and that nigga said, "Fuck them kids."
Man, I remember that shit. He's like, man, fuck them kids.
Kyle.
Hey, man, and look at them now.
Look, driving. Let's tell them, Kyle, what they doing. They driving.
They driving on the back. You want to say something? You came off mute. You want to say something?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to ask, live. Does he? Like, what do you remember from the conversations we had last year when we was talking about the very same subject?
You're going in and out, Mujasa.
Yeah, it's kind of choppy, Mujasa.
You sound choppy.
Your connection looked like the weather out that window.
Nice view, though.
Yeah, so there's nice view. I mean, the shit is picture perfect.
It was AI. I was like, that thing got a great ass background.
This better now?
Got a front window office.
It's just so real. It looks fake.
There you go.
Is this better now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna turn off this echo.
I'm gonna go on mute. So I'm getting an echo.
Yeah, you getting an echo? All right.
No, go ahead. If nobody else talks, you won't get the echo.
Okay, cool. So no, I just wanted to ask Logic. I mean, what do you remember from the conversation that we had last summer about that very same topic, the utility and usefulness of history? Like, I feel like there was a point where we had met some common grounds, and you even did like a quick 20-minute show on it. So I'm curious on where we left off at. We talked about why history is practical, why it fits the pragmatic brain. We talked about even the neurology of it. So I'm curious on where you may have said like it still ain't useful. Like where are we at with that?
Logic ain't said
Logic
nothing in
here?
a while. I'm not 100% sure Logic is even there. Logic ain't said nothing in a while. I know he's at work, so he might not even be there to respond.
Okay, we'll follow up later.
But Chef, what did Kyle say to make you say what you said, Chef?
My bad. Well, it was just a conversation. Basically, talking about even if we're talking about, I can understand, them talking about, okay, ancient history. When somebody come on and say, yo, how is that helping? Or how would that, you know what I mean? I can understand why they would say that, right? Even though I would disagree with them. You dig what I'm saying? I think all knowledge is useful, and the most well-informed people, you dig what I'm saying, I think are the best. You dig what I'm saying when it comes to discussing any topic. And history makes you well-informed. But anywho, you know what I mean? So if it was the ancient history part, I wouldn't even have too much pushback about this. If you're talking about Egypt, 3000 BC and shit, I get it. You know what I mean? That could be trivial. But even when they was talking about talking about the civil rights movement, I'm like, yo, that's why our current world is the way it is. Like, if you're not going to talk about that, and like, if that history is making us stay stuck in the past, then y'all basically saying history is useless. You feel me? Like, so that's my point. The logic ain't really
Kyle
here.
don't believe that.
Yeah, I didn't say any of that, right? So let me just put that out front. So the point that I was making is that history happens every single day, right? And every day that we go into the world, we got to know where we stand, where we are in our current realities. So if we spend our attention focusing on something that happened, this is why I kept saying 1968, 1965, and 1920, whatever.
Right. That's what you were saying.
And if we believe that we are facing those same conditions, we are, first of all, misinformed about our current reality. You know what I'm saying? Because those things definitely did happen, and they definitely shaped our reality, but they're not our current reality. And so when we have a political fight, we got to be astute, and we got to understand what we are currently up against. Now, it benefits us to a certain level to know how we got to our current place, but we got to attack our current condition, our current environment, the current political structure set to oppress us. And so I'm saying that when we focus solely and we use that as our barometer for our reality, we are misconstrued about what's going on.
So my brother Kyle, how do you tackle the current reality of something without accessing previous information to array some type of strategy? Like, how do you just create something out of just pure assessing the situation, or do we reflect on patterns and trends to see what has worked in the past and what can be effective today? Like, which one do you prefer?
So I like to build it. Sorry, kind of echo. Build the entire situation though. So if we started not understanding of something at 1950 or 1920, you got to understand the changes that are happening throughout every year, every 4 years, every whatever is going on, until you get to your current position, and then you make an assessment and you develop your strategy based on your current situation, not the past situations. That's what my point is.
So, so you're saying you do take into some consideration something that previously happened, even if it was a day, 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago, you do assess some information to see what adds up to what you're capable of doing today. Am I wrong or right?
You're absolutely correct. You use all that information, you use that as your foundation to build the reality that you currently stand on. But like I'm saying, but at some point you got to deal with like the last year, the last 2 years, the last 5 years. Like what's happened most recently is way more important to your current reality than what happened 50 or 100 or 400 years ago.
Right, right. And I think that's where the relative discussion kind of tends to drift away, and we depart from how history becomes kind of like a tool. Because sometimes I think when we're having the conversation, some people presume that we need to go back 50 years, we need to go back 25 years, even though depending on the topic and the conversation, it puts context and makes context important. But some people assume that we have to take in consideration what happened 100 years ago in order to make some critical decisions of what's happening now. But if we want to understand, like, let me give you an example. Oh, there you go. You do coding, right? You're into coding, right? You do program development, correct?
Not really program, but I understand it.
You understand it? Okay. So, you know, when coders are debugging and working through software systems and trying to tackle some type of code that's kind of throwing the software off, you know, they look through logs and they access what was done before in order to arrive at where they're having some conflictions with the software today. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah, so that debugging and that log process is looking at the history. It's looking at least what happened when something was executed and thrown off, or at least look at what was done within the software within the last 12 hours as part of that debugging process. And so it's the same concept applied, that when we're talking about the utility of history, we're saying that there's something that we need to assess in terms of patterns, trends, or something that's repetitive in order to make sense how we've arrived at a dilemma or a complication or a challenge today. It doesn't mean that we try to solve a problem that exists before, but it means that we're using information to make sense of how we've arrived at this challenge at the moment, and then we start to develop the strategy based on that informed situation. Does that make sense?
No, it does, but the only problem with that is, so when we're looking at a situation and we found the error, then we found that the error was also corrected and that it's working now, we can't stop. We can't address, we need to address our current errors that we're having in that code, rather than the errors that have already been resolved or that already are flowing in a different path.
Right.
That makes sense what I'm saying?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's really looking at where we're in that current era. So, and me and you are talking like language and computers and stuff like that. If we translate this to what they were just talking about with the war effort and what's happening in Iran, in order to understand how America is making moves internationally and really trying to create this proxy war against China to really deflate the economic foundation of China, we have to look at how long we've had our eye and bullseye around Iran. We have to look at how China has been able to make moves to be able to create this contractual arrangement with Iran, to where most of their oil and some of their economy is built on Iran and their relationship. But without that context, it'll just look like we just going after Iran just to be going after Iran, and we'll believe the propaganda that they're creating around this conflict. But it's looking at that context, and the context is the data around the history. Whether we're assessing the last 10 years, like Seth did, he talked about, I think he mentioned, like, we've been looking at Iran for almost 25, 30 years. Like, this is an ongoing piece where it requires some type of historical analysis to make sense of what we're dealing with today. Now, how does that inform us as citizens? Well, it just gives us information, because we, like Chef said, we have no power to what these oligarchies are deciding to do with military resources. But it at least provides us the ability to have informed talking points. So if we was to talk to our legislators about this, we have some reasons on why they're doing what they're doing. And I think that's the argument that I try to make sense with logic when we're having these conversations, is that it doesn't entirely mean that history is going to be available to solve our current crisis. Sometimes we just need the context. And the context allows us to creatively and analytically decide what's the best method to be able to go forth and address the era that we're dealing with right now. And I'm hoping that argument makes some sense to be
No,
able
it makes
to.
complete sense, and I actually think that logically we're both on the exact same page, right? So I like the issue is like we a lot of these discussions we keep focusing on that code, that the error in the code that happened in 1950 and 1960, even though that code has been clear and his work is perfectly his work is functioning. I'll say that it's functioning now. And now we got other errors that developed in the script later down that path, right? We're overlooking those because we're still so focused on the error that previously happened in the code. Same thing with the Iran situation. Like we can't go back and overthrow their government, right? We can talk about it, we can get context from it, but we got to deal with the current situation and move appropriately in the current environment, if that makes sense. And I'm saying that a lot of times it feels as if we're not operating at the current state of the system. We're always looking at that at a previous state of the system to make decisions on how we're going to operate in our daily lives.
Absolutely, I totally agree. And to your point, I think sometimes we have this trend even in our protest politics conversation, is that we'll see some of our elders, when they want to challenge some type of issue, they will employ strategies that are 30, 40 years old in today's current political environment, thinking that that's going to create some effectiveness with changing policy.
Yep.
And I have some contention on that, where sometimes we could get caught up in the monument of the memory of the history and not make it necessity and practical to this day. We're trying to relive our glory days in the 60s and trying to boycott and protest certain things with strategies that has nothing, that you can't, that doesn't really, it's not really effective today. And I've seen this come up with this whole national Target boycott that some Black folks, whether it was Nikema Levy Armstrong here or Reverend Jamal Bryant, and I think in Carolina, they both was vying for this attention on who started the whole idea first. I'm not sure who was what, but I think it's the idea that whether or not Black folks agreed with the protest or the boycott of Target or not, it created a discourse on whether or not that was an effective strategy that we should employ today, or is it doing more harm than good? So I think it comes up in those type of conversations where we can examine whether or not, some of these old protest strategies and methods are applicable in our today's political environment. So I think that's an example.
Yeah, I completely agree with your example. And I think that's the most important part that I want people to take away of what you just said, is that we can't use strategies from then now. We can understand, we can learn from them, and if we're ever in the exact same situation, then yeah, we could possibly use that. But we gotta still evaluate our current situation on that exact same high level that we do about the civil rights movement and all these different things. We got to evaluate now, and we got to be able to move in the now. That's my point, because like civil rights movement, it doesn't stop, and I think a lot of people look at it as if it's static, but it's a dynamic situation, which means it's always changing. They're passing different laws today, tomorrow, yesterday, that we got to adjust to. We got to adjust our methodologies to. And when we have these conversations, a lot of times we're not in the right now, and we're talking about things in the past so much that it makes it hard for those conversations to even move forward, because maybe not everybody is astute to what's going on politically right now. And that's cool. You can have your starting point, but at some point we gotta recognize that.
Hey, Kyle.
Yes, sir.
So when you and Brad started talking about Iran, right, and what's going on in Iran right now, guess what you relied on to understand the issue going on right now in Iran. That's what you relied on.
Yes.
History. You went back to 1952. You feel me? Look at all of the shit that been happened in Iran since then. Different ayatollahs, different conflicts, all of that. You went back to the root of the problem, right? For you to understand history. So it's the same context. You dig what I'm saying? But y'all just had a great exchange, and that was brilliant on both y'all part. So I just wanted to say that.
No, I understand that. This what, Chef. I think you understood what I was saying yesterday. Like, I've never said that. I've always said it's the foundation, bro. It's the foundation from which we build our new ideas. This is what I was talking about, the future. Because, like, you need all that as your foundation to make accurate assessments of today. You know what I'm saying? And accurate, you know what I'm saying, political movements for today. We need all of that. But we can't base our decisions right now off 30, 50, 60 years ago. We got to base our decisions right now off of what's happening in 2026. But we got to understand the context, because context keeps us on the right path. But our decisions need to be based off now. That's my whole point, bro. But I appreciate it.
No, y'all right. That was good. I like how y'all worked through that. Yeah, man.
That was a great analogy on both of y'all, and especially with the computer program and everything. That hit it home.
Yeah. See, sometimes you just gotta get out the way and let it work itself out.
We just gotta get Logic back on board again. Get that brother. He's adamant, like history thing. It works, brother. It's like Logic. You use history. But one of the things that I'm hoping, I'm glad this is recorded, because one of the things I was talking with Logic about, and we was having a real good conversation. Chef, you was in on some of those that morning too. Is that I was telling him that the brain is neurologically constructed to access history every single day. Now,
that's why we got the memory. That's what the long-term memory is about. You feel me? It's evolutionary. That's the evolutionary process.
Whether you want to talk about evolution or however you want to do it, the hippocampus is designed to store a certain amount of neurons that keep up with historical data. And it's there for our survival. It's there for our ability to access information and to allow the prefrontal cortex to make informed decisions on today. Should I eat that plant? What happens if I go after this beast? How do I reconstruct this type of living arrangement? How do I plant this seed? That long-term memory and accessing that long-term memory informs how we make decisions today. Our brains are wired to do that. And so we can't deny history when our whole physiological makeup is designed to utilize history to keep us alive. It's just Logic was right that it's the practical level of memory that we're trying to access and make usefulness. And that's where it becomes arbitrary. I don't think talking about Egypt has anything to do with Black folk today. I'm just not going to divulge down that. I spent 6 years on Egypt, and I found myself more crazier when I left it, when I went into it. And so, but I think that there's utility to understanding what happened to Africans within the 1500s. I think there's utility to understand the Black folks and how we unionized in the last 100 years. I think there's utility to understand how we had a conversion of our Black leadership.
We see it in real time with how we interact with police officers and everything like that. Our interactions is based off our historical fucking accounts for their shit every day.
Perfect example, how we deal with law enforcement and interact with that. And that stuff informs even how our nervous system reacts and interacts with law enforcement agencies in our presence. And so we have to have some type of historical analysis in our everyday process to make sense of how we need to navigate the world. And if you Black in America, you have to have some type of collective and historical memory working in your hippocampus to survive. You can't run around here willy-nilly thinking that you got, access and comfortability in America like you just good. you can't. Your historical reality will never allow you to be that comfortable. White folks got that level of social secure attachment with America. Black folks don't. And I land there.
No, but just I like having a discussion with you, because especially for me, I'm a nerd. I love doing tech examples. So like the example that we're describing right now would be like your boot or your BIOS, right? So it's the information that's on the computer when you boot it up that checks the different components. It looks at, okay, the police is this, the education system is, it recalls that memory that's stored, right? But you got to understand that the BIOS is not the operating system.
No.
Right? And so like we gotta make sure that our operating system is what we're using to engage in the world, like that, those GUI interfaces, those person-to-person conversations, those striving for educational gains or career goals. We got to make sure that that is always up to date. Yes, with the history, with the past that's in there, but we got to start using that to become more effective in our reality. That's I guess that would be a good way of saying it. I hope that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. That's a real good analogy. Absolutely.
Did y'all get where y'all need to get?
Yeah, I think they moved along pretty far. They both make great examples for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I slightly agree with some of the shit Kaya saying, even though that is some of our historical, experiences, we don't always have to resort to that whenever we need to make, important decisions. Sometimes you can be optimistic in your reality too.
Hey, from the chat. Wait, and by the way, we're taking the topics from the chat, no matter what they are. Y'all give us some things. We'll talk about a few things. Black American Psycho, shouts to you, Psycho. He says Black American history at the bare minimum needs to be taught. I think we're in agreement with that. Van just said 4,000 people just got laid off at a tech company because of AI. A lot of these jobs are going obsolete. I think that this is what we need to focus on more.
Which company and what?
Give us some more information. Give us some more information. What was the job, or what was the tech company? I think Black people, I think all people, but specifically our people, we need to be trying to figure out how to work with AI and work with try to do some forecasting and figure out how to work with the things that are coming versus protesting and trying to get everything to slow down, because the world is not going to get out the way for you. You got to be the change you want to see and read the tea leaves and somehow try to benefit from where the world is going. Slowing down the world. If AI is where the world is going, or tech is where the world is going, then you got to figure out a way to get with the program.
Gotta adjust.
Gotta
adjust.
Yeah, but a lot of those tech companies, like the thing is, like, so like people that are in tech, we all understand that roles are definitely gonna be cut, because like we see the products that are being created that are gonna be cut, like customer service piece, technical support. Let me rephrase it, like entry level tech support, like help desk type of stuff. That's gonna be cut. Marketing departments, like if you go into automation of like hardware and stuff like that, then like you're gonna introduce robotics into the mix, and so you're gonna have like those cuts are expected. So like people that are in tech, they expect that, right? And a lot of people that are in tech are moving into like senior level positions, or they actually, like Brad is saying, are working with the AI to kind of program them and stuff like that. So like that's the thing about tech. It's not one of those jobs where you get and you just expect to just, all right, I got a job as a software engineer. I'm never gonna try to do anything else. Like people that get in tech, they understand that once you make that commitment, it's a full-time commitment to learning new skills and moving. You're not moving with the technology. You got to outpace the technology with your knowledge. And like for those that don't run the pace, run a sprint, It's a dog eat dog world, man. You gotta outpace the motherfucking technology that we creating. That's one of the things about technology, IT in particular in this sector. But that whole like the hiring thing, I think is happening globally in all markets. But I think they get so shocked because it's a tech job that's being lost. But the same thing is happening with T-Mobile call centers. It's happening with I can guarantee if you call your bank right now, you're not gonna get a person. It's happening to finance. You know what I'm saying? You go into most banks right now, they only have the branch manager, maybe
have an AI assistant.
Yeah, you go to McDonald's or Taco Bell or whatever drive-thru you want to. Hello, would you like to try this? That ain't no real person. You know that, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you go to the inside to the lobby, you press your order in the thing, you just stand there, you wait for your food, and one person, it's only 3 people back there in the back now. Like this is expected. This is what we expect. But the thing is, a lot of companies are gonna start doing something in the near future. It's being negotiated currently. It's called UBI, Universal Basic Income, where companies that are laying off employees that are replacing them with AI or robots or whatever, because for the company it's a win-win because you don't have to pay those high crazy salaries and insurance for another thing, but they're going to have to pay yearly or annual taxes on the robot, and those robot taxes that are going to be gained by these companies are going to go into a pool based on what state you live on in for a universal basic income to be dispersed through all the citizens. So take that with a grain of salt. You can either get on the one side of it where you get the universal basic income, which will probably have you stuck in poverty for the rest of your life.
For sure.
Or you could be one of the people who's on the forefront of the technology that's pushing it over, that's putting people in that situation. And that's where we are with capitalism right now. And for me, I just decided that, hey, I ain't gonna be the one on the UBI. I'm gonna be the motherfucker that's pushing it out there. And these are one of those hard, cold conversations that you gotta have about the reality that we face with capitalism.
Yall, I'm interested. What's your thoughts? Like, so most people are aware and watching how the tech industry is potentially taking jobs away from people. But what jobs are being when it comes to AI development? What jobs are being created based off of AI?
That's a good question. Okay, so let me kind of reshape the conversation, the question, right? So tech isn't an industry. Tech runs the industries. If that makes any sense. Like,
it makes perfect sense.
Like every company has to go through tech to be a company nowadays. And so like you gotta look at all these different industries and understand that all these different places, they need data centers, they need security done, like work done. Like all these data centers, they need plumbers because they gotta have a shit ton of water.
They gotta do maintenance on like all the different things that they got. You know what I'm saying? All the, like you said, with the data centers, even with their servers and shit like that. Like that's still humans, you know, maintaining that.
Data rack maintenance. Like they got so it's creating a new pocket of jobs that's solely for the infrastructure of the tech. And then the tech then feeds into the other infrastructures like water, gas, and electric. And so like you're gonna see a shit ton of jobs once these data centers get approved by these different states for just you literally have to build a new power plant and a new water treatment plant for each data center. And yesterday Trump passed a bill that said that the companies have to be responsible for that instead of the taxpayer dollars. So now these companies are going to be hiring fucking plumbers, fucking roofers, fucking machinists, construction companies. Like it's creating a lot of jobs, but it's just changing and ruffling things up. So people are like, man, hold up, this is changing. But if you go to the motherfucking the infrastructure court scorecard and you look at your state, you'll see your state ranking, and that shows you the need for different things in this infrastructure right now today. And those are the jobs that are available for you to go apply for that you're gonna have some longevity in as well.
What's the name of the thing you just said, Kyle?
I was just about to ask that. Yeah, what was the name of that?
Infrastructure scorecard.
Okay.
Scorecard. Okay. That was perfect. That was perfect. So you saying that AI and then just even some of the developments that we see in technology is creating infrastructural jobs in order for these advances to be made. Like you're going to see more people, getting opportunities in plumbing, getting opportunities in electrician. You're going to see more people getting opportunities to basically create the insulation around these new companies that's developing. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I think that's the conversation, and I don't know nothing about this, so that's why I'm learning from you. That's the conversation I've been trying to become aware of, because when people say AI is taking jobs, I'm like, but there has to be something.
It depends on what AI they're also talking about.
Right. That's right.
Like there's generative AI and then there's predictive AI. I was reading recently a lot of companies that are adopting and using predictive AI models. Like I want to say it was like UPS or something like that. But like now that they have a predictive AI model, it can kind of predict like the rate you would get a package. So they will automatically add you to the route. They will automatically, you know what I'm saying? It would create speediness. So now they can cut down on carbon emissions. They're already saving like $500 million on fuel, all types of different things. The New York Fire Department using it to scan different like blueprints in the city and find out which buildings could be potential fire hazards and stuff like that. It has like great effects to it also.
It's also stopping people from being lazy people. So essentially, like when you talk about UPS knows based on predictive AI, a lot of times you don't need, 2 drivers to pass out.
You just add it to this route that's already going.
Right. They'll just say,
your package might not even arrive yet, but it's predicting at the rate that you order things that you may be getting a package coming in, and maybe by the morning, even though it's added to the route the night before, it'll already be there, and it's already, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna actually get you your shit faster, for real.
Yeah, we was talking about predictive AI before, and they were talking about how it can predict demand. So because it can predict demand, you don't need to hire planners to somehow do forecasting. So now if you just put all of your stuff in the AI, you don't have as many analysts and planners as you did before. Even we already know where it's taking jobs. Try to get try to use, I'm a person that ends up using customer service quite a bit throughout the day, calling different companies. And it's so difficult. It's getting, if you do this, you'll know what I'm saying. It is almost impossible to get a human on your first point of contact in a corporation. And then now they're making it so difficult to get to humans. So basically it's telling you like, yeah, I can solve the problem. Just talk to me or use the website. And you're like, agent, customer service, because you're just comfortable talking to a human. But if you ever take your time and just go through that particular site, unless it's something really obscure, it can be solved in minutes versus a long conversation. That customer service automation is very good. But now, if you're looking at even with people getting jobs and stuff, I just added a new thing to my applications when it comes to like tenants, a personality test. A person in on a Zoom call told me about this about 6 months ago, that they have predictive models for ownership and tenants, where you can pretty much gauge based off of a personality test almost better than a credit score if this is even the type of tenant that you want to deal with. They have different behavioral patterns based on a set of questions that you can get from predictive models. So I'm all for predictive models, because predictive models is also, and Kyle knows, and probably a couple other people on this chat know, predictive models is also can get you ahead in the finance game because of the market movement. I can also, depending on how I give out loans or who I decide to work with, I get a much more accurate stance on loan default probability too. So
man, listen,
I use predictive AI every day, all day.
We use predictive modeling for our AI that we have in our company, and I work in water infrastructure and building AMI systems, right? And we can actually use certain keys. I'm not going to talk about our technology, but we can predict where leaks are happening in your fucking piping infrastructure. Like, we can listen to it and be like, hey, man, you need to check this motherfucker right here, man. It's about to blow. And then the next day, the fucking pipe will blow up.
So you said piping infrastructure?
Yeah, I do water infrastructure. And it's something called AMI, Advanced Metering Infrastructure, which is like, it's the tech portion of it. Basically, we lay out and roll out and like infrastructure, like devices, like kind of like cell phone towers. So we get those up, program those up together, communicate those to different devices. That way, if you're at home or if you're going on vacation, you can pull your cell phone out and you can see if you left your fucking faucet on. You can see if your sprinklers are on, and like shit like that. So like,
so you put so hot, but
the thing is,
how well can you predict? Yeah, how well can you predict whether the pipe is going to explode or if it's going to take
90%.
Talk about that a little bit.
Pause.
No, shut up, Chef. I almost got him, bro. Go ahead. Keep telling us how the pipe's going to explode.
Nah, Kyle, he's proof that it's not AI taking your job. It's the nigga that's using it and know how to use AI that's taking your job.
I really hate the fact that y'all don't even let me have even a small amount of fun while I'm doing this work and listening to these conversations. I almost had Kyle about to tell us how he's laying pipe and telling us how other pipes is going to explode.
You trying to
and then somehow y'all want to ruin the little bit of fun that I can have in these conversations. Y'all go ahead. Damn, Chef.
I'm back though, man. I'm sorry I missed it. What's that?
Yeah, you came right back in for the pipe conversation. Go ahead, Kyle.
Y'all niggas hell, man.
Yo, you know you country as hell. My only person that says that is my aunt down south. You just hell. That's all you are. Just hell. Mujasi was Chef levied a charge against you. He essentially wanted smoke, but you weren't here to receive it. So Mujasi was about to jump in and say he told your ass about a year ago, and he thought he had you in order, but apparently you didn't understand what he was saying. So I guess either Mujasi or Chef would get you back in order. But Chef was saying something. But Chef, I don't know. Chef's on mute and Mujasi's chair is empty, so I don't know. Oh, there he is right there. Logic is back, Mujasi, if you're ready to get him in order like you was about an hour ago. Hey.
I mean, that's almost as bad as Chef, and he.
I do my job, bro. My job.
That's almost as bad as Chef, and he don't think I'm gonna sit around and think of something slick and then come looking for him.
I'm just moderating the show. It's still a show.
Sometimes.
Hey, can I correct something right quick?
I think it's all in good fun. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I just want to correct one thing. Then I'm gonna go on mute. But I had said it was like the infrastructure scorecard. It's not that. It's called the infrastructure report card, and the website.
Yeah, because I've been looking for it, but okay, I got you.
Yeah, it's infrastructurereportcard.org.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Go ahead, Mujasi.
No,
because he was actually looking for you for something, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was just you and Chef and y'all had that conversation about the history piece again, and I just wanted to ask you, like, what do you remember from our conversations that we had last year when we were talking about the utility of history and how we access it and its importance? Like, what reflections do you remember from that?
I probably had to be honest, not as much as I probably should have. But what I remember about him is that we absolutely were doing our best to understand that it didn't solve all the problems and wasn't necessarily designed to. And I think from there I started getting it jumbled up with other people's conversation. So was there a particular part of it that you wanted to remind me of?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I think part of it, remember, we talked about, we kind of covered over the course of 2 weeks, span of 2 weeks, that we talked about the utility of it and that history has its practical nature for it. That we also boiled it down to that history is pragmatic with us because our brains are even wired to access history in utilizing the ways that we access it. So remember, we had we talked about the conclusion that the way even how our brains are wired and how it's constructed with different parts of the brain accessing centers of information to make it applicable to our dilemma or our survival today, that we have to access history. But one of the key things you talked about is that, and we was kind of going in that direction where we had to distinguish between what's useful and what's important in critical history that's important for our current analysis, and then what's the philosophical history that's designed for some type of enlightenment information that's not as practical today. And there's a difference. We kind of came to a conclusion that there's a distinction between talking about civilizations of antiquity, talking about migration patterns of early human beings, talking about Egypt, talking about things that have very indirect or remote applicability today. And then we talked about more recent historical information that provides us context in order to inform us on critical decisions today. And so me, you, and I think Chef jumped in on a lot of those early morning conversations. We covered this over like 2 weeks. One time you even did like you went live, and talking about it, where we were just talking about that there's, for logic, because you and we're wired almost exactly the same in terms of our brain, we look for information to make it pertinent today. That how we use information is that we have to make it central and we have to make it connect to something today. And so if we don't have a way to apply that to our current relativity, then we tend to discard it or we don't put any importance on it. And so the goal for us is to always understand history as it relate and inform modernity, inform our practical reality today, because we tend to think of like, if I can't touch it, if I can't smell it, if I can't taste it, if I can't see it, then what's the point of it? But history in that respects still provides that for us, but we just have to always find that tangible stream. And that sometimes require us, depending on the type of work we do, to deepen the context of why we would use that information. And I gave you the example of how in the work that I do, it's required for me to understand the different patterns, sociological and psychological patterns that exist within family making and family development that goes back generations in order to make sense of our current familiar ties today. And I said, so for me, understanding Black folks in the last 100, 200, and even 300 years is critically important for my work, because I'm helping families draw inferences to how they're showing up today by understanding where they come from. And it helps them to solve dilemmas today in terms of relationship patterns, how they love, how they orchestrate the economics in their life and their family life, how they heal and repair relationships with previous generations, how they develop new relationships in their communal life. And so it's important for me to understand their history. But do I need to know whether or not these motherfuckers 3,000 years ago was wearing wigs on their heads or not? That's not pertinent to the work that I do. It doesn't make sense. It's entertaining, but it doesn't make sense. But there's a different psychological need when it comes to that. And that goes to the core conversation of what all of us was having with Carter G. Woodson and my little brother Fetty, in terms of what is the psychological necessity for history? And even though it's theory, how do we make history pertinent to our psychological and ethnic esteem with the development and socialization of our children? And that's a different conversation with history. Even though it's practical, it's not practical in the material form. It doesn't help us make decisions, so to speak, today, but it informs our psyche. It informs like our worldview. It informs our orientation to the world and the political economy that we live in. And I don't know, again, does it require me to know everything about Northern Africa 3,000 to 5,000 years ago? Probably not. But does it require me to know about something more remotely connected, like in the last 200, 300, 400 years? Probably so. It just depends on the person. So I just wanted to make that point to try to refresh your memory on that. We was having some critical movement around the utility of history for several weeks last summer, and it just seemed like you just like, fuck what Majasi's saying. I'm just gonna go back to my original point. History.
No, not at all, not at all. Well, you gotta, at least for me, I appreciate that. I kind of like talking to you, but sometimes I like arguing with you. I gotta just be real about the whole thing. I'm not saying that I didn't take nothing from there, but somewhere in there, I'm thinking that I might be struggling to communicate something. So in an attempt to try to iron that out, I would have to find him, right? Because I'm not necessarily arguing with you. We just having a conversation. So I come find him to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's a little bit more about what was really happening. Not that I'm like, not that I'm even so.
So you like having conversations with Majasi, but you like arguing with me. That's fucked up.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, Chef. The way that came across,
I like kind of arguing with Chef a little bit.
See how you was gonna take that, because that's kind of fucked up right there. But go ahead.
Well, it's really the same thing at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I respect
it's the same thing.
You know?
It's the same thing at the end of the day. So, but yeah, like so to kind of trying to iron out exactly how I'm trying to say it and trying to like sharpen it up to where I'm communicating it a little better. I will come find him, right? That was just the way I went about it. But yeah, you definitely refreshed me on some stuff, on some details about it I forgot. But I do remember us having a lot more at the end of that conversation that we agreed with than disagreed with. At the very end of what we were talking about. I remember all of that stuff. But I did forget specifically that you were talking about how our brains are wired to kind of like to have some kind of references. You need it. You know what I'm saying? You'll never be experiencing it totally without drawing back from something. You know what I'm saying? So I get that. I definitely get that. So for his conversation, because we've been going back and forth about it for so long, but like I think that I've definitely moved from it's not important at all. I can't stay there no more, right? So now I've moved to, okay, well, I've tried to force him to pick one, right? You pick one between is it better for this or better for that? And I've even got him to admit, yeah, this part of it is what we need more out of that. But today he kind of hammered home that you can't even do that part without this either. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta give him, I gotta give him his props on that. He did. He explained it well to where I couldn't really just keep fighting. But yeah, it's a little bit more of I just wanted to come find that nigga and mess with him.
Hey, but Logic, ask a question. What side of these conversations would you say? What would you say you've always had like an issue? Not with history, because I think that's too broad, but just like a more of a application.
Conscious community, the conscious community.
It's the conscious community. The conscious community's way of applying history is what ruffles my feathers, right? So like it was never what Chef was saying, and then I had to realize that Chef was saying something different than what conscious community people are saying, right? It took me a long time to get there. So then I had to realize, I'm not like, and then, he had to slow it down for me. And I realized, damn, okay. So what you saying does make a lot of sense, even though we both disagree with how they over there using history. So, I've moved quite a bit. There's been some breakthroughs in that conversation for me. So, yeah, there was a point where I was all the way on the other side, but I had to realize I'm on the other side because I see, people acting crazy when they doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's just some weird conscious community shit. That's not real history. You know what I'm saying?
Chef, would you say you, in a way, kind of messing up how you was using history at times based on your relationship to the community, or you was always trying to stay grounded in it?
Always trying to stay grounded in it, and I always understood what he was arguing against. You feel me? But lumping that together with all history was my issue. You dig what I'm saying? Like, yo, you ain't gonna make Black history not useful because you don't like the way these niggas talking about it. You feel me? Like you ain't gonna lump all us together and so you can walk away and say we don't need history because you don't like Jabari talking about motherfucking ancient Egypt. Like no, you ain't gonna do that to Black history. I won't let that shit happen. You feel me? Not on my watch. Just don't like Jabari.
Yes, and some things are sacred. It's just because they want to fuck it up, it don't mean history is fucked up. It's just it's fucked up. I get that.
Yeah, it's actually been the whole conversation, and even the points that I've moved on. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely been a bit of an eye opener as far as like you really can't you need both of them. Like that's really the simple answer. And I know at this point all I have left really is to try to pigeonhole him into which one would you say is more important. But you kind of you need both of them at the end of the day. I can't get around that. It just ain't no way I could get around it. So
That's good though. So I like when these conversations get to that level of growth. Now I'm fully expecting you to somehow fight on history sometime next week or the week coming up. But I understand at least it's coming from
Spin the block. He's definitely gonna spin the block.
I might. Cause look, not long after the conversation, I sat back and I was quiet, right? And somewhere in there, Chef said, "Yeah, I'm gonna say history, even though Logic don't like it." I'm not supposed to remember that and be like, "Man, let me figure out something." You know what I'm saying? Let me figure out something. I ain't gonna just let him.
You know,
it ain't that serious.
In the New York City park system, the New Jersey systems too, but mainly New York, they have chess grandmasters. Just so you know that sometimes these conversations are compared to something like this. They have chess grandmasters that'll go down to the guys playing chess in the park, still to sharpen their sword and have organic conversations. So just know that you're not like, this is still somewhat high level because even in those parks, those grandmasters, they really enjoy themselves. So even when like y'all talking to each other, y'all having these conversations, it might seem little, but sometimes just being able to get the words out. If you've ever done a project in your life, before you start writing it out or broaching it to other people, sometimes you talk that shit out in your own head just to see if the shit even makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Just to see like, am I crazy? And in actuality, you start talking to yourself and you're not being crazy. You're just making sure that this shit don't sound crazy. So no, bouncing ideas off of people or having like a favorite person to like, you know what? Let me troll. Chef does that a lot. Corey does it a lot too. Where if you study how they talk, they troll sometimes to get to a point to see how far you'll go, or they'll to try to see if they point even makes sense, to see if they damn near could fight anything. So that's kind of like I've seen Chef do that in real time, where like he don't even mean really what he's saying, but I don't think he has he know that you don't know what the fuck he's saying, so it really don't matter what you say, because at the end of the day, he already know even if I push on a wild stance, you're not comfortable enough in your own stance to fight me. So I hope I didn't give it to Chef, but
that's what make it tough actually to deal with him, because he do kind of understand both sides of the argument, and really one of the like the best point that he made is that we both right. And then he broke this shit down and was like bro, you might need two different people to even pull that off, right? You might need a historian to come together with an activist, and both of them bring what they got to the table in order to do it a little bit better. But at the same time, you wouldn't say it make it worse. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of different ways that he's actually articulated this. And like the last couple of days, he kind of been on fire with it a little bit. I mean, I wasn't expecting him to turn it up a notch, but he did. Like if you think about it, you can't just be prudent, and you can't just be looking backwards either. You know what I'm saying? I would try to argue as best as I can that the prudence part is more important, but you do need both of them. you can't even effectively be prudent without looking back, right? I would attempt to challenge that and say, well, you might not need to look back that far if your main focus is prudence. But he kind of a little bit right on that. Like you still need a foundation of understanding to understand what direction you're gonna go. You know what I'm saying? Like it's tough. It's tough. I found myself, I painted myself in a tough corner that I really can't get out of it because you do need both of them. Now I could, again, I try to peel him away from the looking backwards part, but every time I do, he remind me that you really can't go forward without having that foundation. And I ain't got around that part yet.
Even in the AI
Just
conversation
being honest.
you're having, even in that conversation, you begin to realize that it really ain't. Even in the AI conversation, this ain't the first time something has come across in population where it was some kind of new thing where everybody was going to lose their job or get down to lay down or something like that. And you could use some of the tools that people used back then to your benefit now even in these conversations about uh, how to participate. There's no need to be afraid of AI. Because somebody put the Discord link in the chat. Somebody's trying to join the Discord and participate in the conversation. If y'all can. If not, I can do it when I get in front of my laptop.
Well, AI Revolution was the what was that machine, Reggie? Omojasi. It was a machine that they created during the antebellum period that allowed them to take the seeds out of cotton faster. It was a machine. The cotton gin. Yeah, the cotton gin. Now that pushed the shit to the next level.
Eli Whitney?
Right. Motherfuckers go, oh damn, this gonna get rid of that shit pushed motherfucking slavery and the demand for cotton to the next level. You needed more motherfuckers to pick more cotton. You dig what I'm saying? Because now we can refine this shit to make the textile even fucking faster. So now it pushed the shit to the next level. You feel me? Crazy.
That's like when Unc and them started cooking crack in Baltimore.
Fucking hilarious.
I apologize.
That was
because the supply and the demand, and Baltimore, y'all created this gangster shit. But go ahead, bro. That was more a shot at Baltimore than a shot at the good old Bob. But what's up, Reggie? You said Reggie was here? Was somebody able to put that link in the chat? Or no?
Yeah, the Mabry in the building. Mabry. The Mabry in the Shaq in the building.
Okay. MC Shaq.
That's right, Shaq.
Hey,
what's up, Reggie? We was chilling yesterday, bro. Let's build on it. We was doing good.
Hey,
you can see I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just talking.
Yeah, but be careful, Reggie. It's Friday.
My major problem is Stuppies. He wants to disagree, and then when he agrees, he doesn't say anything. Or he might say I did good, but for the most part, he likes to disagree. He's my major antithesis.
Agreed with you after you left.
Say what?
He agreed with you after you left. I forgot what it was, but he came here and said he agreed with something after you left. Maybe he'll tell you when.
Okay. All right. So I learned from professors in college how to think, particularly Dr. Leonard Jeffries, who was trained in Columbia University, and he received the first degree, PhD in African studies. Yeah. So and he well, Africana studies, um, and um, and he one of the things that he did was he taught us all how to process information, and it wasn't his it was it's frameworks in which he learned in the university. And when I was listening with Jossie and Logic and this whole general conversation, um I think I need to share something that I don't often share because I just there's never really a conversation to share it, but I'm going to share it. Okay, there are ways in which to process information, and humans have learned this from the time that we become uh, modern. We began to systemize it, and I'm going to give you the frameworks, right? The frameworks are general, uh, look at information in a very general way, meaning start collecting it, organizing it, right? Uh, look for what is factual. There's a lot of information, but at some point you need to process information factually. Then, then at that point, then you do historical. As you begin to process information that's general and factual, you you try to go back into history, right? Historically to kind of confirm your thinking, right? Um, then so it's general, sorry, it's general, it's factual, it's historical, and then it's conceptual. That's when you begin to actually start thinking. Um, uh, because now you're organizing the general and the factual and historical information, and you begin to organize it into concepts, right? And then it's the finding what is practical, and then at only at that point, then you begin theoretical work. So people who get PhDs, right? If you condense what I said, if you look at the model of great thinkers, people who get, not all great thinkers get PhDs, but the PhD process is a very kind of like uh it's a mechanism, right? And and in that process, the people are trying who are going to award you that doctorate is going to look for that type of organization in your paper. So these concepts are related. They have a kind of hierarchy, right? Um, and it is a very reliable way of thinking, right? Now there are other ways in which people process information. Um, they can process it in something, well, we call it the CAPS, right? Concepts, analysis, processes, and processes of the forces, right? And systems. Systems are the way in which to kind of understand at any given point uh, these external forces that are more powerful than the processes. They are the systems. You can't beat a system, right? If you don't have a system, right? Concepts, analysis, what are the various ways in which, after you group the information, what is the various ways to analyze? That helps, and I just gave you one framework. And then processes. What are the forces controlling the information? Information might be right, but there might be things like white supremacy, there might be religion, there might be these types of forces, and then there's power structures. There's economics, politics, culture, and then there's those systems. So whatever system that it, there's big systems and then small systems. And then so if you do those things, then you are able to process information and have kind of better arguments that are more solution oriented, right? And then there's with these processes, there's things called DCCs, anti-DCCs, and then there's the thing in the middle uh, uh, for your information. So a lot of times we argue theses. What am I saying? And what's the antithesis? That's a simple way to do it. And then sometimes, given in a particular closed environment, there is some type of uh, middle ground. And the middle ground is always aggressively kind of changing based on those uh, uh, based on the dynamics. It's got to be kind of fluid, so nothing is stagnant. Because when we have a thesis, uh, information and all these other things are constantly changing, and then when you have antitheses, you have to take into account of someone else's uh, theses, right? For your antitheses, and then in the, and then you try to close the environment just to get some type of solution. So his history in itself is really not relevant. I try to be a little bit more fluid, um, even though I might be arguing history. I'm arguing history for a particular reason within a system, right? Within a kind of a closed system, looking for some type of solution. And that's where, in that process, we can find agreement and we can find disagreement. So what I gave you is something that uh, a structure that uh, that people who get to the doctoral level, the great what you call thinkers. These are the structures, and then there's all these things, epistemology, and uh, there's all these other things that factor in, and there are other ways of ecology, epistemology, axiology, all these other concepts. Sometimes you might have to explain these things depending on who you're talking to. The problem with us is that if we had learned that these things, some of our conversations would be a little bit more solution oriented. Uh, and we will find more agreements and sometimes bigger disagreements, but ultimately because there are constants like factual, right, and of information, conception. What the difference between a great thinker is like a chess player, right? Which I heard Brad talk about, enjoyment of the game. You find something that you have missed, meaning there was something in your framework that you didn't, in your moves, that you did not actually see. Maybe you didn't study enough chess games. That's historical. Maybe you didn't watch the clock, right? That's factual. Right? You missed the clock, right? You got yourself in a good situation, but your time is running out. That's so. Where are we?
That was fire.
It's okay.
No, that was fire.
Where are we?
Yeah, I like that.
Where are we? And this goes to every area of our work, right? Every area of our work. So you can take these frameworks, you can apply it to your job. I don't care if you're selling real estate. I don't care if you are simply just a regular blue car, a truck driver. I don't care, right? All these things are ways in which we recognize knowledge. What we don't receive is education from PhDs. Um, we are pushed on a lower level, and so then we have to. If no one teaches you it, then what we have to do is we have to find it ourselves, and that's how the people in power keep uh, lower groups of people away from these type of educational frameworks, right? Um, so when someone like Brass is listening, Brass is a a good thinker, right? Because he tries to organize these kind of like thought exercises that we do, and he gets to a point where he says, "Nah, I got to come in. Everybody, shut up. I got to come in." Um, why? That's why I like this platform, because there are actual thinkers on this platform. They're not people who's regurgitating shit like for example, believe it or not, like the Kemet people. The Kemet people are, to me, for the most part, are just Christians, religious Christians. They're gonna use words like "ma'at," but don't know the history, don't know if it's factual, but they'll ma'at you to death, right? And then they start talking to mummies and shit, right? So I'm not one of those people, right? I wasn't trained like that. And then there's there are Christian. I don't have a problem if you are a Christian, but if you're Christian or you're a Muslim, I don't have a fundamental problem. That's your faith, but don't bring your faith into a conversation, right? Just keep your faith to yourself. I have no problem with that. But when you try to push your faith, and then I ask you about Adam and Eve and what the Bible says about the world, the creation of the world, like you're crazy. Like somebody rose from the dead. Look, that's something that, that for whatever reason, fear or whatever, we have to believe that, but don't make it real outside of your mind. Because if it's a happening, we would see that phenomena over and over again. And in their case, it happened one time. In Islam is about recitations of knowledge or thoughts, right? They're hadiths and stuff. These are practical, kind of like historical things that occurrences. Okay, you think that it occurred. I got it. It helps you in a framework, but don't tell me any of that stuff is true. Mores are the same. Um, and then there is this new thing of science, right? Science literacy, and all of that stuff. And I got a hard. Uh, it took me 6 years to become an engineer. Uh, I learned university math, physics, chemistry, biology. Uh, uh, Before I could even really go into my major, um, so I had to learn all these things, and these things were frameworks so that you can solve from problems. You have to know how problems are solved in every other field, right? And then, but then we have these conversations where we need to be science literate and stuff like that. Yeah, I think we need to be literate in a whole bunch of things. Um, but science is always changing. So then I question that, and I went through the process. I actually have an engineering degree. I worked 20 years problem solving. I was an IT director. I got reorganized. But that's because, in the world that I lived, the mistake that I lived in, I chose a profession that's always changing. You always need to change.
So how you go from being an IT doctor, right, to
what?
To working with Dr. Ben? Like, what took you from IT to Dr. Ben? Tell me that story.
Well, that was just part of the process because I got to understand the constructions of a civilization. I got to understand a civilization that lasted over 3,000 years and fell. I got to understand it. I got to see it. I got to walk. Uh, uh, I got to go to the place, walk the grounds, find temples and structures all over the place, and statues and things like that all over the place, and writing, right? And then realize that they did something wrong. They did something.
Who did something wrong?
Oh, the people we call the ancient Egyptians. They didn't understand. They climate. Um, they're insular. They were very insular. So sometimes they were imperialistic. They were largely in their territories. They built these 3 damn pyramids that you could see for damn near 50 to 75 miles, shining in it, and want people who are land poor, resource poor, people poor, to look at you all goddamn day from the hills. You want what you want, right? And so, but my basic, I just went sideways only because of the answer, because Dr. Ben, I went to Egypt with Dr. Ben, and I went to West Africa with Dr. Clark, right? Shoot, I done met everybody. I done met Louis Farrakhan. I done met Bishop Tutu. I met Aristide. I mean, I'm talking about closer than Obama, President Obama, the Supreme Court Justice, the sister who's the Supreme Court Justice. Met her, right? Closer than I've had conversations with any of you. Meaning, so then I come to this community, and the only thing that I can give you is some of the things in an organized fashion of what I learned. Now, so my framework that I gave you, which most people didn't write it down, but I'll tell you again, it's general, looking at any circumstance in a very general way. It's kind of like an awareness, factual. What's factual about what's going on, right? What's historic, if there's any historical things that you need to factor in. How are you grouping all of this information, the conceptual, factual, historical? How are you grouping it, right? What concepts are you building, right? And what's practical for you? What do you have to do with the information right now, tomorrow, next week, next year, right? Or what do you have to go home and talk to your child about, right? And then you get into this area which is theoretical, right? When you get into theoretical, that's kind of new thoughts. You're gonna make some things better. Like I shouldn't have yelled at my daughter, right? Shouldn't have yelled at my son. Like what is the best way to, which they're having problems in school, right? They may have a learning issue, right? You begin to theorize, or what's going on with my relationship with my wife, right? Or my girlfriend, right? You Then you come back in that theoretical phase, then you're being able to wield all those things. It's called willing, with being able to wield them, right? So that's why some people, they seem to get everything right. They're like vibing, but it's usually hard work. So I'm gonna stop right now. I hope that was helpful because if you think about a lot of conversations that we have, we might be missing a point. It may not be structured. So how if that's how I survive in this at least on these panels, right? That's how I survive. Those are my that's my framework. That's where when I'm listening to you for 10 to 15 minutes before I speak, I'm trying to organize in those type of things as best as I could, right?
Well, maybe sometimes organizing ain't the best. You know, sometimes this might be an organic conversation that might need to be had.
But you
So,
still
I
need to,
mean, everything is a case by case basis.
oh yeah,
So,
well, but I still use those tools until I get to a point where like yesterday I had to leave. I actually had to leave the panel, right? I saw that the person that I was talking to is just not structured enough, doesn't know enough about history, or don't know enough, certainly don't know anything about law, right? Never read a legal paper, don't know anything about historical law. And I'm like, okay, now as much as I want to,
so yeah, was that a shot at me, Reggie? I feel like it was a shot at me.
no, it wasn't you. I enjoy talking to you because you're fluid. I, I can't force you to be on my side, right? I have to wield with you. I have to wield a certain amount of information to try to see if I could convince you by showing you information. So you're built differently. Sometimes I'm arguing with just nuts. Like I know you got no education. Like why you messing with me? And I'm not the conscious community. I was trained by a number of PhD scholars while I was doing my field. And in my field, I had to do the same thing, but my field was kind of limited to whatever program I was using, whatever interface I was using, whatever tools, right? And it's certainly just at the end of the day, I had to solve a certain set of problems. So it's just focused. But with these conversations, it requires facts, concepts, history, right? Practicality. And only in a little while, only in the little spaces do we get to theoretical stuff. But most of the time, Brass, Logic, Corey, Chef, Ujasi, we don't get to the theoretical. We don't like, for example, I'm gonna do a show, I think on Monday on my birthday. I'm working on it. It's taking me a lot of work, but I am going to do a birthday show somewhere on some channel, maybe Sonetta's channel.
34 on Monday.
Huh?
You gonna be 34 Monday?
No, I'm in a funny situation. I'm gonna be 61. I'm 1 year short of
Well,
early.
you look 34, Reggie. You don't look a day older than 34, Reggie.
No, I do.
Just to let you know.
No, I do. Thank you so much. But I in fact do. Um, I don't maybe not look my age, but now I'm feeling my age. And and as I reach my birthday, I'm reaching my birthday at a time where we think that there is a war in the Middle East, but it is a culmination of 4,000 years of religion. It's disguised as a war, but it's really about a structural global change of a new fight, a crusader fight. The same, that's where you go back into history. We're back into the Crusades. We are back in the modern world in the Crusader period. And we don't realize that. And before we got to the Crusader period, we're back in the world of religious zealousness, disguised as I hate Iran, which when they say I hate Iran, they hate the Saudis, they hate Islam, uh, they hate. It's like before that, Rome, right? It's my way or the highway. It's mine. It belongs to me. Before that, Alexander the Great, right? Is these great, yeah, and before that, these people gardening dates and harvesting dates and stuff like that, and in the Levant, right, where these gods are kind of popping up, right? And before that, Egypt, right? Egypt and the Nile Valley, right? And this is where we are. And people don't understand that this shit is coming home. It's coming home to our streets. I'll tell you why I know this on maybe Monday, but if you are thinking that when you turn on the news and you're seeing children being blown up and religious structures being blown up and people are dying, if you don't believe this shit is not coming back to a city near you where your children, forget you, who cares about you? I care about your children. Your children are going, we've had these school shootings, right? Now we got ICE, right, running around, walking up to people who you know are not immigrants and asking for ID with masks on, like a Gestapo. If you don't do something that's general, factual, historical, conceptual, you out of your mind. People are walking up, right, with masks on and asking a person that looks like they from Mississippi, I want to see your ID. Where the Constitution says that that's one of the protections you're supposed to have. If you're not doing a crime, you're not supposed to be asked, right? If we believe in that shit, but we should know enough that on a road in Arkansas, Alabama, uh, a police car can pull up to you and then say, "Boy, where you from?" And you better answer. Well, who's your people, right? And if they don't recognize that shit, then you might be in a police car or worse. But we live in this stupid ass comfort. So all the things that we've ever talked about, when this shit comes to America, you ain't special, right? When people are scared, those people walking around in those masks with those uniforms, when they're scared, when they are scared, they don't care if you served in the United States military. They don't care if you was a former law enforcement. They don't care if you are a construction person. They don't give a fuck if you are if you got an IT job or you work in goddamn McDonald's. If you don't think that this shit is coming home and everything that we've ever learned, right? All this dumb shit we hear, the Hebrews talking about Captain Tazariak, we gonna be their slaves. We gonna be their slaves. Well, these are people who are converts to something of another group of people who absolutely believe people are going to be slaves. Deuteronomy, Exodus, right? That you don't have a right to protect your nation. It's ours. Look at what's happening, right? The Monroe Doctrine. Like everything that is on this Western Hemisphere connected to a United States of America belongs to America. And you're not part of the United States. I don't care how much food you make. I don't know how much gold you got. I don't care how much oil you got or mineral resources. When I say the shit is mine, you need to know it's mine. And we ignore shit like that. So when I got shocked was when both Congress and the House and the Senate did not wield in the powers of a president for uh these for and not even calling it a war yet. But it's a war. It's a war and it's coming home. Just like 9/11 came home, right? It's coming home. And so you people, me too, right? We have to talk, we have to go home and talk to our families, right? And we have to tell them, baby, you're gonna have to survive. I don't care what you're thinking about, something happened that we need to be aware of, right? We need to be aware of. And we got to understand that Muslims, Christians, Hebrews are going to take sides. But right now, we are talking about things that are not present in our lives. And there's something that just happened that makes all of this very present. It's very real. I'm sorry I had to, in my birthday week, I have to tell you that something happened overseas that will every day affect us. We're going to see our friends and families being called to active duty, right? So they say there's going to be no boots on the ground. Well, there's going to be boots in ships and planes. I've seen people being called into service in my neighborhood, right? I talk to people that are in reserves, and I see them all the time, and I'm like, so what's going on? They said, well, they haven't called us, but we are on alert. And I'm like, I'm talking to these people, and they're realizing that this shit can be Iraq, this shit can be Afghanistan, that they could be leaving for 7 to 8 called to duty for 7 to 8 months, right? They may not come home. I talked to one of my ex-girlfriends. Uh, she was active in the military. She got her son in the military. Luckily, he finished his tour. But this is a baby girl of mine, real close, and I could see in her face when she was a service person. It was a job, right? It was a job for her and her family, but she had to leave for she was a trainer in the military. So she had to leave for 6, 7 months at a time, right? So now what's happening in your neighborhoods? Is this is since this war started, what, a week ago? It was all good just a week ago? Where should our minds be? I want to ask the great thinkers, Logic, Brass, Chef, Corey. Where should our minds be right now? Like, where's our focus? Where should our focus be? Should your focus be now calling your mother, your daughter, checking up on your wife, right? Your son, finding out like, hey, how you doing? What's going on? Anything going on? Right? Are you aware? You looking? Right?
And I think that I think the focus is always I think the focus would always be something in and around family in times like this. But I think now, I think more importantly, I think it's time to rather than randomly just throwing darts at a dartboard called the U.S. government, now start getting in tune with what you made a great point about how they're voting. You know what the people are, what the government and some of these representatives that represent us, they're talking a good game when the cameras come on, and they're talking a good game when they're on CNN. But when they're getting down to doing these voting and these resolutions, stop just assuming that everybody votes one way based off one thing. You'll be surprised how much bipartisanship is going on in regards to this war. There has not been a vote based on the sentiment of the people and the sentiment that you see on TV. You would think that there's been all these votes, and that when they brought up the war resolution, that they were kind of all in lockstep against Donald Trump and against MAGA. But in all actuality, if you really look at what's going on, they voted twice to keep this going.
Absolutely.
They're not, you know, so you pay attention to politicians with how they vote, not necessarily what they're saying. So mainly, so you can look at some of the guys in your own area. We were having a conversation earlier about Chef was saying, so what should we do if we vote and we get people in office and they don't do what we say? Then you start doing the other part of civic duty, the same thing that got us our civil rights. If it's touching you, pause, in that way, and it's really bothering you in that way, get out there in your community, get out there and protest, get out there. There should be, based on the sentiment against this war that I've seen on TV and then on YouTube and then Instagram, there should be 1 million people standing outside the White House right now. There should be people storming the Capitol to get this over with. But I think if you just sit around and wait for the people that you voted into office to somehow do the bidding of whatever you think they're going to do, then they're just going to keep doing it. And as long as you're painted at one particular person, maybe you'll begin to realize that while that person is screwing the hell up, I think it's also important to realize that maybe it might make some frugal sense to actually point your target at the entire process. Because but go ahead.
The system, right? Because you got to take a system relationship. So you did exactly what you were supposed to do. You're looking at what people say, and ultimately you're waiting for a vote to cartel. You think there's a difference between the red and the blue, but you find out that these resolutions to continue the war pass very easily. Then you go and you do concepts. Well, I'm an American. I'm a goddamn American. That's all we hear on these shows. I'm American, and they attacked us. They didn't attack us. We attacked them. But we attacked them first because they were going to attack us. Well, they weren't going to attack us. They were going to attack our interests. Well, that's us, right? They protect us. Protect us from who? Right? So I didn't throw a dart at Donald J. Trump. I did not. I was talking about a system relationship for the very thing that you actually said.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't more speaking to you. A lot of our conversations in here sometimes get affected by social media. Now, while we're all aware of what's going on one side, I think it's clear that even while we're doing these shows, there are resolutions being voted on as we are speaking about something completely different.
Yeah.
And when you start looking at how people are voting, not you, just us, just an education piece.
I'm saying, yes,
I don't think everybody, I think honestly, Reggie, if we're being honest, I think a lot of people started picking up these political conversations once it became sexy. Now that Donald Trump is something exciting to talk to. But with this being essentially what my life was, I've always kind of got an idea of you can listen to how these guys talk, but they're trying to get elected. So because they're trying to get elected, you can listen to what they're saying by all means. That's how you can gauge some of the movement or whether you prefer them or not. But watch how they vote, because how you can't lie on a vote. Once I see your vote, you can then tell me, and then I could possibly choose to believe whatever it is that you're saying. But in most cases, once I see your vote, then I know where your heart lies. I know what you're really trying to do. I think one thing this week, Reggie, that hit close to home. I don't know how well you know him, but Hakeem Jeffries from New York. They're just now finding out that he does have a relationship. They're finding out all these politicians, not just him, to be fair.
Jeffries is the nephew of Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
No, right. That's why I said it may hit a little bit close to you to home, but I'm not trying to hit you with this.
No,
I'm just
you can hit me because
I'm just saying they're just now finding out that he has some ties now to one of his with APAC. And one of his calling cards, one of the things that has gotten him elected, one of the things that and now this is Corey, I hope Corey is here, but this is one of the things me and Corey always talk about when everybody keeps saying that Israel is not necessarily touching the things that we're doing. If you pay attention, it's going to be very hard pressed to find politicians that are not affected by APAC money and lobbying. It's going to be almost impossible.
He's so affected. Look, I knew him since he was 10 years old, 8 years old.
I figured that.
I helped him in his first run when he ran against Roger Green for assembly person, right? I kept the goddamn people from Brooklyn off his ass, right? And but they got him early. What happened is hardworking professors who was his father, his father and uncle, they sent him to a specialized school. They put him in touch with these people, and these people got him early.
Right.
How could I say I can be super Judas, right? I can actually be super Judas, but I can't. Some things I need to leave alone. He's a very powerful person now.
Yeah, basically the head of the Democratic Party for all intents and purposes, if we're being honest.
He's a very, very powerful person.
Yeah.
And I have to measure my speech because it affects me and my family in a way that I don't want it, because then it becomes vindictive. But he went to Africa when I went to Egypt. He went on that trip when when I went to West Africa. Part of my job was to chaperone and take care of his little brother, Hassan Jeffries, who became a PhD. Right? My job was, believe it or not, to take care of Dr. Clark's son, Sonny Clark, Dr. Jeffries' nephew, Hassan, James Small's son, Malik Small, right? And do my other duties on these particular trips. I was their damn chaperone. So when Hakeem Jeffries ultimately he got elected to assembly person, the people that initially helped him never looked back, and his community is largely split between blacks and Jews. And the Jewish people began to help him with his campaign. Help him with his campaign. And that helped him, basically controlled his campaign.
Right.
And there's going to be a time where I'm in the next year, 2-3 years, I'm going to have a talk with him over a family situation that is definitely going to occur, right? But I know the man's granddaddy. That's how much I know him. But when he ran against Charles Barron, I worked with Charles Barron against him. We lost, and he became congressman. right? When he was running for Charles Barron, I went to a meeting, a fundraising meeting, but I didn't know he was running against Charles Barron. And it dawned on me, and I wasn't their type of people, right? Because there were some things that I could not sit with, right? And he defeated Charles Barron, and I'm not on his favorite list. He would do, the way he talks, with his hands and his gestures, not like he's tough, but very direct. Right? I'm not to him. I'm nobody. I'm just his uncle's uh, uh, aide, former aide, former aide, and I don't mean much. And so I could tell you a lot of personal things about these people. They're
Right.
owned. They're owned, and a lot of politicians are owned. Uh, press. Uh, in today's society, to be a politician, somebody has to be your handler.
Essentially, to
You're
move you
owned.
through, to clear out pathways, and to also know that when you do get into position, we already know that you're going to be beholden and you're going to be
Correct.
on the same team. They don't want
Correct.
to elect. They don't even want to take the chance of getting somebody in office unless they already know. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
And so so and this is like people like Maxine Waters. She grew up, where is she from? Where she's from, LA, or right? People voted her in, but then you know how fast these politicians become millionaires, right? So Maxine Waters came up in a situation where people were in abject poverty, and she talked the things that needed to be talked to. And you know what they do? They put her in these powerful positions in charge of banking, and so she's supposed to be the person to look out for us when it comes with these loans and things like that, right? Of these fleecing of black folks for these high interest loans and things like that. Does she reel in the banks? No, no. She doesn't wield in the banks, affecting the people who got her in for those same reasons. She becomes very powerful, very wealthy.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're looking at that a little bit wrong. I definitely will defend the hell out of some politicians because I work with them closely. But I look at it like this: like those people in those positions are brokering relationships and deals, and those things have monetary value associated with it. Like, for instance, like when a person does a deal in my particular industry, like we give motherfuckers like a 1% or a 0.75% like buffering fee, like just for being that introduction and to help the company or to help the business grow, but also benefit that community. So if she became a millionaire off of a relationship with a huge bank that benefited the community, why do we only focus on the fact that she got something out of benefiting the community though? Like, I don't understand that part. I mean, unless the community didn't benefit.
Well, no, as far as me though, what I'm saying is the culture Reggie's saying, but I'm talking about the 10x potential of what's going on. So I'm not talking about a person making $1 million. I'm talking about some of these politicians get elected driving 1993 Subarus, and in less than 2 years they got phantoms, houses off the coast of Costa Rica, 4 and 5 places, and the constituents that they represent, they haven't seen any change in their particular situation. That's not even 0.5x. So what I'm saying is not necessarily pay. I understand that it's called pay for play, right? But it's also, but the legal version would be more of what you said, the buffering, how to get a lobbying, sponsoring a bill. I'm talking about when they come into office and the places they represent are in abject poverty, and these people become tens of millionaires, 10x, 12, 20x, 30x. Then on top of that, and I'm gonna land my plane to give the point to Reggie. Then you got a situation where it's very obvious to the point to where even the Republican Party is trying to put forth bills of trying to rein in these guys' stock practices. They get information that the rest of the general public does not get. That's just a fact, right? But in order to do business and protect the public, we know that, so we cool with it. But at least they're not even at this point trying to hide the fact that they're doing insider trading.
Well, yeah,
That they're not even attempting. They, at least the older politicians, they would, they wouldn't OD on it. But the simple fact that we can make an app that I follow, by the way, but that we can make an app called the Pelosi app to somehow beat the returns of a successful investor. Pelosi is also being a member of the politics, but she's also apparently one of the greatest investors in the history of investment strategy. So you got to be careful. Like, I understand we're not talking about what you're talking about, just paying and participating. I'm talking about the excess and the greed, that there has to be something corrupt behind it. We just can't prove it.
Yeah. So, Brad, I will retract my statement. Then I didn't know you was talking about like insider trading. That's something completely different. I agree with you wholeheartedly about that. My bad.
Yes. Yeah. Like I when Kurt. I remember in the summertime there was a story that came out about Justice Thomas, where Justice Thomas, they had literally the Supreme Court is supposed to be the most unbiased position in government. Literally, you can't be fired. You can only die to lose your job. So you have no fear. You could do what you need to do. And even this joker was taking trips with corporations and accepting vacations and summer homes and things like that. Some of that stuff we can't abide by. But I don't know if that's exactly where Reggie was going. But I know for me personally, that was my point.
Because my whole thing is you're beholding. So what I found out in politics is that one thing is you're beholding because they helped you. The other thing is they help you to break the laws, and they know when and where you broke the law, and they help you to break the law. And so when you go off the meat rack, they're like, you took the oath. You let us remind you about this particular stock tip, right? Let us remind you when you voted on this, you gained that. Let us remind you. And they say, oh shit, I can go to federal jail, right? They're not only it's almost, how can I say, on the level of espionage.
Yeah.
It's they make you break the law, right? Now there was a time in my like in what I know about the people in politics. I know politicians who went to jail for not went to jail, lost their whole political career because they was gifted baseball tickets for the governor, Patterson. He was gifted baseball tickets, Yankee
Blind
tickets.
man. He was blind, right?
Partly blind. Partly blind. And David Patterson was gifted baseball tickets so him and his son can go. Him, his father's son, and son's friends went to a Yankee stadium that was gifted a Yankee game, and he lost his governorship over that. Simply over that. Now, David Patterson, I know very, very well. David Patterson, when went to my job on my behest. He was my guest in my job in the law office when we were needing to fundraise, right? Now, so when I went to when Kyle was saying, I think maybe I'm wrong and I'm looking at it a different the wrong way. Well, I think Brass helped out with these people getting not 10x but 20x. And 20x where their communities in abject poverty. Los Angeles is like squatter city, one of those squatter cities, right? But with all of the banking finesse that she has, she can't even go and say, "Can you ease off a little bit?" Is a major high, like where I'm from. I have to walk in the streets and I have to see people living in tents, right? So the Democratic Party, uh, see, there's a different group. The Republicans were, a lot of them were self-made millionaire families, right? They were they was self-made. A lot of the Democrats are just common workers who want to be the same as the Republicans, right? They come from abject poverty, or a little bit better, lower middle class. You gotta understand the wages of their parents 40 years ago. Look, man, if you're making $600-700 a month, $800 a month, that was a living. And before that, even less, right? Now, these people, a lot of these Democrats were just ordinary, or just ordinary people in the beginning, right? In ordinary communities, using pimping shit. The conscious community ain't got shit on these people. Light ain't got shit on Umar, ain't got shit on these people, yo. This is just what Ash just said. Now, when it comes to the vote, where you think that they should use what they worked hard for. I'm talking about the Democrats. What they worked hard for to become out of ordinary people, to become to get master's degrees.
Can I interrupt you briefly? Because I wanna yeah, I mean I'm trying to do it to help flow the conversation. But I guess what I'm saying is, before we got on this particular topic, we were talking about history and how people could misuse it, right? And I'm only saying this because I really want you to see where I'm coming from while we're having a peaceful moment and we're just having a conversation. But I find it a bit strange, right, that you can have so much information on this, which means you understand the urgency that African Americans need to have when it comes to dealing with those kind of issues and being proactive on those kind of issues. And that lets me know that it should be kind of somewhat obvious to you that when you bringing up hablo groups and all the other stuff, that you kind of like distracting them away from that, right? Like you're not giving them, you are not giving them what they need, right? You kind of giving them the placebo pill.
I have a conscious life, and I have a goddamn very private life, and I have a activist life. Only one part. So when I come on to talk about history in a way that I do, is so that people can get familiar with me, right? You just think that I'm just doing it for fun, but that's because you maybe you didn't have your coffee in the goddamn morning. But I'm a very
so if you're not just doing it for fun, what explain what you was about to say right there. Because you sound like you started off by separating your different lives. Right? So like what are you about to do?
All the shit that I said in this one fucking 45, 50-minute rant is more than you ever said in your whole fucking life. So you can come on. Right?
No, I don't understand why you upset. Because I mean I thought that was appropriate towards what you're saying. I was actually saying the stuff that you were saying was important.
You can't understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because I'm saying what you were saying was important. Right?
Talking about haplogroups and shit like that.
What I'm saying is listen. If you calm down for a second.
Very well.
No, look, the reason why you're doing it ain't what we're talking about right at this point. You know that your audience has a they have an idea in their head, right? That they are looking at this recovery or reclaiming of history, right, as a part of their activism. Now, you might might have enough wisdom to be able to separate all of that, but I feel as though you know that you're talking to people who kind of struggle with that, and then, instead of helping them through the process of how they can become more active or more efficient in what they care about, right? You kind of give them the muscle relaxer a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So that I don't think that that's something for you to be upset about, because you clearly smart enough to understand that there's a difference between.
When I come on this show, right? There might be some times that I might talk about Egypt if the conversation is on. But when I come on this channel, right, I talk about what you're talking about.
Yes.
Right? I'm not talking about no, and I'll tell you that's not something that that's not something. But then I have a person like this who says I'm doing something that I don't do. We were talking about history, right? Historical, about how important his history is. And I listened to his little ramble, Logic's ramble, right? And then that was one of the reasons why I came in and started talking about the general, factual, historical, conceptual, practical, and theoretical, because I thought I needed to help the people understand how knowledge is interrelated, right? Now, none of what I just said today, and then we start talking about politics because we're making it practical and we're being theoretical, right? And this dude comes up and says that I'm talking about haplogroups. The conversation is not about that.
I'm saying that you understand the importance of what you're saying, right? But you are not known in none of these circles, right? For having this particular conversation, and you got so much to offer on it, but you don't really talk about it. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
and I don't know why that's making you upset.
Where have you been? I talk about the Black City Plan, right? I talk about the Black City Plan.
That's the least thing that you talk about.
I talk about no. That's because you got to get an audience familiar enough so that you can talk about it, and it has to be in a particular circumstance. I can't run it down your throat, right?
So if I say that the Black City Plan is one of the least things that you talk about, I'm not making an inaccurate statement.
No,
I'm not.
Talk about.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like a situation where the patient is getting prescribed a drug of choice, but the doctor is taking the patient's perspective and letting the patient prescribe himself, rather than the person that's a professional, that's trained in that area, to giving them the medicine that the professional doctor sees they need. And I feel like, Reggie, you got so much information. I've listened to your Black City Plan, and it's great work. I ain't gonna lie to you. Now, I think that sometimes you just need to start talking about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you put your heart and your soul into it, and I think that needs to be expressed. And I think you also can motivate other people to and I think we all need to help you do that. You know what I'm saying? We need to shift the conversation, because like, it's only so much that we can learn about the past before we start that we need to start applying it. And I think that we should all take, as a collective, help Reggie get his Black City Plan off and rolling, and have common conversations about it, get it accepted, and then people can tweak it based on their own city, and we can roll with the blueprint, because he took his time, put together a blueprint. It would be advantageous for us to use one of those elder insights for us to be a launching pad for us in our own cities. But my bad.
I think what happens.
Amen. I was trying to tell him the same thing, and he got mad at me.
If I look at very respectful to platforms, if we are talking about one thing, then I will go on the platform and talk about what I know about the subject. There's only about 16 people on this channel. I can go on. I used to be not a moderator, but I used to be able to spin up shows on Sinetta like Ankh does, right? I don't choose to do that right now. I just choose to talk to people that I know, right? talk to topics that I want to talk to people like, believe it or not, people like Brass and Chef, Corey, right? Because they themselves are thought leaders, they're running a show. So I'm assisting them running
Key members in the conscious community.
Don't call me no fucking key member in the company.
No, they're running. They are
I know backhanded compliments when I hear them.
They're running.
If he gave you one, you ain't get mad at him.
No, but he ain't say what you just said, man.
Yeah, they're running platforms that I think that are useful for people like Yall. I mean, people that work real hard in how can I say, in retooling themselves, right? From what they were to what they are now, right? Retooling themselves.
And he's actually doing it though. See that, like what I like about Kyle, we have differences on different topics. We're 90% aligned, but the one thing I can always respect about Kyle, no matter what we disagree on, I know that when I'm talking to him, I know if I need him to do something for me on a show or anything like that, I'm damn near stopping him from doing some shit that's actually out in the community and actually making some abject change towards people, you know, if that makes sense. So even if we don't agree on the internet, I know for a fact the one thing I can't say, whether I agree with what he's doing or I know he's out there doing something that may not be within the realm of what I'm talking about, but he's moving the crowd. So I can respect that.
So
if that makes sense.
Most of you,
Appreciate
not most of you actually have jobs, right? Right? Actually have jobs, contribute to Social Security and pension, have families. In some of these other places that I go to, these are couch potatoes. They ain't got no Social Security. They got no Social Security points. They got no investments, right? They don't talk about their families. You never hear them talk about their children and what their children are doing. You talking about you listen to their little identity or whatever snake oil that they're selling, right? I talk to y'all. I talk to more. I don't have to 16 people. I have to talk to y'all.
It's actually 40. It's 43. We live on 4 platforms.
But I prefer to talk.
16 on YouTube. But I got you. I
prefer to talk to y'all.
Yeah, better conversations over here.
I prefer. I go on other platforms and they want to talk about what they're pushing, right? What they're pushing. And I'm like, okay, that's what you're pushing. Maybe I don't want to be a part of what you're pushing, but on another day I might be a part of what you're pushing. I'm closer to Sinetta than anybody. I'm probably I'm of all Sinetta's good deeds and bad deeds, I'm closer to Sinetta's platform than anybody.
Yeah, don't be saying that too much in public, right? It puts a bad light. It puts a bad I try not to put people in a position where they gotta go against maybe somebody they're close to a relationship I don't understand because it ain't for me to understand. But I still to this you come in here a lot of times and you think you catching hell. Sometimes it's personal. Like yesterday, the shit with Westside, that was personal. So I tried to like kind of catch that before it got around the bend. So sometimes I hear people just say, what Logic is saying to you isn't necessarily personal. What it is you come into conversations after we've been talking. We talk to each other all the time, whether if it's not on the phone, if it's in the Discord or it's in the chat. So we talk all the time. A lot of times Logic's trying to give you a perspective on a topic that we're having outside of what you're talking about. So what you're talking about in regards to politics and activism, that's a sticking point in a separate conversation that's attached that you just don't know. So it just seems personal. So the question goes in the short version is, we're trying to figure out historically how the connection between actual active, what's more important. That was literally this morning, if you rewind the show, of the connection between using history to somehow move forward and chart progress versus how much we should be using action and or how
Didn't
much
I do
or how
that?
less we should be using history. So
Didn't I
yeah,
do that?
that's what
Didn't
it
I
was.
connect the dots with history and put it
Yeah, I
in?
know, but Logic had a question on that, so it wasn't personal. Logic
No,
had a question about that.
My friend Logic stabbed me in the back, and so it was about
Damn.
Not stabbed you in the back. Come on, man. I ain't even on that.
Side, in the lung.
I'm not even on that though. Like I'm not.
Yeah, but
not.
why mention it?
Facts, Courtney
No, I mentioned it because it. Okay, I mentioned it the way I mentioned it because I'm dancing, right? Because I feel like you smart enough to know that you are rocking people to sleep that need to hear something different. That's why I'm saying it, right? Because if you can acknowledge yourself, right, that the stuff that you saying don't have nothing to do with the stuff that you talking about right now, right? The Egypt stuff, the haplogroup stuff, you know that don't got nothing to do with it. But you know you're talking to an audience that needs to hear the other shit that you know. But instead of trying to steer them towards the other stuff, you will rock them to sleep with the haplogroup.
I look.
You just said you need a different audience to talk about the Black City plan. So how am I saying something that you ain't saying?
I gotta be fair with Reggie. To be fair, Logic, right?
Here come
I
Lazarus.
just had the conversation with him earlier. I was trying to basically kind of ask the same question you did, and he gave me a really good answer. I accepted it, right? It's the people who you having the conversation with, right? So he named you in that conversation, right? So he's not able to have the same conversation with other people as he can with you. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes, and Logic, I'm just translating here. I hate this saying right here, right? I hate it with a passion. But I'm gonna tell you what he's saying. Sometimes you got to meet people where they at. You know what I mean?
Powerful niggardry at work.
That's definitely some powerful niggardry.
Hey, but that you're right.
But I hate that saying though, Logic. It's a terrible saying, right? But that's what it is. But to give Reggie credit, at least he recognizes, right, where he can come and have the pertinent conversations that need to be had. Because Reggie does have good information. Like Reggie knows some shit, especially when it comes to
he
politics and law and shit like that.
Yeah.
So I would say, Reggie, to hell with niggas at, right? You need to step where I'm in my realm, right? To hell where you at. I'm gonna force feed you this shit down your throat, right? Sometimes though, Reggie, what I do, right, even though people don't understand politics, I bring the politics to the front door, right?
No, you're right, but what it is that look, I'm 61. I'm gonna be 61 in three or 4 days. I have high blood pressure. At some point, you know, I'm not young anymore. I can have a fucking stroke. I can stroke out. I can
in
stroke
concrete
out.
years, right? So and I'm 44, but in concrete years, I'm every bit of like 110 or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I hurts bad, Reggie. I hurts very badly.
Oh, sometimes I have to leave a show because I'm like, Reg, your heart is fucking racing. You don't feel well. Like you're arguing with somebody who's real stupid. And so Reg, you gotta stop. You gotta lay down. I fucking have to lay down, y'all. Like
absolutely. I hear you.
And so when
you got a body budget, Reggie, you got a body budget and you can't spend it all. Not your golden years, because you're in your golden years right now. You know what I mean?
You're in the fourth quarter.
The worst person I have to talk to is my son. Like my son is very, very bright, very well trained. And he just says, hey, Dad, I'm not messing with you, man. I told you about talking to these stupid people. Why are you talking to these stupid people? They're not, you're my dad. You helped create me. I can think about 7 other young people that you helped create, right? Right. that you sat down with them, you talked to them, you showed them things, you
Well,
took
your
them.
son sounds wise. It sounds like you didn't pass some wisdom on to him. He telling you right, Reggie.
Right.
You
But
don't need to be talking to a lot of these people. Now, I appreciate you coming over here having a discussion with us, but a lot of these folk, Reggie, you don't need to be on the panel having discussions with. Just to let you
exactly.
know that.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And so what happens, I'm on Sinetta's channel, and then I'm
That's a
talking about
wild thing right there. That's what your son talking about. He
Yeah,
not talking about
I
when he
hate
be
to
over
say it.
here. He
Yeah.
There
talking
go
about
your
what your
there go
son
your
talking
M-Lotta
about right
thing
then.
right there, bro.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
That's the
Reggie,
reason for your M-Lotta thing right there.
but
Reggie,
look,
think about
You
your life,
might as
Reggie.
well say that the House of Consciousness is low sartan or
yeah,
over
Reggie,
sartan, whatever
think about.
it is
but
that you're
but
taking for
but
your
but
pressure.
the funny thing is,
Let
you
me
know,
ask you a question, Reggie.
goddamn topics that I talked about on Sinetta's channel, right? They drift down to your channel, right? In different type of ways. Maybe because y'all like what they're talking about is so ridiculous. But I find there's a drift, right? Because I see so similar topics. And I only talk on a show when there is a particular topic that I can contribute to, right?
You
Otherwise,
got
I'll
to
go
take the temperature of the panel first, right? So
right.
when you're looking at them, right, you got to say, should I want to talk? I like this subject matter, and this is a good topic, but can I have the kind of conversation that I need to have with these buffoons that's on the goddamn panel? Sometimes you got to step back and ask yourself that question, Rick.
Yeah, it ain't no reason in the world, Reggie, that you with your man, you got so much in your brain. There's no reason in God's green earth that you should be arguing with a motherfucker who believes the earth is flat. Like we got just use that as your bar, use that as your barometer. If they in a cult, Reggie,
And
they are
definitely not putting together a presentation and pressing the button and inviting them on the panel. Like so at some point in time, you actually went over there to talk to him. He didn't come looking for you. But I get what you're saying. I'm not being closed minded. I'm really just saying that I feel like you got a lot that you could be offering to people that seem real hungry for direction, right? And the direction that they asking for isn't the one that you could be giving them. You could be telling them y'all crazy as hell and y'all need to stop looking at this because we got this over here going on.
Yeah.
And while y'all reading that,
I
you
don't
could
think
be
they
looking
gonna
at
listen to
this.
Reggie. I don't think
Let
they
me give you
listen
an
to him
example.
though.
Wait, let me talk.
But that's my opinion, right? That's my
Let me give you
opinion.
an
It's not meant to be offensive, but
No,
I'm
I'm
saying
gonna
like
go off
with
that.
as much as you got to offer,
Let me give you
Yeah,
an example.
Reggie,
I
let
think that could be
the
useful.
crazies go down in the weeds, Reggie. Like that's what we saying. Like it's other niggas that's equally as crazy that can debate that flat earth shit or the Hebrew Israelites and stuff like that. I understand that it may get your attention, but we need you to be 100% for us on that high level shit, on that deep political conversation on how to get.
But I come on your show, and sometimes I got to lay down after I'm talking to Stu Pease. Stu Pease is smart enough to agree with me and disagree with me. And sometimes I just think he does it for a fucking kick.
Both of y'all lay down. Believe me, Stu Pease lay his ass down too after he talk. After y'all had a discussion.
Exactly.
Bumbucker!
Watch this.
Bumbucker!
I go on Sinetta's show.
Oh my God.
I go on Sinetta's show and start talking about politics. And then I got people like Law Abba. His Law Abba come up, right? He was a Moor for many years. Then he kicked that, became ADOS. Oh, he's I don't know if he's FBA or I don't know what the hell he is.
You forgot to mention he used to be a Nuwapi before he was a Moor.
He acts like he's involved in politics, right? He acts like he's involved in politics, and some of these people sound so goddamn authoritative, right? So then we get into these conversations about politics, and you find that he's willing to vote for a person based on their color, that they're not black, right? You're right. You wasn't born in America, and then it's like these are the.
Because if I was in Texas, I definitely would have voted for Tallarico. I was pulling for Tallarico.
But
Hey, Corey,
just to
chill
let
out.
y'all know.
What
Just
did
to
you
let
say,
you niggas know.
I
Chill
think
out,
that
Corey.
I think that it's interesting I think sometimes a person is best qualified in a particular can do more good work in not because I like the person, but because the person is effective in their own demographics, right? Rather than someone who's fighting a whole demographics. But that's another conversation.
Yeah, but
right?
Reggie, but you could turn those conversations into the favor of the people though. Like for instance, in that last example, if you're talking about voting on the person just on color, now you can switch to policies, and now that's your wheelhouse, and you can kill them with the wheelhouse that you are most comfortable in, and that is most beneficial for the entire community. So if you can get a group,
but I could think about maybe 6-7 years ago, we was cursing each other out, and I'm the same Reggie, right? We was cursing each other out on one of these crazy ass topics, right? So I smile because I'm older enough to know almost all of you in different capacities, right? So I smile. You're a different Kyle than you were 6-8 years ago, right? You were in the black conversation. You was there. You were you might have been in earlier. You might have been in the Hebrew conversation, right? Or you might have been messing around with what's that? Phillips. What's his name? Y'all call him what do y'all call him? Uh, his real name is Phillips, but he goes on with who knows his name. I'll think of it in a second. I got a senior moment.
Hey, Phillips Randolph.
No, it's somebody that was popular on YouTube with us for a long time. Little skinny guy.
Okay. You're talking about a YouTube guy. Okay, all right.
Yeah, and so
I thought you were talking about like a historical guy.
There's Garfield channels and things like that. Then there's Unc's channel. So I know Kyle for a long time, right? But what it is that I just take my time with people, right? And some people I choose to talk to them about particular different topics and not talk to them about other topics. Right?
Yeah, and you know, and Reggie, let me do this. I never actually apologized to you. I'll say some pretty harsh things to you back then. I'll apologize to you publicly because I disrespected you publicly. But my frustration was with you.
That's terrible.
No, but I don't. You don't have to apologize, and I don't have to. It's just.
Oh, he need to bend the knee. He definitely need to bend the knee, Reggie. Go ahead and accept it. But hey, listen, knee need to be bended.
Kyle is not the worst.
No, but like my thing though, Reggie, it's still the thing, but I just know how to handle it differently. We would be in these conversations.
You didn't know how to handle it different. You one of those people who literally wanted to fuck me up.
No, I would have never. I would protect you, but like you know how you kind of
fuck me up, Kyle.
No, I definitely wouldn't. It was some people that would have fucked up, but you weren't one of those people.
Wait a minute. Where's this conversation going? I kind of like this. No, what are we doing now?
Nah, but really, my thing was like with you, it was like we would be having this long, drawn out discussion. You would be going into like all the the nicks and the crannies of the conversation. Then you would say something, and then it'll register. And I'll think like, if you know all that, why the fuck is you arguing? Like I would have like a moment where like, man, why the fuck is Reggie even in this? And you know this ain't like you, that would frustrate me. But I think what you were trying to do, like you were saying, is meet the people where they are, guide them out, and take your time instead of just dismissing their total ideas being fucking batshit crazy. And for me, that irked me under my soul because like I was like, damn, like people can listen to the conversation and they can not hear your conclusion, and they can be they can take you down a fucking road of fucking pseudoisms. No, go ahead, my bad.
No, because I
was going to say the perfect example was yesterday when Reggie brought up this. It was 1779 or something. What you brought up, Reggie? What was the date that you brought up about the voters? When they brought the union. Go ahead.
No, 1782. First, we was dealing with African
1782. He brought that, but it was so roundabout the way that you got there, Reggie, that nobody would have, if I hadn't have stopped you and highlighted that, nobody would have got nothing you were saying, bro. Nobody would have understood any of that shit you said, bro. And you would have rolled right past. And your main point, though, this is where you really be fucking up at, Reggie. The main point, you will roll right past it. You would say, 1789, right? But you'll just blurt it out real quick and then roll on to something different. And that was the most pertinent point that you should have like kind of slowed down on right there. That's what Kyle talking about, Reggie.
Well,
right
I can meet people where they are, but the fact is that I actually said it. So when I believe it, it's been worse.
You just did it again, Reggie.
I've been with Dr. John Henry Clark. I've been listening to Dr. John Henry Clark, right? And the problem with Dr. Clark, right? And Dr. Clark, when he says it, he expects you to know it. And if you don't, and he'll just glance over it, right? And if you mess up, he'll call you a damn fool and tell you, because you know why? Because he said it. Like, it's information. He said it, and you didn't do anything with it. So you can't be around Dr. John Henry Clark, right? Dr. Jeffries was a little bit more patient. Dr. Clark, he had no goddamn patience, right? Like, because most people don't have a relationship with him. I actually had a relationship with him. So it's just, I said it based on a particular point that I was making. And
I was actually raised like that too, Reggie. Like my grandfather, he ain't gonna explain it. He gonna say it. He definitely gonna say it, right? But if you didn't pick it up, then that's on you. Oh man.
Yeah, and I'm a Southern boy. I was raised in the South, and my daddy and my granddaddy, they only had to say the shit one time. And
which you also, Reggie, you kind of explained it earlier though, when you was breaking down your process. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you just listen, sometimes you'll get the answer that you're looking for. So, you might.
Running game. You running some game.
Running game. Mute your mic, bro. Somebody mute Logic real quick. If y'all was listening earlier, he literally was describing exactly how he comes to these points. It actually reminded me a lot of college, because when you think like that and they tell you to break down your thoughts and break down the things before you start talking, a lot of times you'll end up in a place similar to where he is, but it'll sound like you're rambling, but in all actuality, he's not meeting you where you are. He just told you how he breaks down conversation and how he breaks down thought patterns in it. When he was talking about the theoretical, and then you go to this and you go to that. So I think sometimes like that, I understood. I could connect with that myself.
Yeah, Reggie is a framework speaker. He speaks. He has his intellectual framework, and he has to check all those boxes. And it's cool. It's great. Like in an intellectual setting, it is the only way to speak, because you're explaining your point. You talk about how you arrive to your conclusion, the whole nine.
Yeah, but you're a dumb motherfucker. They waiting on the love and hip hop aspect of it. They like, when does love and hip hop come on? And they don't, and they like, they trying to watch the shit, but they can't quite catch it because they waiting on Nene Leakes to come on to somehow be like, you know what I'm saying, and then everything become clear. So
yeah, it's like, and then I have to talk to people who people hold as high esteem. People like Jabari, right? Osaka.
You gotta think, you and Jabari need to just go on
and do what?
Just go ahead and take care of whatever y'all got going on.
Wait, no,
I don't think, like, and true, Reggie, you be letting these niggas like you smarter than all them niggas, Reggie. I'm just gonna say it, bro. Like, I ain't seen no nigga get on Sarnetta's panel that's smarter than you. Now, Jabari can have a conversation with you, Reggie, right? And Jabari is an intelligent guy. I'm not gonna say he's an intelligent guy, but you way more experienced. You didn't. He might have some education, right? But you done put your hands on shit, right? You got miles on your boots. You see what I'm saying? And that goes a long way with people like me, Reggie, right? So I be thinking like when I see you be on the panel with niggas like Brother Unk, right? Garfield, Sonetta, Wild Ass, right? And these niggas is over talking you and acting like you the stupid one and they the smart one. That shit to me, Reggie, is some wild ass shit. I just want to point out to you, you need to quit letting these niggas that's intellectually beneath you, right? Act like they got some type of brains to some shit in their head that you don't understand. Go ahead though, Reggie.
Come back, but then I go on the platform yesterday, and shit, I go and have a wild ass conversation with somebody that I know don't know anything about law and history, and I'm like, I gotta go. I have to go. This is not a platform that I owe, except for Stoopies. Me and Stoopies, we just have these, Stoopies will tell you my Black City Plan is the stupidest shit he ever read, but can't tell you what's better, right? Right? But
But
like,
Stoopies will actually read your shit though. You understand? You see what I'm
saying
saying?
it out of love,
Stoopies,
Reggie.
he will actually read your shit, and he coming with the critique from that point, from the perspective of understanding what you wrote. You see what I'm saying? So yeah,
I think
sometimes you got to look at it like that. You know what I mean?
no, I try to look at it like that, but the Black City Plan is nothing but the White City Plan. That's for Black people. It's how Italians, Irish, Mormons, and other groups in similar circumstances rose to power and things that we are not getting right. Right? They chose to operate in cities. They moved their populations to particular cities, and they
I was
now
supposed to pick up this shredded cheese. Y'all made me. I gotta go way back to the fucking grocery store. I forgot the goddamn. She said, "Come home,
Go get
come
that
home,
cheese.
get the shredded cheese."
My nigga say
I drove right past the fucking grocery store and looked at it. God damn.
But
Go
see,
ahead. I'm
hey
sorry,
Reggie,
y'all.
now, hey Reggie, in all of our intelligence, though, right? We all in this room fairly intelligent. Now, you are the most intelligent person on Sonetta, right? I give you that. But you also not very intelligent for going on Sonetta. You'd have to at least give me that, because in some, if you casting pearls to swine, you can't really then turn around and try to figure out, why you always in arguments, because the majority of the stuff
I have a long history with.
No, that's what I said. You're friends. A lot of
It's one
times
or two people to get though, Brass. To be fair, like when you go on them panels, Reggie, and just it's one or two people that will actually hear, what you're saying or whatever. It's one or two people in the audience that will actually hear us, right? But you just gotta know, like, that's all. Like when you arguing, like you gotta know, like you're only gonna get one person, and then the person that you actually get through to, you'll never even speak to them. They just somebody that's listening in the audience. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to tell you the dynamics. So Sonetta's platform, he's been around for a long, long time. And he creates a lot of these topics that go to other people's topics, right? So a lot of people piggyback because, if he gets 5,000, 10,000 views on something, other people pick it up and they'll do it their way on their channel, right?
Right.
Okay. So I do know that. And for a long time, I've been kind of a facilitator. I work with Sonetta. He's a friend of mine, right? For the most part, right? But I'm a friend of his for his purposes, right? But for my purposes too, right? But before your channel, there's Sonetta's channel, then it was Garfield's channel, then there's Unk's channel, and there's Smash's channel, right? Those are, and then sometimes I go on Super Wavy's show, just because I think that Super Wavy's one of those brothers that ultimately he can get wise at one day. He just needs to.
You can fix him. You think you can fix Super Wavy?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
No, I ain't no problem with it though, man. I like that. See, that's what an elder, you can see so I can't see it, but as an elder, you can see like one day, like we can get him to
dude. He'll
right.
tell a dude he don't give a damn. He don't give a damn who you are. He's like the super YN, right? Like if he don't outsmart you, if you see him in the streets, he gonna get you. He gonna put on his little ski mask on. He gonna turn into a YN on your ass, right?
Let me mute my mic. Probably get us banned in this motherfucker.
So I'm like, I like the way he's postured because he's gonna try to hold you accountable until he understands what you're actually saying. But my problem is, I go on Sarnetta
because I know it ain't nothing but bullshit.
Yeah, that's cap. But go ahead. I'm not gonna. That's how you see it from your point of view. But that's cap.
But yeah, my point of view. Because I like young people, right? But what happens is that I go on Sarnetta's channel and he got these kingmakers. He's got these people who he has pushed up for his platform that are completely bananas,
Got
right?
a bunch of brasses up there.
Y'all gonna stop using my name in vain.
Hey, I was looking. I was looking at the title of the avatar. It said Kingmaker. I was like, damn.
Yeah, nah, but then he said Sarnetta, and that shit should have ruined all of that.
No, because he made Umar Johnson. Sarnetta made Umar Johnson. Sarnetta
He did. He made all them niggas. All them niggas.
Wait a second.
Let's go, Brad.
Now, I know I did not hear. See, listen. You know what, Reggie? I'm not gonna make you choose, right? But you got to give me 30 seconds, 90 maybe. See, this is what I be talking about. What I be saying, bro. We had a conversation this morning about a dastardly show that I'm thinking about doing. It's Degrees of Separation, right? But if you try to tell me now that Sarnetta from the House of Consciousness somehow created one of the worst, most successful grifters and snake oil salesmen, not only in the conscious community, but to greater society. He done took this shit across the globe.
Yeah, without Sarnetta, I don't even think like Tariq Nasheed would. You know what I'm saying? Like he had a little following, but like Sarnetta, like a lot of people use Sarnetta as a catapult. Like they catapulted from Sarnetta's platform.
Because Corey, it ain't always the person that's doing the grift. But if you find it's like I'm talking to you right now, right, on this chat. But if I take this chat and put it in Times Square and play it to this weekend, they add roughly, I think it's 8 million people. Times Square adds to it in tourism every week. It might be way more than that, but I remember somebody saying 8 to 10 million people visit Times Square every weekend. So if I take that shit and put it on the big screen, even if they don't know who I am, once that person goes and grifts the whole world, it's my fault, bro. It's me. I'm the person that did that.
Another saying, listen, in his way, he introduces people to the public. And in that's his business, meaning his financial business, right? He does conferences, he introduces people. Now, once he introduces people, if the people now choose this person, well, he can make more money off of the person or not. With him, that's his business. It's not really a moral type of thing, right? Why? Because Sarnetta came up hard. Sarnetta was on these streets for many, many years in the rain, in the snow. So you have to come out in the snow. That means you got to bring something home, right? And so Sarnetta come out by himself. He didn't have all these people around him. I knew a younger Sarnetta. I'm not gonna take anything away from his business and his zeal, but what I'm concerned about is the people that gravitate to these people. Like I've literally seen somebody who I'm not gonna mention his name.
Yeah.
Pretty popular, right? Come out and do a little jigga lecture, nothing major, make some comments, clear their throat, come out and push some product. And I seen a dude, man, get this dude like $4,000 to $5,000, right? And say, yo, King, call me, man. I need to talk to you about what you was talking about. Call me, King. Right? Pushed it into the dude's pocket. At the same time, I've seen people try to give Sarnetta money, and Sarnetta, they don't take that money. Right? So what do you do with what do you do in this dynamic? Right? The people.
It's complicated.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
thing is, people are complicated.
No, Lazarus. I ain't doing the Lazarus, bro. Because now we right. Because see, remember,
It's complicated.
Yeah. Remember, I'm the Corey 2.0. I'm gonna need Corey 1.0 to calm down.
I'm getting old, Brian. You gotta keep me in check.
You've been doing this for years. It's time for you to go. So this is what I'm gonna say. With heavy lies the crown. You understand? Heavy lies the crown. With great power comes great responsibility. So when we keep talking about these people, and see, all I hear you talking about, Reggie, I ain't trying to get you. Listen, Reggie, you can easily back out of this conversation, whatever you want to, but just know, grift and snake oil hits close to my heart. Because see, what I'm hearing is he done went out in the snow, and he had to bring something home, and he had to build this and this, that, and the other. But see, some of these people, I'm sure, by knowing the behind the scenes aspect of what they doing, ain't no amount of money for that you could trade your soul for. Ain't no amount of money. Hey, hold on. When you gotta choose, you know how many times, Reggie, I'm sure you've been put in this position where you gotta make a decision like, now, it's a lot of money over here, right? I know you're not Christian, but for me, it's like the devil is tempting you, where the devil is telling you, like, listen, it's $1 million over here, but I need you to do something that's literally, a crime against humanity or whatever bull they peddling in the conscious community lately. So what I'm saying is, while Sarnetta, if Sarnetta birthed Tariq Nasheed, he birthed Umar Johnson, he birthed Brother Polite, the mighty Hebrew. When you birth these kinds of people, or you amplify these kinds of people, you would be having to make a couple $1 billion to somehow reconcile that shit when you do your checkbook at home. That's all I'm saying.
But do you understand? It's amazing. Like, I'm so close to this stuff. It's really amazing. Like, I've actually seen people, right? Like, Sarnetta put you on stage and give you a little platform. And I would be amazed as to see the people gravitate to people like Young Pharaoh and what's this other guy, Ninja Boy.
He created him too. Sarnetta created him.
Yeah, he created Pharaoh. He created Nature Boy. You bringing up ones that I forgot about.
Right?
Yeah, but see, hold on, Reggie, real quick, because I was almost done when you start talking. But my point to that is that when something happened one time, you could almost be like, all right, well, maybe you learn from that. When something happens 10 times, if you my friend, I could try to rationalize it. But then there's been public videos that prove and show, what these people is doing behind the scenes, and you still pushing them to the forefront in front of these unsuspecting people.
Son, you gotta understand. Sarnetta
whenever you tell me I gotta understand, I get real confused. And I try to stay confused when you say you need to understand.
Sarnetta, if you know this dude,
here we go.
He laughs at the people. He laughs at.
Of course he do, all the way to the bank.
But it's amazing. Remember, he's in the business of information. It's amazing that people gravitate to this foolishness.
Right.
Well, you no. Hey, Corey,
the responsibility of them people.
See, you're
But
doing
go
the
ahead.
Lazarus. See, here you go to the
No,
Lazarus.
I'm not. Hey, listen. I'm not taking no part away from Sinetta. But
Corey,
I mean, you got to understand, it's a certain type of person that's gonna gravitate to that wild shit. And
So like with Polite, so you mean like when we heard Polite was taking people money, and then a nigga come on the internet and say, well, I didn't tell them to invest with Polite, and I got their money back. Why would you invest with Polite if you knew what he was doing? Do that familiar, Corey? See, so I need you to just
sound familiar. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna humble out, Brass.
No filter. Hold on. Here's the thing. No. Hold on, Reggie. But you said, now I asked you to back out of the conversation. This ain't towards you. I'm just saying. Because I have nothing but pushback unless you say something Lazarus level. So when you say that he can't understand why these people gravitate to these people, could it be the colorful thumbnails? Could it be the putting them in front of 5,000 views? Could it be calling them the Mayweather of the community? Could it be calling them the greatest thought leader, the young killer, this is the guy that's gonna take everything up? It's the Don King bullshit. So we can't say, we can't say why. Why do you think every time somebody talk about Jabari, it's almost like they talk about Jabari like he's separate from the rest of the community? He's the same grifting snake oil person. He just has a better marketing plan. Because every time he come on the panel, I've seen it at least 3 times, right? Where he's come on the panel. How many times I've seen Sinetta? Maybe 5 or 6 times. But every time that nigga go on the panel, I hear doom, 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 doom. The chant, all that great promotion, bro. The mind is very easily tricked by promotion. So when you call it, didn't he have Reggie? Didn't he have a nickname for Polite? Wasn't he the young phenom? Wasn't he the next guy, the guy that's gonna take it to the next level, bro? And then he didn't know that the next level involved children in hotels and shit. Oh, he did know that it involved children in hotels because he came on the internet and told us it involved children. And then, but then when he got pushed on that point, when Sinetta got pushed on the point about Polite, and he said, I was just mad and all this, that, and the other. Cool. Until Polite actually went out and did the shit. And now I'm starting to think, how are you that motherfucking intelligent that out of anger, you said the shit that he actually got arrested for?
Well, can I?
And Reggie, ain't none of this aimed at you. That's why I asked you.
Then he got mad again. Look, then he got mad again when everybody called him out on the shit and started getting on him. He doubled back on it. So I seen the show where Unc told the lady that Sinetta was lying, said he lied about Polite, right? But then I remember on Garfield show when everybody started zapping out, blaming Sinetta, Sinetta reversed the lie and said, I've been trying to tell y'all about that nigga. And y'all turned on me. So, you know what I mean? I don't care no more. When I try to tell y'all about these niggas, y'all say I'm hating. You feel me? So I just stopped. So then you think, okay. So when he said that shit about Polite fucking with somebody in his family that was a young girl, he wasn't lying. He said later on it's because of y'all. Y'all said y'all wanted them back. Y'all called me a hater for calling them out. So I'm just giving y'all, the people, what y'all want. I mean, so it's like, you can't even, like, if Sinetta is just in media, right, and we are not putting them on a pedestal, then you gotta be like, yo, it's the people's fault and not Sinetta. Because he said, yo, when I told y'all about this nigga, y'all called me a hater. Y'all turned on me. So now, obviously, y'all want the fuck shit. So I'm going to give it to y'all. Don't cry now. So, I mean, Fuck it. It's the people like with anything else, yo.
But that's
It's
what
the
I'm.
people.
Hey Chef, hey
But
Chef,
Wait,
let's
wait,
get
wait.
it.
Let Reggie. Hold on. Hey,
now,
Reggie. Let's
Reggie,
talk.
just to let you know,
Hey, Reggie. Let's talk. But then I'm definitely and once again, Reggie, I want to be clear.
Y'all can get
We are.
more
You are not.
information
Wait,
from
wait,
me,
Reggie.
but
You're
y'all can
not
get
being
more
integrated.
information from me.
I know. But hold on, Reggie. 1 second.
Hey
I gotta
Brad,
give a
hey Brad, how
disclaimer.
you gonna
Hold
tell
on.
him to let me talk and then
Hold
you
on.
ain't gonna let me talk?
No, Tuck, 1 second. But as a moderator, I got to be responsible. I want to make sure we're not levying accusations at you. We don't need to talk, Reggie. If you want to back out of the conversation, you can. But right now, you just in the middle of the Friday afternoon barbershop when niggas ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, and it gets a little bit crazy. So I don't want you to think that because we start or animated, we animated with you. Go ahead, Tuck.
It's amazing.
No, go ahead, Reggie. I don't got nothing to say about that. Y'all act like y'all don't know the business model. Cut it out.
No, it is the business model. Give the people what is Dr. York used
take
to
it
say.
plain, Tuck. Take it plain.
People used to, Dr. York used to teach, I come to give the people what they want so they can accept what I have to give them. This is Dr. York. I came to give the people what they want so they can accept what I have to give them and pay for it. And so if you so this is a fine-tuned business model. The people
So he
until
got that from the business model come from Dr. York too? Wow.
yes, the business Dr. York was
Jesus Christ.
multi-millionaire in New York.
But that's manipulation, though, Reggie.
No, let him finish. Let him finish, and then we'll talk after. Let him finish because he listened to us. Let's listen to him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Dr. York in New York City had tables in every popular sector corner of New York City selling his pamphlets. First, it was largely Islamic stuff, and it became something else. He had teams of people who were in abject poverty, running from the law, had no business. And he put them on tables, right? And you could sell literature in New York at that time, right, without a license. And then they would sell other type of things. And then Dr. York said, well, basically, okay, you're on this table, you're selling under my brand. You're gonna have to give us $100 a day, right? And so it became a multi-million dollar business where you have people working under Dr. York's banner, paying him $100, right? But there was just so much money that the people were just so malleable, maybe gullible, and he created some of the best salespeople that I've ever seen, right? On a Dr. York table, right? Iman Issa table, Ansar Allah table, right? So he became the best. The conscious community had shit on. They have a bazaar, meaning an event where hundreds of people come. Dr. York was doing this shit every day, right? And people was that was food on the table for people, right? So there's this thing about being a great salesperson that you have to understand. Now, on Sanetta's situation, is that he figured out that the people wanted to hear the information. What they did with the information was really none of Sanetta's business. That's just how it. So he did tell you about Polite. And you got to understand, I know all of these people personally, right? So you could condemn me, like Brass was saying, for what I am going to say, but I was just amazed at the BS that these great salespeople can sell, and that the people would pick it up. I mean, on one day in my community, I am going shopping, food shopping, right? The where you put you spend $100 and you get one brown bag, and I'm mad because I gotta go food shopping, and on my way I had there's this guy with this nice car. He's got all his doors open. He's washing it down his car, and I'm like, he's got a speaker, and when I get close to the shit, he's washing his car, listening to Young Pharaoh. I was like, of all the things you can play music, of all the things, this is how you getting information, right? Now, I have been amazed. I've been amazed at what people want to hear and how they want to hear it versus when you give people real information. I have just been amazed at that. And maybe that's just, I haven't figured it out. I would like to figure it out.
That is amazing. That is amazing, Reggie.
That shit
Well,
is
go ahead.
amazing.
Mhm.
It's amazing. And so sign that all you want. He's just a great salesman for information that the people are asking him for. So Sheffrin is absolutely right. Sonetta tore Polite down. Personally, try to help Polite, try to reel him in. And watch this, it got so bad that watch this, Unc got involved because Young Pharaoh bought one of Polite's products and he felt he was scammed. And Unc got involved to get Young Pharaoh back his money that Young Pharaoh could scam. It's just, this shit is just goddamn amazing. So the real stuff that we could talk about, business, there's about 8 of you on this channel. You people know how to make money, right? People don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to hear the shit. They want to
Yeah, yeah, but while y'all drop bombs for that, right, and they don't want to hear about business, I just want y'all all to realize that y'all have called pedophilia a business model. And I sat back and listened to see who else was going to say it, but I done heard y'all call pedophilia a business model. That the business, because see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If we talking about money and we talking about people making money in advertising, if at the end of it, if the product of the promotion ends in pedophilia, and we somehow justifying it by saying it's a business model.
No, but Brash, you're not doing it right because majority of the people didn't know that this stuff was going on. It's the insiders.
But we already passed that, Reggie. We know that. Well, wait. Only people. Wait, Reggie. The people that, and this is back and forth. I'm not going to take too long. We're going to go back and forth if possible. When you say that the majority of people didn't know, that's even worse. Because the people that needed it, the people that knew was the people that was practicing the business model and not telling the other people they didn't know.
No.
So Sonetta did not know that Polite was a pedophile.
No, you know how I know? You know how I know?
But when he went, wait, Reggie. Before you tell me how you know, I just need you. I know you don't believe in coincidences. Nobody with a degree that can write a Black City plan for people to move forward believes in coincidences. So after you tell me how you know you didn't know, also explain to me how he described what Polite got arrested for in anger 3 years before it happened. And then, hold on, like Chef said, and then, because you about to say you know how you know he didn't know, but Chef just told you that he was trying to tell everybody all along after he got caught. Something don't make sense.
Yeah, well, this is the problem. Okay, you gotta understand. I know all these people. Hassan Campbell, I know all of them, right? Tazariak, I know all of them, and I know Polite, right? And I'm gonna tell you, I've been around Polite and his family, right? I've been around his Polite and his family. I can just tell you, either I'm the dumbest motherfucker in the world, right? And I'm not dumb. but he had 3 wives, and he had 2 daughters, Nitet and his daughter. And the times that I was around him, there's nothing that I could say except for this type of polygamous family that whatever, right?
The polygamy was a sign, wouldn't you agree?
No.
Okay, look, Reggie, but like if you just take a step outside of being
Oh my God.
But that
merged,
one girl wasn't his daughter though.
Nitet wasn't. She was an adopted daughter.
but like
Meaning that
let's
he was
I'm
out.
not for this.
So you could put hindsight is 2020, but he was running what some people feel prior to this a successful a business. What it really was is something that
Who
I
was running a successful business?
Oh no, okay, a successful marketing scheme.
Okay.
but he was scamming though, Reggie. Like this
He
is the
just
thing.
said
Like,
it. No, he just said that. He said business first. That's what I mean. I'm just trying to check the language. He said business first, and then he said a successful marketing scheme. So I
Right.
can accept that. That's a scam. A long word, but he was running a successful grift.
Right.
Go ahead.
Now, but it didn't. But watch this. In the beginning, he didn't have that scheme. He didn't have that scheme in the beginning. In the beginning, he was just a speaker. He was just a speaker, and people were coming out to hear him speak. And then he topped that off when he came to start selling that particular product. And that wasn't. Watch this. That happened. That's New Covenant. That happened maybe about 3-4 years after I met him. Right? And to me, it was a scheme. It didn't make any sense. But there are a lot of people who were in and around it trying to make money off the scheme and duplicate the scheme. Young Pharaoh, for example, and others. They were trying to rebrand it and remarket the scheme because why? People were buying into it. And it didn't cost a lot at that time period. It didn't cost a lot. It was just a package you might pay $400 or $500 for to learn how to, I forgot what it is.
the scammer starter kit.
Yeah,
That's
but
right.
he didn't start scheming when he got on Sinetta. He learned from one of the biggest damn schemers in history.
No, he never
Dr.
knew.
Sabi. No,
He may not know Dr.
He
York,
was
but
wasn't one of his teachers. Listen,
No,
how he ended up is not a surprise because he went from Dr. York to Dr. Sabi to
he didn't know
Sinetta.
Dr. York.
So his 3 elders. Well,
He never
okay, he
met
didn't.
Dr.
Wait. If
He
he
never
he
didn't
didn't
know,
know Dr. York.
hold on. If he didn't meet that, wait a second. If he didn't meet Dr. York, that's fine. But I saw a polite with the bad hairline tell a man on a bench that he didn't care if Dr. York touched 100 kids, he'd still be his teacher. So I don't care if he met him, if he knew him. He had a hard enough and a good enough relationship with him that he would stand on a bench with a camera rolling to tell another man that on a bench about Dr. York. So there has to be some level of relationship. I'm sick and tired of all the, I was on the land, but I wasn't. I knew Dr. York, but I didn't. Reggie.
All the people that was part of New Wabi.
Right, hold on. Before we change subjects, we wasn't even talking about this. You told me that you was about to tell me how you knew Sinetta didn't know. Now, I'm asking you to back out at light speed and we can end this conversation. But if you don't, then whatever we talk about, it's just, I'm not trying to lure you on anything. You can stop talking at any point.
No,
But I'm trying to figure out how you're going to spin this after Chef said that.
Let me talk to you directly. Okay. So now comes to what when we found out about the criminal pedophile charge. This is really, really late out of Polite's maybe 6-7 years. 6-7 years on Sinetta show. For that, there was no direct accusation to him. None. Zero. The only thing
Say that one more time.
we learned about the charge maybe 6 years after we 6 years after we knew about Polite. Right?
So he already had a charge. I didn't know that. Reggie.
Wait,
So
he had another charge?
No. Well, he had an earlier charge, which was
Of what?
attempted murder. Attempted murder.
Oh, you don't care about that.
So what charge are you talking about? That y'all
You don't care about
I'm
attempted
talking
murder?
about.
No, I'm saying no, it ain't that. It's just I'm saying
talking
attempted.
about-
I'll tell you
I'm
another.
talking about the charge. I'm talking about the pedophile charge. Right? The pedophile
And y'all
charge.
found that out 6-7 years later after Sinetta.
It came out.
Wait. Y'all not let him speak. So what do you be clear on what you're saying? Was it attempted murder or was it a pedophile charge?
No, I'm talking about the pedophile charge came maybe 6 years after Polite became a lecturer on Sinetta's show.
Okay.
So for the 6 years prior to that, it was him just being a articulate, charismatic speaker to releasing New Covenant, right? Then it became New Covenant, which was a marketing scheme.
What is New Covenant?
New Covenant was his marketing scheme.
No, but what is New Covenant? Like, what's the definition of New Covenant?
New Covenant
did it
is
have
nothing-
something to do with?
It's a spin-off. It's a spin-off sect of the Nuwapians. Before he started New Covenant, he used to teach in Brooklyn in the Nuwapian classes.
Yeah.
So in order to teach a Nuwapian class, you got to be high in they little.
You got to speak Nuwapu.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like he got a video where he's in the kitchen rapping in Nuwapian.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he leaves that and he starts New Covenant. And the only difference was it had more of an emphasis on teaching of economics.
Yeah.
But when you listen to him talk, he's regurgitating Dr. York theology. Women can produce children without men.
Right.
Does Allah have a womb? That's all Dr. York shit. He said he went on a spaceship and was abducted and taught 19 languages and came back, or 9 languages or 19 languages. This what
Man, I don't want to hear that indoctrination ass shit.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. Just like in Malik is on. Peace, Malik. I hope we cool. But
peace.
Right. But like it's for example like Bambaataa and Ron Savage. I didn't know. Right. When Ron Savage was going to Bronx River. And these things were happening. I didn't know that. First of all, that it was. I just thought it was the element of Bronx River. Bronx River was a very dangerous, complicated project. I found more about it when Ron Savage came out and told his story, right? But we was telling Ron, "Hey, listen, man, there's rumors, and it wasn't just Bam, right? It was just rumors." Don't go to Bronx River, right? Like, yo, stay where we are in Castle Hill. B Stinger, he's one of those people that didn't want to listen to us. Go out of our project, out of the safety of our project, and go to some other place. So I didn't know the details until much, much later. So a lot of times there's some insiders, like for example, nobody was closer than Dr. York and in this community than Ujawu.
Boom.
You know
Said it earlier.
Ujawu?
Who is that?
Ujawu taught Metanecha.
We said his name a lot of times, Brass.
Is that the paralegal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody knew more about the accusations than him, and he how can I say, reinvented himself, becomes a popular Metanecha teacher, right? On this.
What group was he in? Was he in like a group or something?
Nuwabian.
He was in the Amaral squad. He was in the Amaral squad.
Just
But we didn't know. Now, so now,
He invented himself.
Yeah, he became. He changed.
He was Ampu. He was Ampu at first, and then now he moved Jawu. It's all Nubian though. I'm sorry.
Voice inflection. It's the voice inflection. He reinvented himself. What? Like this nigga's funny, y'all. Y'all don't see it.
Well, he reinvented. He. You would never know that he was part of that. He was a great meta nature teacher. You would never know. You would never know he didn't bring that up anymore. He just taught information.
Would you bring that shit up? Well, wait a second.
He did it again.
Wait a second now, because he did bring this up after. Because apparently, if this the same guy, this was the guy saying even after the fact that he wasn't sure if dude did it or not. And him and
what he
Charles,
said was I present the information and you make the decision for yourself. That's what he said.
Yo, these defenses, and by the way, Reggie,
no, I'm not defending. I'm just trying. I understand what you're saying.
I said the next words I said was Reggie. I didn't say you. I wasn't talking about. I didn't mean that. I know what you saying clearly.
Okay,
We've had this conversation before. What I'm saying, Reggie, is once again, I know we talking. We having a fluid conversation, but I'd like to somehow get to the part where you can somehow, because you said you're the dumbest nigga in the world. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, I'm trying to figure out how Sinetta. This is a clear question, and I just want to stay right here. You said that Sinetta had no idea what Polite was doing. So I'm gonna just lay the timeline, and then you somehow beat the timeline. Because I didn't know something. Chef just taught me something. So he had no idea what Polite was doing, but before Polite got arrested, he described almost to the T what Polite eventually got arrested for. Then all of a sudden they became friends again. And then when Polite then when they became friends, he said he was just angry because the nigga owed him some money.
Mm-hmm.
But then after he got arrested, Chef just said, not even 15 minutes ago, he said this that Sinetta said that I've been telling y'all all along who this nigga is and what he was doing. So I'm trying to figure out how in that timeline you are going to be able to explain that he had no idea when out of his own mouth it's clear that he did.
Well, that was Sinetta's these are claims, right? So
what he's saying out of his mouth is a claim. I just want to be clear.
What did Sinetta know? That's Sinetta's claim that he says that he's been telling you all along. Mind you, I know why Sinetta's mad at Polite. I know completely why he was mad at Polite, right? Over live streaming money. I know exactly why, right?
So Reggie, if I get mad at you over live streaming money, if you get mad at me over live streaming money, just so you can get an idea where I'm coming from, if you get mad at me over some live streaming money, that would never happen, but let's just say, let's place ourselves in the position. If you got mad at me about live streaming money privately, and then you got on a YouTube show and said, that nigga Brass robbed banks. See, that's what y'all don't know. Something just ludicrous and out of control. He's a spy or some shit for Tehran or something.
Yeah.
And then after I pay you, we get back cool and you start promoting me on the show, everything cool. But if 2 months after that, you see the community sees that I'm somehow in federal prison for robbing a bank, everybody is going to look back at you.
Okay. When Sinetta was saying, he knew I've been telling you all along about Polite, he wasn't talking at that particular point about pedophilia. He was talking about bad business practices.
Yeah.
Hold on, Reggie.
Hold on. Now, see, hold on. I'm not trying to cut you, but that's not what Chef said. So now I gotta ask Chef.
No, bring Chef back
what
on.
was he talking about? Chef's not
Reggie,
here.
but Reggie,
All
didn't
right.
Polite mess with Sanella's niece? That was like 14
He
or
did
15.
say that. He did say that.
Okay. Now,
No,
mind
but-
you, watch this. Now, here's
Okay,
the
go
thing.
ahead, Ricky.
Okay. I knew Renette. Her name is Renette, right? That's her name.
No, what about the Sanetta's niece? We
That's
asking about the
Renette.
niece right now.
That's
That's what he's
Renette.
talking about.
Just talking
Oh,
about.
okay, okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Renette is one of the sweetest girls. She's just a sweet young girl, right?
Okay.
Now, he adopted her, right? No, she's a really nice. You know how
No, we got it. We got it.
She's very nice.
Where we going with this, Reggie? Where we going with this? Come on.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Real nice
That's
people.
grooming.
Like,
That's
if you look at
grooming.
human character, this is a young girl who really wanted to learn business in her young mind, thinking that this is real business, but money was being generated, right? Money was being generated, and I went to the museum with Polite and Renette. I took them on the museum tour, right? The relationship that that I saw was just simply, believe it or not, simply a father and daughter or a mentor and a mentee relationship. Nothing more. Like, there was nothing more about it, because I've seen some of these people on these platforms. They don't have real relationships with their family. They don't. They don't talk about them. They don't bring them around them. That's just their children. Like,
Reggie, so I'm sorry, Reggie. But
You know, we give y'all the most plainest, and this ain't just you, Reggie. And I understand kind of the position we putting you in. And once again, you don't have to speak about this if you don't want to. But it's just whenever we have these conversations, we get the most elaborate responses. I mean, novels to simple questions, Reggie. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to. But
you people don't know these people at all.
Apparently, you didn't either, Reggie.
No,
Reggie,
but I was with
I don't
and I'm
have
giving
to.
you my honest.
No. We're not saying you're not being honest. I want to be clear. I'm saying you listen, Reggie. You literally said, I don't think you a dumb. Hold on, Reggie. I don't think you a dumb motherfucker. You said you must be the dumbest motherfucker in the world if you was around them and then somehow you didn't see it. I'm not even blaming you for that. What I'm saying is, I don't think you knew them either. We didn't know them, but I don't think you knew them either, though.
No,
Would you agree?
That's why I'm saying I must listen. Listen. I've met with him. I've met with him in his in places where he let's say lived, right?
Okay.
He would have a room. He would rent our suites. He would in a suite. He would have 2 or 3 different rooms, right?
Oh God.
For a room for this wife, a room for this wife, a living room, right? And etc. Right? I never seen anything. I've seen his head wife, right? She had a lot of control over the household. His second wife.
You know, you describing
that could have been a lot.
Hey, Reggie, you
Interpreted in a number of ways.
You are describing the sickest shit, like in the plainest voice right now. You telling me you didn't know that he was a fucking sexual deviant, and I agree with you. But you are now describing, but bringing out suites and extra rooms, and one was the head wife, and then another wife, and all this sick ass shit.
What do you mean by the head wife? I want to know what he mean by the head wife.
Hold on, man. Y'all just breezing past the grooming, man. Like that, what you described already was
grooming, bro. Look at it like that.
You already look at it like that. We in the American society. You can only have one wife, bro.
Let me just tell you, I've been to Africa.
being in Africa. Please don't bring up
I need me
Africa.
one there.
I think, wait, let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
I need a sister wife.
But
Good entertainment.
no, but no,
I've been in
Reggie, you ain't in
villages.
Africa though. You know that. You ain't in
Reggie,
Africa.
Reggie, would you allow your 14-year-old daughter to go and spend time with some random nigga that runs a Nuwapian organization?
No, it didn't happen like that.
Boy, you got me over here laughing my ass off, boy.
It didn't happen like that. We didn't even get to that point. It didn't happen like that.
You too logic.
No, y'all people.
Corey said, I need one of these.
No. Let him. Hey, but y'all got. But let him. That was my bad. Let him finish though. Go ahead, Reggie. They renting out the rooms and the head wife. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, before with her, it seemed to be that she was coming from a dysfunctional family, right?
Apparently,
she was a runaway, right? And so she finds her way with that group of family. For a lot of people, they admired the fact that he had 3 wives, right? 3 wives and a daughter. For a lot of people, given other situations where you got multiple women you cheating on, if you think that that's cool, or you got them all living in the same goddamn bed, right? Like Dr. Sabi.
Reggie, do you really think that we think that shit is cool? And somehow you're trying to defend polygamy by having multiple girlfriends. Reggie, don't defend polygamy.
I'm not defending. See, this is complicated because
I know.
If you want the truth from a perspective, all right. So when Sarnetta said, "I told you about this nigga," if I want to use that word, and because of Sarnetta's words, all along, he was really talking about polite business practices.
Can somebody get Chef, please? Go ahead, Reggie.
Can I please say something?
No. Let him finish, and then you can go right after.
You're gonna have to get Chef, because Chef is gonna tell you what he remembers Sarnetta saying. But I talk to these people all the time, and that's something that we never talked about. And Sarnetta would talk to me about that. He just listen. I used to talk to Sarnetta every 2 days or 3 days, right? We never talked about that, so I didn't know. I didn't know until now, mind you. He goes to California. I don't see Sarnetta. I don't see Polite for like 3-4 years, and then this case happens, and I'm watching it on TV just like everybody else.
Didn't Sarnetta go to California?
No. Right.
But can we all admit, for real, serious, everything that you have described, I would say maybe 95% of us on this call, we would say that those things are not normal situations. They're not morally.
No, they're sick.
Huh?
They're sick.
I understand that, but
but let's call it. Let's not. So Kyle, me and you had a conversation earlier. When we cover stuff up with words like unusual and not normal for polygamy and getting wrong, I actually appreciate the way Reggie is saying it. When he would buy hotel rooms, and I find it hilarious that he got arrested for some shit he did in one of these suites he would be renting, that somehow he was putting his head, at least when he's saying it plain, we could leave it for people to understand, but call it what it is. It's sick as fuck. Polygamy is not. Listen, it's not unusual. It's sick.
It's sick as fuck. But let me get to my point, right? So you're describing something, Reggie, that is what we would say sick as fuck, right? To most normal people.
Yes.
And you're describing it as if it's not sick as fuck, because the people that you are surrounding yourself with are all sick as fuck. So inside that circle, you said that he's being revered for mentoring a 13 or 14-year-old little girl and fucking preparing her for her future and mentoring. That shit is not normal. There's no way in the fuck I would allow my 14-year-old daughter to go with some random ass man with 3 wives. Like, can we all agree that that's fucking
No, we
sick
can
and weird
agree
and
on
fucking
that.
crazy?
We can agree on that, but we can agree on that. I'm not saying that, but I'm familiar with the Hebrew community, right? And Kyle, you was part of the Hebrew community, right?
Yep.
And you know about Yahweh ben Yahweh, and you know about all you know about almost all of those sects, right?
Yep.
So that's something that we have knowledge of, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, so when I was with them in that community, I didn't necessarily see it as being sick as fuck, right?
Okay.
But now that I removed myself from it, it's completely sick as fuck. It's crazy. It's immoral. It's all those terrible things, right? But if you surround yourself with those individuals that's doing those sick as fuck things, and you like, well, everybody else doing it, it must be normal. And that's kind of the. And I'm not saying that you are doing any of this, Reggie, but I'm saying that you have been completely surrounded for the last fucking 20 years by crazy ass niggas. And so now you can't even distinguish what's sick as fuck because everything around you is sick as fuck. Like, you literally just named out like 10 people that are in jail for pedophilia. You niggas is y'all glance past a murderer, attempted murder. Like, that's a crazy environment for you to be in, Reggie. Like, let's admit it.
Watch this. Now, also there's a Hebrew community, right? And then there is the Islamic community. So I'm very familiar with Islamic communities where people have multiple wives. And that's pretty much where this stuff started from, right? The Islamic communities. And for a lot of people, and you'll say SSF, right? But in the Islamic community, this is more of a norm, even in America, and but people don't see it like that. So I'm familiar, and I'm familiar. So Dr. York's sect was an Islamic sect, and the other groups of people, some of the other imams and stuff like that, and other people, they also had multiple wives. So you're right. There's a certain amount of normalcy, and then there's a lot of black so-called, I don't know, activists, leaders, right, that have these kind of strange family relationships. So yes, I'm familiar with that.
You see how y'all doing this again though?
But what am I
You
supposed
just
to do?
described sexual deviancy as a strange family relationship. It's not when you doing. Listen, you just said that black activist leaders somehow have strange. They're sexual deviants, bro. And if you call them, but if you call them sexual deviants and that they're practicing sexual deviancy, it's not so hard it's not so hard. But when you say strange family relationship, that sounds like anybody with a family, but this ain't normal.
Right, but listen to where I went, because I use my same organizational strategies that I talked about. I went back to Islam, right? I went back to Islam, and I did that for a particular reason, because they don't see it like that, right? Now, if you are Christian, you might see it like that. Then when I went to, and then I could go to West Africa, where there are chiefs with multiple wives, right? So then we get into the word of like, what is sexual deviancy? Then we have people who are married, but they have multiple side women, right? We could say maybe all of that is sexual deviancy. But what I'm just trying to say is
I think having multiple wives and committing adultery don't fall under the same category of deviancy. Not in the United States.
But I'm glad I got
I'm just saying, listen to me.
I'm glad I got you there.
United States.
I'm glad I got you there. But mind you, as a young person, I went to Africa, right? I must have been 21, 22 years old. And I saw chiefs with multiple wives, young wives, young wives. And so I'm not trying to say I'm normalized it, but but I saw something different in a way that I thought as a Christian, uh, uh, raised as a black person with Christian teachings in America. Then I seen the Islamic groups of people, right? And then I see these. Then it is what it is. These cults mimicking these practices without any safeguards. So that way I can agree. But when I was getting back to the point, which is the same point, is that when Sarnetta says, I was telling you about this dude, right? This dude, Polite. I'm trying to figure out what Chef was saying. Was it the sexual deviancy, or what was it at that particular point? Because when I knew he was beefing with Polite, it was over money, right? And it was a back and forth type of thing. It was a nasty back and forth type of thing over money.
No, but that's cool if it's over money, Reggie. But if you describe, if you are mad over money, people say things when they're mad, right? But they usually will say something that is hurtful, but not necessarily true. Like a husband and a wife, they'll be arguing with each other, and they'll say something that's hurtful, but not necessarily true. But explain to me how the thing that he said that was supposed to be hurtful and not true was exactly what he got locked up for. Nobody is that brilliant, Reggie. Nobody.
He didn't get locked up for Renette. He didn't get locked up for Renette. Oh,
he got locked up for pedophilia.
No, but he didn't get locked up.
Hold on, wait. Before we get into specifics, did Sarnetta just
another woman's
did
child?
Sarnetta say whatever he described, whoever he described, did he describe that Polite engages in pedophilia? Take the names out of it, take the specificity out of it. Did he describe Polite as a pedophile?
I need Chef because I didn't.
No, I'm talking about when he did that rant. You saw the rant.
Somebody got to play the rant because I got to see exactly.
Brad, I'm gonna just tell you, yes, he did. Yes, he did, and he even brought up how the mother came out initially.
No,
and then
matter of fact, you said he didn't know Dr. York. Hold on, Reggie. You said he didn't know Dr. York.
No,
but Sarnetta called him Baby York. That's what he said in the rant. I did a documentary on this, Reggie. He called him Baby York.
He called him Baby York because he has York tendencies, but it was more or less like the scam. Because from what I recall,
y'all don't think that having York tendencies and Dr. York is a convicted pedophile is fucking alarming? Like, is it just me?
There's other things now. You're conflating the fact that when he sat on the bench with the brother that was accused of Dr. York molesting him or essaying him, right? As a young person, I think you're conflating Polite's defense of that, right, with something else. So you're adding that on. See, I see what you're doing. So now I'm trying to track the timeline about what I knew, right? What I knew, because when I heard about it, I spoke to Sarnetta, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And he's saying, "Look, that's what's good. That's so." We didn't. With York tendencies had something to do with him supporting Dr. York, telling that brother on the bench what he said, right? When that brother came out with his accusations, that became the tendency that you would support stuff like that.
There goes Chef right there.
Hey Chef, what's going on? Chef, I need your help. You're gonna have to
he said
now, Chef, before you get on here now, he's gonna ask you to help him defend pedophilia, so just be prepared.
No, I'm not. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? That's hurtful.
Hey,
That's why y'all got that girl calling me all this type of names on your platform.
What girl? What girl calling you all kind of thing? What you talking about?
There was a girl that was on one of the channels, and we was talking about Bambaataa and Ron Savage, and she was saying all these nasty things about me, like I knew this, that, the third, right?
Hey, Reggie, just so we're clear, because you said your platform, so now I got to defend the platform. I banned somebody yesterday because motherfuckers taking cheap shots at you. So this is not, that's not like trust and believe. That was some fucking, we gotta separate, hold on. But we gotta separate, hold on, but we gotta separate platform. Huh?
Is Miss Simone on your platform?
Who the hell is that? Oh, Miss Sincere. You talking about Sister Safa.
Yeah, no,
Yeah. She's on the platform. Yeah, she's on the
Well,
platform.
she said things about me to me.
What did she say?
Oh, y'all was on the platform when we was having a conversation about Bambaataa and her views. And because she's a sister, I wouldn't go into my street with the woman because she's a woman, right?
Well, depending on what she said, you probably should have got her in order if it was incorrect.
No, but the platform would not. It was very carnivorous.
Oh shit!
Very carnivorous at that time.
Hey, that shit you just did right there was some slick ass shit you just did right there.
Oh, no, carnivorous. Yeah, carnivorous is what the name of the. Yeah, no.
Don't try to do the slick shit on me, Paul. But I got it when you was doing it with Chef. That was cool.
Y'all have to ask Chef the questions, and so that will.
Yeah. Help. So Chef, are you here? Is he still here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Chef, when you stated that timeline earlier, and you said that the same thing that he said that he was playing when he was calling polite Baby York and all of that, and he took all of that shit back, but then turned around and said, I was trying to tell y'all the whole time. What was he referencing? Was he talking about scamming, or that he was trying to tell people that Polite was fucking with kids this entire time?
Both. He was mentioning, he was saying, all this shit about, I had already warned y'all. When I tried to call him out, y'all called me a motherfucking hater, this, that, and the third. So now, obviously, y'all want him back on the platform, so I bring y'all the people y'all fucking want. Like,
be specific, but
what was
he was talking about Polite. He was talking about Polite.
I know who he was referencing. But what?
He was referencing the scamming. He was referencing the scamming and the pedophilia.
And there we go.
And it would have to be that. It would have to be that. It would have to be that because the context was about the pedophilia. Okay. It was about the charges that he caught, and so I never just got tired and like, yo, y'all ain't gonna keep trying to blame me because when I tried to tell y'all motherfuckers, you know what I mean, y'all turned on me.
Okay, so go ahead, Reggie. Now tell us. Now go ahead, Reggie, and tell us now how you didn't know, or he didn't know. I'm saying.
So this is after the fact where he actually caught the charge. I'm just trying to.
Right. So listen. So let me lay the timeline. Hold on, Reggie. So let me lay the timeline once again. He got on there upset and said a whole bunch of shit that basically you said he said out of anger over money.
Right.
And then I guess when the nigga gave him the money or did whatever, he then took it back and said that wasn't necessarily what he was, that all that shit was bullshit. I was just mad. But then after Polite got caught for the same shit he said out of anger, he then told the platform that he was on talking about the charges. He then told that same platform that he was trying to tell everybody all along that Polite was a pedophile. But then you came in here and said that you know beyond that you about to tell me how I know Sarnetta didn't know? But I'm trying to figure how if he said it out his mouth with easy deduction, how are we now taking the shit that Sarnetta is saying and just removing it as fact? He said it himself. He knew all along.
He didn't say it with anything factual. He didn't say it with anything factual. He just made a claim. It'd be different if there was right. So I can't. That's why I'm a little bit confused because he didn't. Because I know that we except for when Sarnetta actually went out there to Cali we didn't really see Polite for like 3 years. He was out there with Mayweather with the money
So you
team.
mean to tell me what he said out of anger was the most educated guess in the history of guesses?
Well, see, the thing is, people sometimes when you are attacking, people was attacking. Now they're attacking Sarnetta for what they believe Sarnetta knew, because now they're mad because they believe they was more Polite supporters than Sarnetta was, right? So now they come back and now they want to attack Sarnetta. Sarnetta's just defending himself.
They're not attacking Sarnetta for what they think Sarnetta knew. They're attacking Sarnetta for what Sarnetta said, and Polite eventually got arrested for. Now, for all of this,
the thing about it is, just because somebody says something, you're doing some religious prophecy bullshit.
No, I'm not doing a religious.
No, factual. It was nothing factual.
You are, because what you're doing is now you're trying to. I'm saying out of
Yeah, you
all
playing
the
games,
crimes,
Reggie. You playing games, Reggie.
all the crimes in the history of the thing that when you get like Reggie, did you not understand my analogy? If you get mad at me and go on YouTube and tell everybody, see, what y'all don't know is Brass is a bank robber. Now there's a billion crimes that a person could commit. But if I get now if we get cool and you say, I was just saying this out of anger, then that's cool. But if I eventually get arrested for bank robbery, and while I'm on the charges for bank robbery, you go onto a platform and say, I was trying to tell y'all all along, you the one that's trying to reject what the nigga just saying.
No, all I'm just trying to do is I'm just trying to line up the facts. I know that we are all aware what Polite said about the accuser or the victim, not the accuser, but the victim of Dr. York.
Yeah.
Right? The Polite said. So that is a big signal. But I didn't know that until he actually said that. I didn't know that, and I'm like, okay, wow, that's real wild, right? Like you didn't care that this dude was.
Sarnetta named the girl. Sarnetta named the girl.
You know, in his rant, he was specific enough to
in his
name the
rant.
girl.
He was super. Hold on. Let me say this. He was super. He called. He said Renente. He was super specific. He even. Hold on. Why are you stopping? Go ahead.
Okay. No. I'm sorry. I apologize. I need to know what he said about Renente.
He said he was alluding to Polite messing with that little girl. He called him Little Dr. York. He
literally said Relinke's mother didn't know where she was.
Exactly. Now you want to fuck with me, Dr. York, Little Dr. York? You dig what I'm saying? He said that. Like, so I don't understand. So now he just said it.
Okay.
Was mad.
So
then when Polite got
locked up, what I got it now. This is what I got, right? So Sarnetta is alluding to the fact that he, in his rage and upsetness, he's alluding to the fact that that Polite was grooming Renette, right? He was grooming Renette, right? So because I don't know anything factual.
Did he use the words grooming?
No, that's what he is.
So this is what you putting together then.
Right. Well, but because we don't have any facts, because I don't have any facts that anything with him and Renette actually happened. Right? I don't have any facts. Now, I don't. That doesn't mean that maybe Sarnetta did, he may have had more, right? But I don't have any facts that I don't have any facts to that. So that's where I look where you can leave whatever else I say after this out of it, because I don't have the facts.
Let's stop.
Yeah, I don't have the fact. I don't have facts, so I'm just trying to figure out who has the facts. Now, if there's something that he particularly said that was more than a claim, right, out of anger, then I'll have to assess that, because maybe I didn't hear it or I did not know. But if it's him lashing out on Polite and making claims, well, those are just claims. But at the same time, it just seems to me that now everybody who ever knew these people, they're being charged with some type of knowledge of something that was happening. We're in New York and he's in California or wherever, Florida or wherever he is, right? We don't know.
But Reggie, that's what happens in all these crimes, bro. When
Okay.
Madoff got caught, you know, and I know in New York, you can there's actual tape depositions where they spent literally the year after Madoff got locked up.
Right.
They were going into his family, them two sons, because remember they had that separate floor where all the bullshit was going on. They didn't realize what Madoff was actually doing. It took a year, about 1,000 depositions, and a whole lot of investigations, SEC and FBI investigations, where they couldn't believe that they didn't know that he was running the largest Ponzi scheme in history. So if we're to believe the sons, okay, that's why I'm saying this ain't about you. But what's bothering me, Reggie, is that you I don't know. You know, we've had these conversations before, right?
Right.
And the thing is, you're actually looking at basic deduction in the face and saying it's something else. If a person rants and picks there's 1,000 crimes in the law code that you could say. 1,000. You could say murderer, you could say any crime. The fact that in his rant, he specifically pulled out that particular crime, and then the person goes to jail, I think it's safe to deduce. And then when the person is arrested and in jail, then says, I've been trying to tell you all along, you somehow still are going to say Sonetta didn't know?
I don't know. My whole thing is, unfortunately, again, I must be the dumbest person.
No, I ain't gonna do that to you. I'm not gonna do that.
You know what? Because close to the rumor mill, right? I'm as close to it. I don't recall. I just recall when it happened. When it happened out there where he was arrested at, right? Miami or wherever, and I had no connection with Polite, except for seeing a show come up and maybe commenting it, right?
Well, I would assume that Sonetta, being the guy that pretty much, as far as just shows and stuff, is the person that's putting all the shows and stuff together. This ain't the first time he did a rant and named some shit that was happening.
Okay.
And then
I'm glad we had this conversation. So that I can bring up this other point.
Okay, yeah, no, I told you whenever you want to stop, we can.
No,
but we're
I'm
gonna
glad that we had this
we're not
conversation.
with you. I understand that.
No,
I
I'm
won't
glad
put you
we
in a
had this
bad
conversation. So now I can understand, and I hope we can all understand how Black people, right? Black people have been criticized for things that they may have done and may not have done, just based on people's general trying to get information together. So I like factual information. And when I find that it's not exactly factual, where there's innuendos and there's biases, and then I can understand how people dress up their own biases and things. Because like somebody like Brass is not going to be involved with none of this shit.
None of it.
None of it. So he wouldn't even know. But a person like me might be around these people, and then when I try to tell you what I know, right? What I know, and if I think there's something, I'll try to tell you.
But I'm also saying, while you say that I wouldn't be around none of this shit, I know that they're your friends. I can't understand why you around any of this shit.
Because what it is that it's the structure of our people. Like I said, I've been around a lot of different groups, and I find problems in a lot of the things that we as Black people do. the criminal stuff, the violence, the threats, all of this, even in organizations. Like, luckily, Press, some of you have just been doing real business, but I've been around information and people. So I've seen I've seen some of the craziest things from in this particular environment.
Hey Reggie, Corey actually gave, before you got on the platform. I know you're about to go, but before you come on the show today, Corey actually gave you a compliment that we all co-signed. That literally part of the thing that all of us have to understand. And I want to see if you agree with this. Is that you've actually been in the community so long, been around the community so long, seen so many people come and go in and out of the community for so long for different reasons, that in some cases, not that you would be numb to it, but that this ain't gonna shock, none of this shocks you as much as it would probably shock one of us. And because you've been around, you kind of like, I think Corey used the words, you've seen it bite them, so there's no need for you to be trying to I forgot the words. I wish Corey was here. But I don't know if anybody else understood it different. But basically, you've been around long enough to see it come and go. That is not something that shocks you, and it definitely wouldn't reach to the point to where you'd have to somehow police it or you know what I mean, like address it publicly as an issue. I think that's what he was saying, but he would be able to.
I think that, but I agree. I've seen the craziest shit. I've seen a very popular speaker that everybody that everybody thought was a popular speaker, and I found out that this guy likes men, and he's writing books on black men, right? Things like Visions for Black Men, books like that, and to find out that he likes black men.
Reggie, why would you just do that? That was crazy to do that to Naeem Akbar. He just called Naeem Akbar homosexual right in your faces.
Oh, that's
that
not
was crazy.
I'm not.
Of course, he named his book.
I don't know. Because I didn't say
you ain't gonna get Reggie. You're not gonna get past me, Reggie. See, that might have got past them niggas, but you can't get past me. I'm going back on.
You might know a little bit more. You might actually be listening to me, and so that's one of the things that. And I had to go back to. I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm just saying in general. Back to my elders.
What you talking about though?
I'm like, what's going on? You guys are directing us to this guy, and this guy, I got
some questions from Mujasi when I see him. I tell you that.
What?
We all listening to you. Trust me, Reggie. We definitely.
Yeah, I got some questions from Mujasi now.
Go back to my elders, and I'm saying, what's going on? Well, it happened in the past. What do you mean? What? So why don't you? If you know it, why don't you tell us? Right? Well, people change, and there's a lot of people in these organizations that were this and became that, but it was in their past, and we don't know this until something happens, right? So, so
it's all good, Reggie. Let it go.
Yeah,
you got
it's strange. It's just strange. It's just strange. It's strange. It's just strange to me how things are normalized in this community, right? But then there's the gossip, and all of a sudden there's the self-righteous gossip stuff. Nobody's looking at them and what they're doing, right? But they're criticizing everybody. But but they have some of the worst skeletons in their closet, right? So so you begin to understand the nature of unfortunately of our people, all my elders the two elders that I always held at the highest esteem was Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Leonard Jeffries for their marital and their general conduct of women and families. Everybody else I cannot vouch. I either I don't know, but I can't vouch for them. But Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Dr. John Henry Clark. I learned something. I mean, I learned something. It's just when I went to Egypt in '87, there was this big party in the old Cataract Hotel. I mean,
You see how he votes for Dr. Ben. You heard that? All right, continue, Reggie.
No, not for his marital, not for that.
I'm just letting them know what you're saying while you going through, so they don't miss nothing. Go ahead, continue.
You're editing that. I mean, Dr. Ben's situation. I mean, women would just throw themselves on Dr. Ben. Like I can't tell. I can't tell specifically, but
disgusting.
Women, and on these trips, these people that do these trips, a lot of the indiscretions happen on these trips where you think.
So you talking about the informative trips to Egypt with sex cruises?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Not entirely, but what I would say is that
no, I get it. I just like to keep some things kind of plain before
it's the way that you throw it out. But what happens is on a lot of these trips, you got people who are interested in the subject and who have the money, were never really committed, but they're on these trips because they have the full $5,000.
I get it.
They're gonna do what they do on all these other trips, right? That they go on, right? And so, they spent their time and their money. They want all the things. They want the clean white sheet. They want all this shit, right? They want the 5-star hotel. They want all this shit. When I went on the trip, a woman that I went on a trip with, 4 days in the trip, she disappeared. And on the last day, when we were leaving on the plane, she rides in on the back of an Arab's motorcycle, right? She'd been missing for the whole
You told me that story. That was funny, yeah.
Didn't see shit. Didn't see none of the things that we went to see. But she came there and she comes back on the back of a right, and she's happy as she got what she got.
That's
a lot
cold,
of these people that go on these so what I say
you
is,
let a Levi nigga steal your girl, man.
so what
you cannot let a Levi nigga steal your girl, man. That's cold.
What I say is that a lot of these like a lot of these trips and stuff like that, you have regular people try to become something, a fantasy on this trip. When they come back, they're the same people that they were before, except for they might have an ankh on their they may have an ankh necklace, right? But they're the same people that was before left. I think that Dr. Clark taught us this. I seen Dr. Clark cry in Africa. Literally, Dr. Clark cried in Africa because he told us, don't give money, no matter how bad, don't give money to kids. Don't give money to kids, because once you do that, then you're going to make these children hoes, right? So that means you're endangering their lives, because every tourist that they come in contact with, they're going to expect that they could get some money. And that makes them very vulnerable. And these people gave these kids money, and Dr. Clark cried on the goddamn bus.
Jesus Christ. And the sad part about it, Reggie, is the one thing that I thought was like, that if I could say that getting people out of the country and they teaching them a couple things about what it is, and they're trying to charge a decent price, has now been described to me as a damn some Diddy shit.
Oh, absolutely.
A goddamn freak Nick.
Because see, Reggie, you don't understand, right? I'm actually, because these are, whether we want to call them or not, they are quote unquote our people, right? So my point would always be that Smalls, I gotta blame Smalls for this. Smalls, me and Smalls have conversations all the time about redemption, right? So I'll go. I don't think that there's no redemption.
Which Smalls?
We have a person in our Discord named Smalls. He's in California.
Oh, okay.
And not Huey Newton, the spy boss or whatever. That guy, the guy with the shootout in the airport.
I'm changing my name.
So I'm saying, so he'll say, he asked me a question, I never forget it. We were talking about a particular person, and he said, so Brass, after all of this stuff that you've seen, you mean to tell me that this person has no redemptive qualities at all? And so even then, I would have to step back and be like, yeah, that is kind of wrong of me, right? And so I'm always looking for a level of redemption, right? I'm looking for like something to be like, you know what? That's the thing when they saying they doing this for the people and the literacy. That's the, you know what? That person's doing it for that reason. But every time I do that, Reggie, I find in this particular community, right? That's why I try to insulate myself. That even the fucking Egyptian trips to educate people about,
man, come on with the virtue signaling, Brass. God damn.
So you knew? Wait. Okay, so wait.
Wait. Why you
come off me?
That fucking why you acting
no, because I am. Wait, no. Whoa.
See
Bro,
what
because no, fuck that. All right, so now fuck all the virtue signaling. Now I'm gonna say some real shit. Because we had a couple of these motherfuckers on TMI, and we was interviewing these motherfuckers out of some pride shit. Like there's some people involved with us that actually believed these motherfuckers was credible, and I was the asshole saying fuck them.
Hold
on, let me finish. I was the one telling niggas fuck these criminal ass niggas, throw them all away, and then we had good content, good shows, and moved forward and did business. But now to find out that the same niggas is doing some perverted sex cult shit, that shit was on our channel.
I thought you was doing virtue signaling.
That ain't virtue signaling, that's a fucking fact, huh?
Why you call it sex culting and shit like that's Christianity coming out of you,
How the fuck did, no.
Yo,
Reggie said that, my nigga.
No, I didn't say that. But them was grown folks. Them grown folks doing the grown folks.
Ain't no fucking, are you crazy?
No, because
that's what you just said about them going to Egypt.
Diddy said, wait. Okay, so Reggie, get out the way. So that shit that Diddy was doing was grown folks?
If grown folks was doing it.
So the shit so then the shit Dr. York was doing was grown folk.
No, see, you always do that,
Brad. I ain't talking about with the kids. No, I ain't talking about,
Brad.
I'm not talking about, no.
Okay, Brass,
I'm not, hold on.
Wait, Brass. Okay. How many people knew that Dr. Martin Luther King, one of our greatest,
no, don't, God.
Right? How many of our people knew that Dr. Martin Luther King was notorious for going place to place, talking about our people, right? But had multiple affairs. How many people now I worked with a woman in the law firm that I worked with, and she told me she might have been 18, 19 years old, and King, I think, spoke at either one of the black churches. I don't think it was Abyssinia. And they glanced at each other, and one of King's people gave her a phone number to come to his hotel, and she was relatively young, and so there are a lot of people that knew this, right, about King's appetite, his appetite. Our people have to be redeemed. We we all we can do is tell the truth to let people know that people can be people and to protect yourself, right? Because
Yeah, but
now,
Reggie, King was a 20-year-old man, bro. Like we gotta be fair. He was a young man.
no, not when this was happening. King, not when that was happening. He was a little, he was definitely his 36, 37, right? When this particular episode happened. So, what do you mean? King died at what did King 38, 39? So this particular episode, because I talked to this woman and she told me the story. And so then, but then I also know that a lot of it happens in our churches. It happens. It's something we have to. It's one of the things that we have to fix in our community, right? I think that that's just one of the things that we have to fix, and we don't talk about it. But the indiscretions and this type of thing, and a lot of times people don't ask people what age they are, right? And so we these are the things that we have to fix. This is one of the problems that we have to solve. But like now, once you're a grown person in your 40s and 50s and 60s, when you hear somebody champion this stuff, then you're gonna have
The
to.
little girl. How old was the girl, Reggie?
Huh?
Yo,
How old was the girl?
At the time,
we kill Dr. King on this channel at least twice a week for some reason.
at the time,
At the time, how old was she?
The girl was at least 18, 19, 20.
Oh, okay. She was grown.
And he was
fine.
he
Go
was
ahead.
in his 30s, you're saying?
Uh-huh.
I thought you meant she was underage. Like
I thought we was about to break the story.
King was married. King was the
No,
pillar.
yeah, he wasn't saying she was underage. No.
King was the pillar, not the pillow, the pillar, right, of our movement, right?
oh yeah, so I don't even believe your story. I'm just letting you talk. I don't believe that shit. You know what I mean? That's like what you just how you just let Sarnetta off the hook. You know what I mean? That's just hearsay at this point. Ain't none of that confirmed. That's
Yeah, y'all
just
don't.
talk.
Y'all got personal vendettas, so y'all don't listen to people. See, that's why I don't do that.
He has a right to say what he has to say, but we can go into the FBI files.
Gotta love.
Hey, but Reggie, soon as they hear Dr. Ben or certain people's name, I know how these niggas is, Reggie. See, I be fighting with these niggas, so I know how they do. They don't care what you say after a certain name. It's going down, brother Reggie.
Yeah,
There's logic so we can get Tuck to leave.
Hey Tuck, I'm gonna send you. I need your PO box, man. I'm gonna send you a 150, man. You can't be wearing that orange thing, bro. You need a 150 on, bro. That thing right there, bro. That's that hard hat. You can't deal. You can't be walking around with that, man. You need a 150 on, man.
Corey checked him. Corey just checked him right out the gate.
Corey just did a
He gonna have a concussion.
Corey just did a construction site check. That's the first time I've ever seen somebody check somebody construction.
He oceaned his ass. He oceaned that nigga.
You sent them home.
Now we call them $150s because that's how much they cost. You know what I'm saying?
Be surprised what we call
my hard hat is a $150 hard hat.
Corey sent them home.
But anyway, hey Corey, I ain't on site much, so I don't need much. I'm on site right now.
You got to have a $150 either way, man. You can't jump out your truck on site and you got that plastic thing on.
He might get robbed.
You need that. You need to have that $150 on.
I can sell a $150 helmet on the street. I can buy it.
I'm out here changing the world for you. A $150 out here is not some shit that you want.
No, not the $150s. I could sell whatever Corey's trying to give him or advise him. Shit, it depends on what neighborhood he's in. He could get robbed for that. He could jack for that. But listen, well, the thing about it is we need better safeguards.
Get your PPE.
We need better safeguards for our community, right? And so I think that we're getting better. I think that there's been less marketing schemes right? Less marketing schemes in the last couple of 4 or 5 years. So that's positive, isn't it?
I think, but I think that it's not necessarily less marketing schemes. I think I think the police finally did their fucking job with the majority of these motherfuckers, because the conscious community wasn't never going to do it, or put these or put an end to the shit, or stop promoting it.
Who has been convicted for those type of crimes? They could be
Didn't Nature Boy get convicted?
Oh, that's for sex. That's for sex.
What
and,
the hell?
rape.
What crimes you talking about?
That's for sex and rape and stuff like that.
No, what crime you talking about?
Huh?
What crime? Well,
So
the white guy convicted.
marketing schemes, the money marketing.
Oh, you mean like scamming? Oh no,
Yeah.
they ain't caught Garfield yet.
Oh yeah, he talking about like what Garfield. No, Garfield
Why y'all do that, man?
don't do it no more. He stopped.
Why y'all do
Because
that?
if you
Listen,
gonna
because
call,
you
nigga,
can't.
you
Listen,
call
listen.
Dr. Martin,
I can say
nigga, you call
things
Dr.
you
Martin
can't
Luther
say.
King out.
Yeah,
No,
if
hold on, Brad.
wait
This
a
nigga
second.
called
Wait.
Dr. Martin Luther King out.
You
Naim
just tried
Akbar,
to
but you
tell
mentioned
me,
Garfield.
You just tried to expose Dr. Martin Luther King.
1v1.
And I said, yeah, you tried to expose Dr. Martin Luther King.
Okay.
And I said they ain't caught Garfield yet. And somehow your defense or you say, why did I didn't say that when you was talking about King a minute ago.
Y'all do know that one of the newest hottest civil suits is defamation. And what I have found is that there's there's defamation per se, and then there's the straight common defamation. When you say things, someone like yourself, Brass, right? You're on these shows, but don't relax, because you could be a target for.
Sarnetta put it out there though.
No, but
We
that's
getting
how.
it from Sarnetta platform. He put it out there.
No. Let me explain.
How we gonna get sued?
Let me explain how Tariq Nasheed and Taharka Bey's suit went. Taharka Bey sued Tariq Nasheed because Tariq Nasheed called him a sexual predator on a social media thing. In court, they pulled up Sarnetta's program, and Tariq Nasheed's defense attorneys tried to say, well, this was known and it was on Sarnetta's show. So they pulled Sarnetta's show up on the big screen in a civil suit in Los Angeles. Well, the fact of the matter is that even if it was there, it was a rumor, but the fact is that ultimately Tariq Nasheed said it, right? So it's what you say. So it has to be it has to be your own research. So be careful about defamation.
No, I agree. Let me ask you a question, Reggie. Have you sued? So when is the suit between you and Chief X starting?
I can't sue him.
Why?
Because I don't have enough money to go and sue him in California court.
How much it costs? I'll put up for it. I help.
I can respect honesty. That's honest as fuck.
No,
I help you see that nigga, Reggie.
Because Reggie, I couldn't believe for the life of me, because you had said that to us before. Yeah. And for the life of me, as mad as you was after Chief X did his show, I was like, if you know all of this, why you ain't do it? So it kind of threw some doubt. But if you saying you can't afford it, then that makes sense.
I already looked at how much it would cost. Okay, so what they do is they string you out as far as court appearances. Yeah. So round trip from New York to California would be $600, and then $600 plus the hotels. So to me, how much is Chief X actually worth? How much can I get from him? 100,000, right? That then basically I'll be trying to make my money back. Right?
Nah, you shouldn't sue Chief X though. He just said it similar. He said it similar to how Sarnetta did it. He was angry.
No. That's
and
how
he did a show.
No.
Didn't mean it.
No. So with defamation, there are defamation per se. I'm a public figure. So then I was on so did he say it with malice, right? He said it with malice. And so that's the reckless standard, because there's nothing in my history for him to actually say it. If he was worth something, and if he was in New York, I would sue him till he's on the street, right? But he's not in my jurisdiction, and the long arm of New York does not reach California, so he's safe for now, right?
He was just upset. I wouldn't say. He was. If you saying that,
he called me a predator.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, if you're saying, you're also saying to us, and this goes back to a level of redemption. If you're saying that what Sa said was out of anger, it's clear Chief X was just upset because he ain't said nothing else.
Oh,
so
no,
I
the
don't think
record,
that's in
no,
his
he
heart.
said it. No. So now what happens is there's something called the badge of malice, which goes into the standard. But he just says, I can smell these predators, right? He worked in the field. So he used his profession. He didn't just say it. He said he used his profession that he can smell it off of these people, right? So he doubled down. So there's a thing called the badge of malice in defamation suits, and from my calculations, he reached that badge of malice, right? Enough for it to be reckless, because it was reckless. Because who calls me a predator, right? I mean, what in my history, and why did he do it? So it was more than just him being upset with me. He tried to damage my credibility, my reputation, right?
You mean like calling somebody Baby York?
Well, now here's the thing. Baby York, calling somebody Baby York may not reach the standard, because you have to research Dr. York. In the reckless standard, it's a clear, concise definition that that damages a person's reputation.
Okay.
Plus the badges of malice, meaning there's no reckless standard says that the person who said it themselves would have to have doubt, or it's just so reckless that they didn't care that they said it. He didn't care that he said it. So he is lucky that he's out of my jurisdiction and my financial for the money that I would get from him. But I'll tell anybody else, I'm game. You in my jurisdiction, you in Baltimore, you in Maryland, Baltimore, DC, right? Delaware, right? Connecticut, right? But most people cool. He just wasn't cool.
I got you.
Look up New York Times versus Sullivan. That is the case, and that tells you about the reckless standard. So, for example, what's the rapper, the female rapper that sued that social media girl that's on?
You talking about Cardi B and Tasha K?
That was a reckless standard, right?
Did she win? She won, right?
Of course, Cardi B won.
Yeah, I remember that case. I remember that.
So Cardi B had some money to go out there and sue. Chief X is only safe because he lives in California. I live in New York. The flight and the hotels. That's all. But he actually made what you call the badge of recklessness.
Well, I can tell you this much: Chief X definitely got some money, because he's been slanging Moringa for at least 30-something years. So I think he might fall under the standard of. I don't think you should do any suing or none of that. I think all of the shit that happens. Hold on, real quick. All of the shit that happens with the level of shit conversations that goes on, I think the shit that he said, even though it was against you, I think the level of shit that he said, there's been things far worse that didn't reach that level, if that makes sense, that didn't reach the level of lawsuits and all of that. I mean, I thought basically mudslinging back and forth from what I've seen on these conversations, the mudslinging back and forth is pretty much, what happens. From what I'm just saying, based on what I see.
But that's why I said defamation suits is a rising suit now because of social media, right? So you're going to see more of that, but you don't know until you actually are in court. You don't know. You don't know because then you're going to have to either represent yourself or hire an attorney and charge you $400 an hour, and that could be just serving tea, right? Or the $400 that you're gonna spend. So the average defamation case for defense is roughly about $150,000, the minimum. And if you're smart, you would probably just try to settle to not get caught up with the law fees, because then you're gonna have to pay the punitive damages and everything else.
Wouldn't they do like a court cost kind of situation with that too? Would that would be like even if you did bring a case, and once again publicly I'm telling you I don't think you should. I'm not telling you what to do, but that's not why I'm saying what I'm about to say. But in a situation like that, wouldn't that be like if you brought a suit like that, wouldn't that be a like the person that you bring the suit to, they would have to pay your court costs because you brought. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You
So
in the
case, if you lose the case, it just depends on the judge. But if you lose the case, you could if you bring if I brought a case on
and you shouldn't once again. But go ahead.
I would. I'm
just saying.
And I would prosecute the case myself because that's how much I know about this law, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need a lawyer because it's a straight loathsome. There's no defense for that, right? So I would prosecute it myself, and so I wouldn't have to pay a lawyer. But the thing is, it's a two-party pay lawyers for prosecuting and for defense. And then it's the damages. But I would sue him. I would sue him. We could kiki, right? But I tell you, I show you better than I could say it.
Yeah, I know, but I know you ain't Christian, but let the Christian in you beat everything else.
No, I'm gonna let the devil do it.
you're gonna let the devil lead you. Like my grandmother say, let the devil lead your steps on this one.
Yeah,
let that shit.
I'm gonna be righteous like America is bombing this righteous war with America in the Middle East, right? it ain't about, trust me, it ain't about no oil, it ain't about nothing. It's strictly religious. It's an old war, right? So no, Chief X, keep running your mouth, and
he ain't said nothing since. So don't try to agitate a fucking.
No. I want him to because he did something wrong. So let him keep running his mouth, and if I do play a number and I get extra $100,000, I will make him cry. Right?
He saw the error of his ways, Reggie. Let's just leave it where it's at.
No, it's the alcohol. It's the alcohol.
Now you doing. Now you about to walk yourself into a case.
No,
bro.
he was on a show with alcohol.
But that don't. So what you saying? The alcohol? But you making the extra leap saying alcohol made him do it like everybody else do. That's slander in and of itself.
No, it's not, because I didn't slander him by saying that he drinks socially on social media while he's
That ain't what you said. You saying that the alcohol, his abuse of the alcohol.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. So that's the word. Oh, okay. Hey, I'm learning.
Oh no,
I'm learning.
He seemed to be under the influence. It's like if you're drunk and driving and you hit somebody, is that an excuse? So if you drinking on social media and you're calling people names, You can have it your way, and I'll do it in law. Right? I'll do it in law. Because y'all people think I'm stupid. You think that I just talk the talk. I've represented myself in federal court and state court. Look my ass up.
No, I didn't say I don't think you're stupid. What I was saying
then he goes, well, I looked up his cases, and it seems like he lost. Okay, well, when a case does not, when you see a case, and a case does not have a finding, then you can suspect that something happened out of court. But if you're a stupid person and you're going to talk about, I love these stupid people. They're going to look at my court case. First of all, first thing you need to do is when you look at my court case on the matter that I have 141 federal citations. That means 141 cases use my case. In employment law, my case is the standard on 12B6 motion to dismiss in federal law.
Talk that
In
shit.
So now, then you have to understand that the reason why I was dismissed, right, is because in this particular matter, the judge said that I didn't have enough adverse harm. Why? Because the matter started before I lost my employment. Right? So the bar for this judge who was a Gotti judge who sentenced Gotti to jail, right, forever. He said that, okay, wow, I understand, but it didn't meet the standard in federal court. Well, that's federal court. In New York State court, it has the most constructive human rights laws in the country. In the state court, there's a different thinking, a different construction of the law than the federal law. So there you go. So Mr. Xavier, right? I will tell you people what your last name is, and I'll tell people what your address is. But I certainly looked at the economics of suing you for defamation. I certainly look at that, Xavier, right? So I'll just leave it as that.
Hey, before you go, we got a request from the chat. They're saying good show, good conversation, but they're asking about some guy named Melfi Asante and him leaving ASCAT. Was there some kind of bullshit with that, or is that something you can't talk about?
Melfi Asante.
Is there why did he leave ASCAT?
Melfi Asante was never really part of the Association for Study of Classical African Civilization, but he was a speaker. What happened is that he left the organization he found in Afrocentrist, right? He left. Members of that organization seem to be displeased with Dr. Asante, and they wrote a letter or something, right? But that's all.
But it wasn't nothing crazy, right? It wasn't no like weird shit,
right? I'm still on the phone.
all right, okay, cool. I get it.
I'm still on the phone. If you wanna talk to me personally,
yeah, I'll talk to you privately.
If you want to talk to me privately, not on a chat or something
I got you, brother. I got you.
Well, I'll say this.
No. I think we done did enough for today.
Not specifically that Dr. Melfi Asante, who I do have high regards for in his work.
Mm-hmm.
Is the same problem that you have with preachers and congregations, not having anything to do with Dr. Asante, but but we do have a problem with professors and students, right?
Okay.
In the same kind of way and you can see it in Columbia University in those cases. You can see it in a lot of cases that sometimes professors just get a little too much interested in their close proximity of their students. Being human nature, people imagine, but
human nature, people imagine.
The information that I want to talk about any particular professor. But I will say that Dr. Leonard Jeffries and
who's doing that?
Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Dr.
What'd you say, Logic?
No, I was asking who's doing the not the real people imagination. What was this?
No, when you're close, sometimes people, when you're close to people like in employment, you're close to your coworkers, when you're professors, you're preachers, you start imagining things, imagining affection that may not necessarily be this reciprocal.
So, but you were saying Molefe Asante, they had nothing to do with his ideologies, nothing to do with the direction that he was starting to go with his.
Right. That's why the organization wrote a letter. If someone asked me why did he leave ASCAC, but I just said that he wasn't really part of ASCAC, but in his own organizational construct, I think a group of people wrote a letter about the different direction that he was heading versus what they were heading.
Yeah, that's. I think that's what the whole question was about. They got to be asking you, what about what he was saying? What the direction they was talking? Like, how did he actually like split off from something that he started like?
Well, we can have a full conversation on that, but that was just something quickly asked. Maybe.
No, I'm talking about the topic of what he was saying, right? Not what they were discussing and why it was wrong. I'm saying like, what was he saying in his direction, right? You kind of like agreed that that's what it was, direction of his scholarship. So what was he saying that they didn't agree with?
I'm still on the call.
He's politely telling you he can't talk about it, bro.
I got you. I guess I wanted to make sure that he knew what I was talking about before he said he couldn't talk about it.
I'm still.
Because I can see. I feel like, yeah, I feel like if I was asking him what happened in the office that day, and he was there, I'm asking like, what was the man like writing? Like, how, like, where did he? Was it something that people was believing, or something people were seeing? Like, that's what I'm asking.
They have a difference in the direction of what Afrocentricity, I believe, and what and some of the changes. Sometimes people become a little bit more controlling, right? And maybe there are some other issues that factor in. But a lot of times people create these organizations, and they're always they control the organizations, even when things change or have to change.
So
But I'm not
so that made the subject matter of what someone was teaching. Like that.
Why don't you read that? Somebody could go online and get the letter that they wrote, and I think that would clear it up.
No, I ain't asking for the letter, but if the letter is easier, where could I get it?
The conflict with Dr. Malefia Santi and the organization of Afrocentricity. A letter. Shit, I gotta do everything.
You know what I love about these? You know what I love about this, Reggie? Is and through no fault of your own, but I have heard so many terms, business model, the office of Afrocentricity. I done heard so many. The conscious community got so many terms and definitions for some of those sickest shit. It's interesting, but I appreciate it. But you ain't listen. Like I said when we first started, you ain't. I hope we didn't. You don't feel like we forced you, because I was telling you the whole time to back out. But I think you handled yourself very well, and I appreciate your time.
Well, because I mean, I can always stop talking because I know that and I try to be open, but I do try to be open with explanations. And so if I have to explain myself, and then there's claims that, there's a lot of claims that people have, and I think Chef was informative as to what he actually heard, and then the Truist put out the video, I guess, of what he said. But
Oh, he did. He did.
Yeah, it's in the Truist has a video in the chat on Sinetta Response to Brother Polite.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Now, listen, I mean, people get anyway. Two things. Yes.
Go ahead, Reggie. I'm trying to. If you want to keep talking, go ahead. I'm just saying.
I'm not talking about nothing except for letting you know that the Truist, the Truist put up a video to track exactly, if you want to inquire what was said. I'm pretty sure it's on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out.
So when are y'all doing y'all doing this thing with the Sinetta TV Awards?
This weekend, we came up with me and Mujasi are doing a show. We're trying to put together something on, we're going to go from 1910. We're going to do 20-year period starting in 1910 of unsung heroes in the in the civil rights movement.
Yeah.
But also unsung heroes that maybe you haven't heard of per se. Not you, but just the average person. Because when we were doing these shows, when we were discussing Black History Month, when we were asking people who their favorites were, it was pretty much it was a pool of about 10, 15 people. And then somebody made a comment the other day that basically in Black history there's a big six. So that kind of irked me and Mujasi. So we're gonna do every 20-year period, 1910 going forward, highlighting the unsung figures behind all of these people. So maybe we could add some more people that help Black people move forward. We're gonna add them to the lexicon and have better conversations. So we're putting that together.
Okay, so before we leave, I'm trying to, if you can do me a favor, right?
Yeah.
Because I have contributed in a way. I hope I didn't hog your show, but I think I, said my two-piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is this what you've learned from social media, what you have learned from the time that you have been on, and I'm talking about Trimedia, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Is this a time stealer? Is this just something that you're just giving back to community? Is there anything how can I say, business worthy of this? Because I'm I have been at the point for a long time as far as supporting business and things like that. Unless you want to be a media hog yourself and an influencer, right? Where you can sell snake oil, right? It's just something that you're doing if you're doing it for people, you're doing it for humanity, right? But there's nothing economically viable. The market is saturated. People prefer entertainment for clicks and giggles and stuff like that. So can you help me out? Because I'm trying to understand still after damn near 15 years of this stuff, or people like yourself who get involved in it. What do you have any ideas of making it better for at least economic, or it's just not an economic it's not
No.
economic?
It's definitely an economic vehicle. That's a good question. So Recently, our channel reached 1 million views. Collectively throughout everything that we drop. You know, and I know data is important. Any topic, I've heard worse topics in these spaces being discussed, not just content community, I'm talking about the internet and social media. I mean, there are people who walk around pranking people that make millions. There are people who walk around eating food that make millions. So essentially, when I got into it for, I'll leave names out, but what I got into it for was I saw a situation similar to you and a couple other people I thought were giving out information and trying to monetize it. But then as you dig deeper, and specifically in the conscious community space, the monetization of this particular conscious community space, these little 9, 10, 12 channels, right, in the conscious community space, is always going to be difficult to monetize because it's essentially being, I think you just used the term hog media. The hogging of the media is done by one person who then parcels out views and content to the other people, and they base their content in and around whatever the hell he's talking about, and then they go to him for whatever to make money. In our particular case, behind the scenes, and I'll tell you some more privately, but I'll be vague publicly. Even Hits is in the chat telling me that's for our human resources. Behind the scenes, capital wise, there's a lot of vehicles that you can use. But I will tell you, as far as the conscious, this particular 8, 9 channels. So I'm almost hesitant now to call this the conscious community, being what I know.
Right.
This business model of logging on, doing shows, and asking for cash apps and asking for super chats in and among this content, as long as, if you take a look at the channels, you've been here a long time, none of the channels, unless you get away from the overarching elephant in the room, until you get away from that person or break away, the examples I've seen in this particular community, nobody makes money until they break away or get away from that dominant figure at the top. Now, even when they break away from the dominant figure at the top, when you try to copy that business model, i.e. a Pharaoh, i.e., I think probably the person that's doing it, Paul's the best, is even if you think, I know you don't really agree with the Hebrew Israelite, he's from Cesaria. I think as far as doing media, if you were looking at, I would say right now, he's probably the most successful at it and still trying to be clean. I've seen him on a lot of larger platforms. I've seen him get 10 times the views of the other people that talk bad about him for whatever. But at the end of the day, I think if it's in the conscious community space, I would follow whatever his model is, because his model is generating a lot of views, is generating a lot of capital. But our goal is not to generate it through conscious community shows. This is the kind of stuff where we kind of do how can I word? I'm trying to be respectful and disrespectful at the same time. But I don't think the business model of logging on, talking about Egypt, asteroids, and whether Jesus was real, I don't know how you could monetize that. But I do know how you could take the data, if you were able to get a large number of people to watch that. I know how you could take that data, take it offline, and make quite a bit of money. So if you want to have that conversation privately, I'm all for doing that. But I've hold on real quick. I've tried. I don't see any financial.
Yeah.
I don't see any financial gain in the particular 8 to 9 channels underneath the HOK brand, because you would have to do some things that would be considered crimes against humanity to call it a business model, if that makes sense.
No, it does.
It does. It
Yeah.
does.
But if you want to have that conversation separately about the data that we collect and how we move it across many platforms, I'm more than willing to have that conversation. And I think you, based on the information that you give, like if I was to talk to you, if you weren't afraid or not afraid, that's not a good word, but if you weren't as careful, the amount of information that you know could be spun off into so many different types of media. I'm surprised that you haven't capitalized on it yourself, or maybe you waiting on something to
because I've basically given up this as a revenue stream, right? I can't even ask for lunch for my time without somebody, even logic, right? I ain't buying you a cheeseburger, nigga. That's logic, right?
But I think almost every time you talk with us, Reggie, and you could at least see, no matter how it gets played out or how it gets laid out, almost every time you give us your time, one of us or multiple of us, without you even having to ask, will compensate you, because there's no reason for you to be here There's no reason for you to be here talking to us, no matter what we're talking about. There's no reason for you to be doing that without being
Well, I do appreciate that, given that that in itself the channel is not revenue, but at least you're thoughtful. So I do appreciate that, and that's why I do come on this channel versus some of the other channels, which you know, I could be very, very harsh on. Like you think that look, I'm friends with people, but I can also be very, very harsh, right? Do have enough thoughtful people. You just need to find more thoughtful people that have some information, and that would be very, very helpful. Then it could lead to something else, and then some of the some of the crazy comments or the disrespect, the sly disrespect when it's not asked for, right? Like Stu Peas is Stu Peas, but he should be a good partner with you, right? You shouldn't have to make a person curse disagreement. But Stu Peas is also very bright. So I don't know why he comes, that's just his personality, but it's not always good for business.
Stu Peas is intelligent, but he also, we call it here, he's also definitely, and he'll admit it himself, I don't know if he could talk today, but he'll admit it himself that he's somewhat infected by so like you study discourse, right? You've been to college. So you somewhere in college in any course, as you talk to your professors, whether they teach you how to discourse with each other or how they teach you how to talk to each other or have any kind of intellectual conversation, right? They teach you about emotional intelligence. But and that's just for any college graduate, you get that, right? Yes. But what I would say in this particular community, one of the things I noticed, it'll get even the sanest person out of their character, right? And then on top of that, even Stu Peas, sometimes when he's like, for example, the conversation he had with Gullah that day, after a while, even when you try to do content, right, or you try to make a show or do anything like that, it always at some point, like I was telling Chef today, that's a better example. I actually appreciate the shows that Chef does when he doesn't open the panel, when he's just basically giving his information, giving his thoughts, and then leaving it for critique if you want to go do a show or you want to get to know Chef. Because remember, all of the things that we're saying, there's nothing new under the sun, like our grandparents tell us. So essentially, what you're buying into when you go into these channels is the person. So like, you're familiar with Don King. Don King was a promoter on top doing a lot of crazy things, right? That's evident. He's been to court. He's been convicted of a few things. He's won cases, lost cases. But what people don't know is he had a large number of promoters working for him, right? And working with him to manage other boxers. But when you got the Don King, when you listen to all of these guys that were doing promotion underneath him, they would always say that I'm not him and I'm not doing what he's doing. And they never really reached any higher than Don King or could never get past him because they were still being labeled as his shit as long as they was working for him. So when they left, they were able to spread their wings, do business the way they would do it. And then even though they were in competition with the person that put them on, they were able to go out and now we can see what they would do. I think as long as you have a Don King in the community and you can study it, it's hilarious, but you can look at the views of the people that fall under the business model. None of it will ever you can see the ceiling because the ceiling does 2 and 3 shows every day. So no, hold on. So my point would be right. So and my point would be even that's why that business model, there's a ceiling on it. And as you talk to the people underneath it, you realize like there's a mental ceiling where even in their own heads, they don't think they could ever be larger than that person. So in your case, you actually are offering good information and you have the struggle of also being an activist per se. So because you also have activism and actual action amongst the things you're saying, you could actually market and monetize a lot easier probably than anybody in the community. But like I was telling you, sometimes your relationships sometimes can compromise your growth. Similar to the older people when they say, show me your 5 friends, that's essentially you. So that's
You're drawing a diagram. You're drawing a diagram. What Reggie wants is a blueprint, not a diagram. You're drawing a diagram. If I was Reggie with Reggie knowledge and Reggie appeal, I will siphon out some. I would start my own channel, go on Senator show, go on everybody's show and say, please subscribe to Reggie Marbury channel. Put on a show every other day or every day, just not hour. An hour with Reggie. And you discuss one topic each day. You're too interesting to be boxed into the Egyptology stuff. You can discuss Egypt one day, and next day you discuss the museum that you go to. You talk up, you tell people said why they go to the museum, the history. It's not about Egypt. You can talk about African study. You can talk about Ascot. You have too much things. I were you. I would have an hour show each week, each day. An hour. Go on everybody's channel. Start your own channel. And it will grow from there. You're too interesting to be boxing yourself in. That's all you do. And when you box yourself in, a Negro like me now, who's a total anarchist, who just like to tear down people just for the fun of it, will come because you put yourself in a box. You're too bright for the box. You're bigger than the box. Trust me.
Brightness and being articulate, what I realized is 2 different things. So I realized that people enjoy.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me or did I get knocked off? I got knocked off. Oh, hello? Testing, 1, 2. Hello?
I can hear you, brother.
Yeah, something happened, but listen, some things, sometimes you're born with gifts and sometimes you have to acquire other gifts. I am not an articulate person and I'm not trying to be charismatic, and I would rather
But that's a lie. What do you mean by you're not articulate? That's a lie. What do you mean by you're not articulate? Where you measuring yourself, Charles?
Oh no,
You
a
are
fast
articulate.
talking. I lose all the time with a fast talking person. I lose
No,
all the
but
time.
it's not about.
I have to do
It's
things
not
that I
about.
don't want to do.
It's not about fast talking. What you do when you're explaining stuff, you're meticulous with it. Sometimes you're too meticulous. You probably have to work on that. But you have that. You are articulate. You can explain yourself. Articulation is about how you express yourself. You're not combative in your conversation. That is different. That's why a dude like me would take you off his square. Because I learned how to be combative in arguments. That's not your strength. So you don't play to that. You play to your strength. You tell people to pause, give me a second. Let me explain this in a way that everybody can participate. That's what your strengths are. Identify your strengths and then work with it.
Well, I'm
You
moving
are
more
articulate.
toward following becoming Stupies, because you know what, I've given enough time. No matter what, people still, for the most part, go for the okey doke. They love to be an okey doke, and when they fail in it, then they love to talk about it and crash out, but they don't crash out on themselves. So I'm moving more toward Stupies, and I would rather my Euro USD how indicators ultimately give me what I need to see so that I could stop changing my time. Because I've done enough. I've actually done enough. But right, so now in my older age, I'm just I'm not chasing. People wanna be wrong. They wanna gravitate to things that don't work and do it over and over again because they don't really care. They don't really put in the time, energy to actually help people. Uh, they don't really care about the information that they give or what they think about. They really just think about themselves and their own hubris and their own ego. So at this point that's why I just say, you know what? If I have some time, I'll look for shows like your show. Once in a while, I'll go a Super Wavy show, but and see if I can work with somebody who's young who has a show, but Super Wavy don't get it all the time. He don't get it. He just don't get it. Right?
All right. You see, today I spent 2 hours discussing the history of the Bronx and the history of Reggie experience. Imagine if you just sit down in your house, light a cigar, sit back, turn on the camera, and just talk to people. Just like how you talk to this. I'm talking about the history of the Bronx, my experiences, people who I've met, people who have impacted my life, and people whose life I've impacted for just an hour. Put that show up. It might not have any views today, but over time you'll have some shows what is intellectual. You cannot battle people. Your strength is not to battle people. Your strength is to impart knowledge. Just turn on your camera and do an hour show every day.
Stupies. I have one
Don't
of the
give away your
oldest
time.
shows. I have one of the oldest shows on YouTube. I was in this media because I have a degree in computer science, so I was interested in this. So, and before this, I used to do red carpet shows with I used to do it. So I filmed almost everybody in the industry 15 years ago, right? From Oprah to Russell Simmons to everybody, till I got tired of filming celebrities, right? So yeah, but I'm not at this particular point. My fumes are running out because I do want, like everyone else, I would like to.
That's crazy. I remember you on them red carpets interviewing. That's crazy. I forgot all about that. That's nuts.
Yeah. Beyonce, Kim Kardashian, Snoop, Neo, yeah.
Yes, but Reggie, I understand that, but your problem is that you don't want to be a parasite. I see it in you. It's what you view as parasitical. You're not going on other people's show. You see the instant, like I had friends who went into YouTube from day one. And any show they went on, every other second they said, remember to subscribe to my channel. It's Next Gen 720 on YouTube. Good channel if you want to hear more from me. Anytime you go on Sanita every day, the first thing, the middle thing, and the last thing you must say, please people, go and subscribe to Reggie Arbery channel. You're surprised that you siphon out 5,000 people from his channel. Because people come there and they listen to you and they find it interesting. But then when they go to your channel now, there's nothing. The only time them see you is on somebody else's channel. If I was supposed to start my own channel tomorrow, every day I come on here, I would say, Remember now, please subscribe to Stu Peace, aka Michael Smith, if you want to hear more from me. Because everywhere you go, you build your channel. You do like you said in Herbalife. Everywhere you go, you talk about Herbalife. Everywhere you go, you talk about your channel. And you pick up your channel to 5,000 people. You can get monetized. It might not sound like much in the beginning.
Actually, Unc is, you know, Unc. If for Unc, a lot of people wouldn't be on YouTube. Believe it or not, Unc had one of the biggest channels way before Sarnetta had the channel. People don't know that, right? But I appreciate the. Now it's
Is
just
Unc more interesting than you? Let me ask you a question. Is Unc more interesting than you? Does Unc have more life experiences than you? Does Unc ever walk the path? A Sarnetta ever is more interesting than you? Don't put down yourself, dude.
No,
Leave
I'm
that
not
to me.
putting myself down. Well, Sarnetta, he's a great aggregator of people. So he's got interesting show. He's got punching bags like Apostle, right? He's a great aggregator of people. Always was, right? Even in the street. So he can put a mic in front of someone and they can talk. That's just Sarnetta's gift. It's not to me about it. To me, it was about the work. I think I've done enough thinking to in this time period to. What I mean thinking is I can develop some of my best thoughts. But Monday's my birthday, and you'll probably see me on Netta's show because it's a big platform. If I can get the spot, and talk about want to talk about, which is this war in the Middle East is coming home.
But when it comes to the Monday, the opportunity to relaunch yourself, to let people get to know you.
I need listen. I need I've been waiting so long for my for my investment. It's been so brutal. I'm right in my investments. It's taking so long, and I'm interested in.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas the certified boogeyman. I'm the one that underscore it.
I tell you something, I'm not cutting. Me and Askell had a show. It lasted about 3 weeks. I know how I feel. Askell know how I feel. Our personalities clash, right? So sometimes when you're looking for somebody who you think articulate and can talk plenty, I can't carry a show by myself. Because my show is going to be a war show. Because that's my personality. You calm, dude. Start over your YouTube. Trust me. Trust me. Start over your YouTube, promote it, and your YouTube will blow up.
I've given enough.
You're good, dude.
I just have a little bit more to give, but I wanted. But thank you so much for your advice. It just helps me understand where this market, where this market is. I just see that you have to sell your soul. You have to be a influencer. You have to do Stephen Fletcher. You have to do all of that these days to be a influencer, or you have to have some backing, right?
No, you do. You just have to be you. You just have to be you. I'm interested in interesting stories. Can't talk about history. Can't talk about the community. You were there from the beginning of rap. Any conversation people bring up, you can talk about it. Just be you. You don't have to step and flex. It's not going to grow fast, but it will grow over time. That's Brass plan. What Brass is doing now. Brass have 10 million people on the panel. And Brass mentally picking out who can work with long term. It matters. I can bring Stupies on sometime, but not all the time.
Hey, Stupies, you saying too much. You saying way too much, bro. Stop. You saying way too much.
I'm looking for
what Brass doing. That's what
that's just a proverb, and honestly, I think it might be an African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with a team.
But I'm looking for like a channel like this, or a channel where if you can't make it on this show, right, or if you can't make it on this particular show, you're not the people that people supposed to listen to. If we need a show super integrity that only people with the best of almost the best of integrity comes on.
But here's the crazy thing. Hold on, but I don't want to be. That's the virtue signaling. I don't think it's 100% integrity. I think, like for example, I'm gonna say his name. He gonna show up. We have a member, not a member, but we have a contributor, a person that comes on. Y'all known him for a long time, but even he has some affiliations, right? That that some would consider problematic. So it's not necessarily an integrity thing, right? With us, it's more about if that's what you're doing, then just say that. Don't say what I have a distaste for is when you say you're doing one thing, and then like Tuck will say, then you're doing the virtue signaling and intelligence shaming of people. But in actuality, if you dig even beneath even right beneath the surface, then it's not much different than what everybody else is doing. And that's why sometimes on these shows, like yesterday, for example, you had somebody who I immediately saw yesterday while you were talking. There was someone that came here to try to sort out their fucking
content show.
Their personal, you pissed them off about Egypt or some shit a long time ago, and now we're trying to have an actual conversation, and you're using the conversation to get your shit off. We removed them. So a lot of times we'll catch flack because we gotta like, we'll curate, but we're trying to curate a space. So when you curate this and curating the space, I don't even call it kicking or banning or moving. Everything that we've been through a lot of bullshit, but I don't even look at it like that. I look at it, it's like product testing. Some of this works, some of this doesn't. Some people work in these conversations. Some people don't. So
right.
But hey, but did you say today was your birthday?
No,
Monday.
My birthday's Monday. But
okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be enough to collect Social Security early. It's not early retirement. It's early Social Security because that's not retirement. I got actually a lot of money in Social Security, believe it or not, right? Because I
wouldn't be shocked at that.
I have a lot of money. I worked shit. More. So, but the funny thing is, for me to get a piece of that, which is not a whole lot of money to y'all, but it is something that I deserve to get.
Well, at least it was earned honestly.
Huh?
At least it was earned honestly.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I think that if you want to say integrity, I'll say it in that part. I don't care how much it is. If you're not grifting or snake oil selling, and you can say that that's your claim to the, that's how you provided for yourself and how you built your name, then that's something else. Like, people think we just sit on here and talk. I don't think we have one person in our Discord that is not somehow working or taking care of their family while we're having these conversations. As a matter of fact, I'm sure at least 90% of our Discord listens to the conversations to get through their day while they doing what they doing. I mean, look at it. Tuck just turned his camera on. Tuck is at work right now. And he talks, when he gets the opportunity, he talks just as much as anybody because you need that kind of shit to get through the day. Earlier this morning, me and Mujasi were planning the show for the weekend. We bouncing proposals and doing the shit that we got to do. When we talk to DQ, DQ is at a shop that he owns while we're doing these shows. Like, what we can't stand is that's why we always calling out the grifting and the snake oil, because I don't understand. I can't understand for the life of me, and this is not the virtue. And Tuck, stop me if I'm doing that. But what we can't stand is the hiding intelligent communication behind grifting and snake oil.
Right.
And the thing is, I hear so many times. That's what I was saying. I wasn't calling you out, but you're not the first person that I've heard call a lot of the stuff that goes on in this community the price of doing business.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's problematic for me because a lot of the people, I would assume, even if it's 1,000 people watching, I don't think that a lot of those people are in a financial position while we're somehow trying to help the people. You're taking money from them and offering them basically nothing.
Hey, Brad. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something real quick. So the way another person likes their drama, like, cause you know we like sports, Brad. I'm on the edge of my seat if it's 90-90.
Right.
Some people watch love and hip hop, and that's their sort of drama. I got out of that saying what to each person's drama is. See, that's why I was talking about the virtue signaling, because I mean, I don't know. We make some of these shows number one, like Law and Order, been number one for a long time. First Take is number one. I don't watch the shit no more, but I just don't get off saying. Now you could take it to the extreme sometimes, and some of these niggas turn out to be bad people. But are we gonna argue with what the people say they like? But we got to give people what they want.
No, I agree, but I'm not so much talking about the people in them cases. I also believe, for example, if you're telling someone that what I'm off, if you're telling someone that this is
so like Christianity, you saying?
No, I ain't finished talking. But but I'm saying you could use that example. No,
I was going to use that example.
Yeah, you can use that example. What I'm talking, because a lot of people think the black church or Christianity is a grift, and that's to each his own. I understand that. So I don't want to do that from a hypocritical stance. What I'm saying though is that a lot of the narratives, right, and this is what me and Logic, where we kind of have these conversations. Remember I was telling you about they said and they and this, that, and the other? When you are saying, I've always had an issue with, and it's hypocritical, but I've always had an issue with, I'm doing this for my people. I'm doing this to enrich their minds. I'm doing this in the name of, I'm trying to somehow
the hearts and minds of black people. Yeah,
right.
I
Like, I'm trying to like the Umar Johnson shit. I'm creating a school to somehow create this thing of black men, this and the other. Now we could say everybody that donates, we could use the same theory to say that what Umar Johnson is doing, at least he's attempting to try to help the hearts and minds of black people. But then you can't explain why after 30 years or 20, however long he's been doing this, there's still no school that even exists. So my example is, in that same amount of time frame, he's received 10x of whatever it costs to make the school. At what point do you say that that's a grift and you selling snake oil? Even if it's entertaining, even if he's entertaining, at some point, if you're constantly telling people, and these are also the same people, Tuck, that will have 3-day shows about how black people need reparations, but maybe they might not need reparations. You can say whatever you want about the black church, but at least with that, I see the food drives. I see certain tangible things where I could see the community. They actually do help the community that they're in. I don't see, if you go back to what I was saying earlier, and that's why I say I struggle. I'm looking for the redemption, but I don't see the redeemable quality in what they're in what's being produced. So I don't think it's like, I think people know Love and Hip Hop is mindless, and I don't think it's advertising that it's teaching some kind of altruistic thing. But when you on here telling people that it's some kind of altruistic thing, or it would be like us trying to say that we trying to lead our people out of darkness, and through the conversations we having, right? We leading our people out of darkness and all this, that, and the other, and then somewhere at the end slip in a Cash App or slip in a Super Chat or slip in a Zelle. One thing I'm proud of is we haven't received or asked for a dime for any of the conversations whether they were fruitful or just Friday fun conversations like we having today. So I think once the money aspect gets involved, that's where it becomes problematic for me.
But Brad, when do you think? But Brad, when do you think people is gonna stop buying snake oil?
That's
I think people will stop buying. I don't think people will ever stop buying snake oil, but I think that you can affect people buying snake oil from a certain segment of the population. Like, for example, Madoff no longer is able to sell securities. So there, obviously, it got to the point where it became so toxic that it ended. Nature Boy, Polite, remember, some of this shit ended. And it ended, if you think about it, it ended based on a whole bunch of accusations, a whole bunch of conversations, a whole bunch of, or even a small segment of the population highlighting bullshit. Like, for example, with Polite, with people that say they didn't know he was scamming, but then he was doing the shit with the cargo shit in Ohio. So now, apparently it does stop. Like Dr. York went to jail, Nature Boy went to jail, Polite went to jail. There's a large segment of this population that went to jail for some of this shit that they were doing. So I don't think it ever hurts to call it out. Now, I'm not, and that's why I agree with you on the virtue signaling. I'm not saying that we are somehow perfect, right? But if I'm stating in the conscious community, truth is somehow slander. Truth is somehow harassment, or now we're asking, why say the truth? If we were every day, I'm gonna land my plane. If we were every day in here if this channel existed or this Discord existed during the Polite shit or before the Polite shit, and we would have been saying the shit every single day, and then he would have got caught with it, caught doing whatever he was doing, then at the end of the day, Tuck, I think there would be some value in us pointing out grifting and snake oil salesmen, because just like anybody, if you could save one child, you're doing a pretty damn good job, right? Like if you can somehow, if what we're saying, somebody listening, if one person now, at least in their head, like you said, why would, not you, but somebody in here said, why would you send, somebody made an argument in here one day and said, why would you send your kid with these people? Or why would you send your people? Like now, there's probably somebody that wanted to go to Egypt on one of these trips. If anything we said today, if it really is based on what we think it is, then maybe we saved them from some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, possibly, right? And I think that's a good win versus just saying, well, they gonna grift anyway, or if they don't get it from them, they get it from somebody else. Well, I mean, I would have hoped somebody would have stopped Polite before all of this shit had to go this far, or Nature Boy, before all this shit had to go this far. How the hell did Dr. York get caught? I'm pretty sure somebody said something, right? And then they do an investigation, and then come to find out, largest predator in the history of the justice system at the time. So all of that shit ends based on stuff like that. You highlight that kind of stuff. And I don't mind. If we're going to get hated for that, or people feel like they need to debunk us or trash us or something like that, then I don't mind that. That's not, like your grandparents say, you've been called worse. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just always going to be a response, Brad. They're going to have a response no matter what you say. I'm just saying.
Defense. That's what makes me uncomfortable. It's the defense. I don't care about the response. It's the defense.
Oh, man, I don't think nobody was defending, but then see, I don't know that because sometimes
you can't even say it. Well, you can't even say.
No, but listen. When sometimes people make a point, when sometimes people make a point to make another point, you got to go crazy. So I don't know. I try not to do that. I try to just say what. But then, like I always say, a motherfucker won't say what they really saying. So I get why you try to get me come out the bag.
Because now, Chuck, honestly. And Reggie, I appreciate your time. I know you have to go. And happy birthday if I don't talk to you on Monday. and this is not towards you because you weren't the only person that said it, and I'm not 100% sure how you meant it. But Chuck, honestly, if we was offline just as men, we all sitting there talking, just shooting the shit or whatever, we talking about somebody that got locked up for some shit. If you heard somebody in the group or multiple people in the group of people that was talking to you, essentially calling crimes against children a business model, or justifying receiving money, knowing that that's what an inordinate percentage, because based on the percentage of pedophilia in the world and the pedophilia in the conscious community, this shit is running rampant in the conscious community. And these are just the people that got caught. So if we're hiding it behind saying, well, I mean, and Reggie, I'm speaking plainly, but I'm using your words. Sonetta essentially copied Dr. York's business model. That makes no fucking sense in my mind at all, based on how Dr. York's story ended up.
Oh wait, Brad, it's because of the disdain that's already there. So you can't even hear what Reggie is saying. Reggie was telling you how Dr. York made some of the best salesmen in the game. They was at those tables making salesmen. So I think that's what he was talking about, people copying the business model. Like Sonetta was out pushing DVDs and stuff and things like that, and has some of the best people out there doing that. But see, what you can't get past, and you shouldn't, Brad, is the end result. See, this is Monday morning quarterbacking. Right. When it's going on, it's just going on. And what's happening? It's been a lot of stuff like I don't want to get too personal, but
I know.
I've known people that have committed heinous crimes, and we damn near live together. I didn't. Now, if somebody comes say y'all was with each other every day, how you know he wasn't out here robbing and stealing? Because I wasn't doing that. I wasn't in that walk of life, so I wouldn't know. So like people that Reggie say he know, I can understand how it could be not what it is. But people coming back years later, and they will group you in with that. They'll group you in like you were standing there while they did it. And I don't think that's fair. So when I said business model, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about, you like your snake oil, I sell snake oil. Now, Monday morning quarterbacking gonna be like, or us getting other people away from the snake oil gonna be like, well, that's a snake oil salesman. Now, I don't fault you for doing that, Brad, because that's a thing that you like to do. Now, I called it virtue signal at one point because you said some stuff, and I was gonna model it back into Christianity, but we was having a serious moment.
Yeah, and
so I didn't want to do it.
Yeah, and I never mind. No, I've learned over time, the throwing stones while living in a glass house. The one thing that's always tripped me out, right? I hear it, especially in this community. I never mind that, because what I don't do is, if somebody committed a crime in Christianity or somebody committed a crime in the Black church, right? I'm not gonna. If you're talking about them and you're talking about the crime they committed, I would be a fool to somehow tie all the crimes of that to me. So I get the point of virtue signaling with that. And I'm not, that's why I won't personalize it. But the funny thing about the Black church that's always been kind of silly to me is that on one hand, the same people that would be atheists and call themselves basically the Black church is crooked and look how much money they gave the Black church and this, that, and the other. That's cool, right? But at a bare minimum, and I mean like at the barest of minimums, I can find some solace in the Black church, because I'd like someone to explain to me the civil rights movement without the Black church. So at a bare minimum, hold on.
But see, that's snake oil too, though.
Listen, let me switch my sentence. I can see, because I'm in my own church, the amount of school student loans we've given out, the amount of food drives that we do, the amount of help we do to the sick and shut-in and the elderly. Now, is there snake oil being sold? I'm sure. I can't speak for every every church or every member of every church all across the globe. I cannot do that, right? So I'm not here to defend Christianity. But remember what I said earlier. In the topic that we're talking about today, I'm trying to find those kinds of things. And every time, even with the trips to Egypt, I could at least say that getting people, I know a lot of Black people never left their city or their state. So at least the trips to Egypt are getting them out of the country, getting them to Africa, getting them to an experience they never had, getting them, at least if you are into Kemet or you are into the conscious level of thinking and all of that, at least that particular thing, like that's the one thing I could say, like, all right, that's like a food drive at a church, or like a giving out loans to people or student loans to students or anything like that, or checking on the sick and shut in. That's a redeemable thing I can find amongst all the mess. But then even the one thing that I thought was at least somewhat altruistic now was basically kind of boiled down to me, like it was like, even with that, it was some sexual weird shit going on.
But I'm glad you said to you though, Brass. I'm glad you said to you though.
Me. No, this is all, hold on.
Okay.
This is all me. I'm not speaking for nobody on the platform. If anything, I get way more angry about this than probably anybody else. So I'm not speaking, this is not TMI. This is me speaking on my thoughts and my opinion. That's it.
But now, Brass, do you understand the virtue signaling in that though?
No. Tell me about it.
You don't understand how you just go straight to sexual deviancy, because remember, but just remember when we was having like that, that's why I think Reggie brought up Martin Luther King, because you just don't start with that. Brass, remember we was talking about that, and then Thunder came on and all that stuff, and I just said, when you talking about people, certain people, to me anyway, you just don't start with that. That's what I see more nowadays. They want to start with the worst of a person. They don't even give you they don't even care about backstory. They don't care about none of that. It's the worst of them. Grifter, they do that. Grifter, snake oil salesman. When they can have a myriad of stuff that you can talk about. Or it's the melanin shit. That's what people talk about.
So when we're talking about Dr. York, do we start with?
I agree.
No. Listen, because you gotta remember
there are some things that are unredeemable though, Brad. See, that's what I'm talking about. Going to the extreme. Yeah, that's what we got to, because
but I don't think he's
for the next person. Yeah.
Let's converse back and forth. But see, that's the thing. There was a time when I thought Dr. York was the extreme. At this time, thank you. Wait. At this time, bro, you got to remember, this is an evolution to me. This is not how I started. Remember, me and you knew me when I was in the other place in modding and you knew me back when I didn't come into the game like this. What I'm saying is, over time, I'm starting to see the degrees of separation in 2026 from Dr. York. The degrees of separation in the conscious community it ain't that far. If you really look at the conscious community in these 9 channels, right? And you would think over Dr. York got locked up in what? The 80s or some shit like that? If he got locked up when did he get locked up? Was it the 80s or the 90s?
90s, I think.
I thought it was like 2004. So like
the early 2000s. So let's say the early 2000s, right? But I think he had been operating since like the 80s. If in the early 2000s he got locked up and he was the problem, how do you, when you start making the connections and hearing stories and kind of being let behind the curtain, you realize that if he got locked up in 03, 04, how do you then get how do you get the direct connection 20 plus years later? So now in my mind, I'm starting to, and then today, you got to remember, look at the new information. I just found out that I didn't know Tariq Nasheed and Umar both essentially came from the House of Consciousness. So I don't even. So now in my mind, I didn't know that. And Umar is
Tariq Nasheed was examining the House of Consciousness. Sarnetta promoted Umar Johnson. So Tariq came out to analyzing with the DVDs, right? And he can market the DVDs. Prior to him, biggest DVD seller documentary was Quasi. So
okay, that's Chief X guy. That's the guy Chief X always talk about.
So do you understand the business model though? But
listen to what I'm saying. Corey made a clear statement. He's not here to say it again, but Corey made a clear statement. We would not know, and Chef, they both made the statement. We would not know who we would not know who Tariq Nasheed or Umar Johnson was without Sarnetta. They made that statement.
See, that's not true because Tariq Nasheed was on like Fox. So I don't know how far. I don't know
but
how
nobody.
Much
I know, but
in
nobody.
the beginning. And all of this but let's be honest. Tariq Nasheed took the blueprint. The same thing that I told Reggie. He was going on shows and self-promoting. So he got the opportunity to go on Sarnetta. And he self-promoted on Sarnetta. Everywhere he went, he was always promoting himself. That's how people build a channel. You need to go in front of a bigger audience.
I'm having a blood sugar attack, so I haven't eaten. So I'll be back in 1/2 an hour.
All right, bro.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. But he went on those shows and been himself. So it's not Sarnetta. Sarnetta was just a vehicle that a lot of people use. Even if you think about Jabari had his PBS show, his channel, his TV channel. But he wasn't getting any boost. But when he went on Sarnetta and promoted himself, talk about his channel, talk about his shine, sell his personality, he exploded. Nobody knew who Jabari was before, although something that went on in TV shows in Egypt was a black lad. It wasn't that big. You go promote yourself. If you're going into YouTube, you have to promote yourself. You have to find your ways on other people's channels, even when it's not topics that you talk about, to go in there and talk about a little bit and then talk about the topics that you talk about. And then at the end, the beginning and the middle, you say, listen, come check me out. I'm a cool dude. You'll enjoy my channel. And people say, yay. And if you get 20 persons from that day, it's a good draw. Right?
Correct.
I hear that, but no, I mean not but. I hear that. I'm just saying I'm listening to the people that's talking in here. When Corey and Chef I know Corey said it. I can't say Chef said that. I can say I know when Corey said that in here, then there should have been some level of correction, because that's something that I didn't think Umar or Tariq had anything to do with these channels in here at all.
Of course. Yeah. They went in front of an audience and said, let's sell yourself.
Yeah, they go everywhere though. You see them guys everywhere.
Everywhere they go in the beginning. Every channel, everybody. Because
hell, Polite was on the damn Breakfast Club.